on these teams. So I don't know why they are so committed to just keep on taking this hot drop when it's really not needed. Yeah, we like them. It's fun to watch. But as you were mentioning, they were bound to at least lose one player, and it was going to end up hurting them. And now, guess what? The teams are starting to get set up where more than likely the circle in the game is going to end up finishing.
Yeah, the only reason why I say that I kind of allow it right now is because, you know, here in prelims, the prize pool goes to the teams that don't make it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, like, if you're talking about a big difference between, you know, first and second, then you can't afford one bad game at all, right? Because you're going to really kill yourself on the leaderboards. Right now, the goal is top 8. So maybe you have a little bit of flexibility to kind of, like, really fight it out with the squad that could be in a main event. But, I mean, still, you got to make sure you make it into the main event. You know what I'm saying? And, like, the way you're talking about the way these groups are going to switch up and you're going to have some more monstrous squads come. I mean, these guys are going to have to go against Vampire and a lot of these other teams, right? So, for me, the only way that I would see this is appropriate if you're a team like Falcons that has 38 points, right? Then you can kind of do whatever you want. But these guys are on that cutoff. There's still a lot of games to be played, but it's still very risky.
Yeah, and this is when it gets a little bit sketchy for me as we're looking now what's happening here with the hot drop. I'm starting to get deja vu again, right? They're kind of trying to feel out each other, trying to figure out where they're currently camping, where they're setting themselves up. But now this is all the time that you're wasting. Luckily for them, the circle is going to be within reach. But once they do end up with this fight, when they have to actually move into the end game, look at what Virtus.pro is currently doing. They're making sure that they make their way to the actual island, which is more than likely going to end up backfiring because they have already been spotted. But what I'm trying to allude to here, Jukes, is whenever that final push does come down, whenever you do have to make the decision to, okay, where are we going to park ourselves within those final circles, everything more than likely is going to be taken. You're going to have to push in without any scouting, and it just leaves you in such a bad position. You might end up getting 4 points from elimination points, which are good and all, but it could stop you from just having such an amazing game this early on in the PMGO prelims.
100%. 100%. Let's take a look here as Na'Vi. This is all the way at Novo, so we saw Virtus.pro make the swim, and they got caught out. So they spotted them on that swim over. Now they're going to be in big trouble. I want to see how they're going to approach this one. As you can see, Milky Way's like, nope, going up on top of that pier is not going to be a good idea. But he's also he's maybe going to go real close to it to try and get some air. But it's not looking good. No way he goes to the same spot. No way.
I don't think so. I mean, King has such a good spot there from the top that Milky Way he's going to be screwed regardless of where he ends up going. Just camp it out. And I think, oh no, he wasn't spotted. Okay, I thought King maybe did end up spotting him there, swimming closer towards that dead player from his team. But now this is just going to be an L here for Virtus.pro as well. A team that they decided to land very close to in Hyper. I thought that we were going to end up getting that hot drop again, but they were forced out. So in Hyper, you could say they end up winning that hot drop because now they're more than likely going to end up taking control of that area in Lipovka. But Virtus.pro put themselves in such a bad situation here as they just decided to go for the swim, not even try to loot, not do any of that. And now you have another team if I'm not mistaken, this is Insanity, making that push. They've been able to loot. They've been able to at least get some equipment for themselves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Virtus.pro, this is obviously kind of like one of those, you know, just last second plays, right? Just like an emergency. Oh, I don't know what to do. Let's just go ahead and let's swim on over to Novo. And it's just not working out for them. So let's see what they opt to do here. It looks like we did see one of their players make it onto mainland and get some loot. But, I mean, I could kind of understand why you're going to go for the swim, considering that it's a military base circle. But it's definitely going to be a tough one here as we start seeing a whole bunch of squads start make that rotation on down to this island. Still a good chunk of the mainland as well.
Yeah, am I seeing that right, too? Team Falcons kind of currently setting a bit of a bridge camp there on the West Bridge. I don't mind it. I don't mind it, Team Falcons. I mean, you guys were able to dominate that last match whenever you guys were set up and take on fights as well. So possibly we could end up seeing a good performance here in regards to Team Falcons when it comes down to eliminations. And now back to this fight. It's just dragging on so long. And then Milky Way is just trying to figure out, okay, how am I gonna even be able to survive this? As one of his teammates being able to cause some damage. Now we switch over to the Xavier. One of the players end up getting knocked there by Lore from Nigma Galaxy.
playing that roof play. Oh, that's a beautiful nade. Oh, he ate that one. Parage's in trouble. Coops realizes it. Here he goes to get the finish. And here comes the blue zone. So Enigma Galaxy trying to finish this out as soon as possible because this is a melee circle. Like I said, it's a lose-lose. They're going to be so late trying to get to this zone. But, you know, if any team can kind of pull off a miracle and a crazy rotation, it's definitely Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, beautiful Molotov there by Perigin, allowing himself to get that extra time to possibly get some more heals on his way. And now Perigin DX, it's not looking good for them. Keep in mind, though, Enigma Galaxy has already lost one player. There you go. There comes the knock there from Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be just one player left there from DX. They need to figure this out quickly. That circle is not hurting us much, but we were talking about it. They need to start thinking ahead. They need to start thinking of what's going to happen whenever they do end up making that push. And another team finding themselves here in a bad spot. And Hyper trying to make this swim up towards Navi and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you can see teams just trying to avoid that bridge at all costs. And then Hyper trying to do that little swim tate on over. And it's going to be a tough one. Navi knows like exactly with this zone that there was going to be teams trying to swim over. So they say, you know what, we'll just chill up here, go fishing, and soak up some points. As yeah, look at that. We see Baton having to dive down, and D Xavier going to end up losing that hot drop.
D Xavier finally ends up conceding there to Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be happy about that as it ended a lot faster than it did in the previous match. At least we got a bit of an improvement there. Now they're going to be able to focus a little bit more towards the other circles, making their way in. As Navi, they're just chilling, man. They're just keep swimming up, keep giving up these elimination points. You're kind of helping me pad my stats here.
Oh, and look at that. Even Papa Blue's going to come in and soak up some points. And I think Baton's going to try to just dive all the way to the bottom, just deny the points to Navi at all costs. The rest of Hyper, getting actually spotted out. This is just worst case scenario. These swims are so difficult, especially when you have teams just staring at them. Not to mention, I mean, there's also been that update with Cheer Park where you could literally just practice shooting at, targets in the water. So these guys are ready to go.
They definitely are, and I think this is one of the main reasons why none of these teams talking about Virtus Pro and Hyper wanted to go towards the bridges, because they knew that there were going to be some camping happening. Even though that was the west bridge, there is some camping happening as well from 9Cs on the east bridge too. And Team Falcons, they've been wanting this fight. They've been waiting for somebody to come over their way. They currently are sitting with 0 elimination points. They're kind of focusing on stopping here Furia from moving up. And at what point do they also start backing up, right? At what point do they also start focusing on where the circle is going to be, which is now the complete opposite to them, and it's going to be a little bit more towards the east bridge.
Yeah, this is a great game to learn from, though, for sure. I mean, I think for all teams in general, because when you have a military circle like this, a lot of teams figure that swim is an option. Navi accounted for that, and they were literally just soaking up points on that rotate. So I think a lot of these teams that went for this swim are going to have to realize that, the bridge sucks, but we have no choice at this point. Like, we either go down the bridge and try to get some points the hard way, or we swim and just go out anyway with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the bridge already, I think that there's no going back for those teams. Like you were saying, they just have to commit to it. Navi backing up from this fight. At least one player there from Hyper. Capri is going to stay alive, and somehow Virtus Pro still had one more player alive. Navi, you know what? Being able to exit out of that unscathed with 3 eliminations, they're going to be happy about this, as they are going to be able to find Milky Way. Jukes, Milky Way was able to find his way in here, and also in the elimination feed, we see Coops and Enigma Galaxy get into a fight with other people as they were rotating late.
Yeah, and there they go, gone. So, I mean, we talked about how, D Xavier lost that. Both teams lost it, right? Yep. But we'll get into more of that here soon as we watch Virtus Pro go down. I mean, that's the right play from Navi, right? Hunt them down, get those every elimination point that we can, because melee zones can be unpredictable. We have this side of the circle all to ourselves. Let's soak up all the points. Yeah, I'm totally not shocked that they're gatekeeping in stage 3 here. Another point on the board. Easy for Navi.
They baited me. They baited the teams too. I thought Navi was going to be backing up from this. I thought they were going to be happy with those 3 eliminations. Boy, they were not. They were like, okay, you know what, Gonzo? You go figure out who's going to be up in tower, where people are currently at. Scout for us. Meanwhile, we're going to continue to collect this extra points, this easy points for our team, as they're doing so right now.
Yeah, so smart. Now, if the zone went on over to the west side of Millie, maybe would have seen them leave for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But since that zone's stuck there, they say, yeah, why not just go back? Let's just go ahead and just wait, give them a little bit of false hope. They run out in the open, easy points. And now with the zone starting to close, they're going to definitely have to start getting moving. We can see some of them in their vehicles trying to predict where the go north, right? Imagine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Hey, we still got some of the bridge to play. It's possible.
We do, and then 9Cs is gonna have to make that push. We do see Smokes Gaming, and we also see a fight here now happening between Furia and Falcons. This is a fight that's been waiting to happen for quite a while now. Team Falcons currently having the upper hand. Icy with the easy shotgun sends him back to the lobby, and guess what? For Team Falcons, base case scenario, they're inside the circle. They got the 4 eliminations, and they're gonna be able to fully reset here.
Oh man, these guys are set up pretty already. So let's see how they end up here, though. Meanwhile, Team Liquid getting punished a little bit here from 9Z. Elite coming on up. Simple's got that. I believe it was S12K out. But they are fighting in the mid-range right now. Nice shots there from Choco trying to put that suppressive fire. They definitely want to get this fight done sooner than later. And that's going to be it there for both N Hyper as well.
Yeah, for N Hyper, for this team's Team Liquid, and then we're 9C. Good for them being able to get some eliminations there, but they need to be careful because there's just so many teams around. And on top of that, they're gonna have a scary team that's gonna be trying to push through that bridge on the east, which is gonna be none other than Zebra Masters. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Zebra Masters that ended up eliminating Enigma Galaxy. So they're gonna be coming in hot. They're gonna be looking forward to hopefully third-partying some fights here. And now it becomes a bit of a stalemate with some of these teams. They're like, okay, we're in a great position. You know what? Let's just let everybody else fight it out until we actually have to move. But stay proactive, scout a little bit more, and maybe get some snipes. We need to see some snipes, Jukes. Yeah, I haven't seen any yet.
Oh, come on, all right? Let me see some of that bolt action for sure. It's definitely hard, though, with the military circle.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like this, sometimes these guys are really wanting to have that DBS M4. That seems to be the meta. One of these days, we may get that bolt action buff that I've been praying for. But we'll see if that does end up happening. But, you know, we are just seeing some of these long-range fights. We see Zebra Master still holding down this bridge. And it's definitely not by choice. This is definitely the spot they're going to have to hold down for now, as they're also keeping an eye on Inko from that ridge line, because they could definitely spoil them for sure.
Yeah, we see Inko spoil some of the other teams' rotations as well in the earlier matches, as we do see Smoke trying to get a little bit of an advantage here, see if they could maybe spot anybody. And 9C's Scream actually being able to position himself to the point where he might be able to take some shots there towards Inko. But you were mentioning he needs to be careful. Zebra Masters is currently there within that breach. And then Navi, we saw what happened earlier with Navi. They ended up with 7 eliminations out of that, Jukes. They couldn't ask for anything better. And now Team Falcons are finding themselves here in a top spot, as it's only 2 players, Icy and Top, if I'm not mistaken.
One of my favorite things to do is see teams that struggle on the first couple of games just come out swinging, you know, and Navi had the perfect scenario, right? I mean, I will say, right, that was the perfect zone and situation for them. So, but the thing is, they took advantage of it, right? They got 7 eliminations at the start. Now it's time to step on that gas and come back strong, because, you know, with how many intense teams are here, you do not want to get stuck on that, you know, 7th, 8th position towards the end. And I'll definitely talk about that more here in the future, as we see the Falcons down to 1 player. It's just Icy left.
But look how proactive Navi's being here. They're looking to try to third party. They're looking to try to possibly steal more eliminations. And you were talking about, you love when a team does bad at the start, but then they're able to kind of turn it around. Navi could definitely do that. 7 eliminations, that's already way higher than anything that they got close to in the previous 2 matches. As in the previous 2 matches combined, they only ended up with just 1 elimination to their name. So if they can continue on, we could see them at least there within the top 8 with the way they're currently performing.
100%. They're going to have to start getting moving, though, really quickly, though. They're trying to decide whether they want to stay back and get these points, or, you know, try to get into this circle. The problem is the timing of it. When do we go and make that push? They get that point on the Icy. That's the one that they were looking for. Now it's time to start getting going. And this is going to be a tough rotation. They could lose a couple players in this process. It looks like they're going to try and just hug the circle. But they're going to run into the squad here in a second. Let's see if Gonzo can make it out alive.
And it'll come down to that. Are they going to be trying to breach in, or are they going to be just playing it slow? That's what we're trying to figure out with what Navi's doing. I feel like the thing, too, after you perform like this, they might be feeling hot. They currently have eliminations. They're currently being able to third party. You might end up making that extra push as next Ruya, all 4 players alive. waiting and seeing what's happening here. They have vehicles, they have that transportation. They're gonna be able to rotate a little bit easier than they will with some other teams. Navi taking on some shots. Oh, Gonzo not being able to fully knock there, but guess what? Axer is there, and he's gonna be able to get that knock. He's gonna be able to get that confirmed elimination, and it's up to 9 for Navi.
Uh-oh, meanwhile, Z-Wolf, though, with that M16. Oh, gets his head popped off there, but he should be safe to get rezzed. But that was a perfect shot there from Axter to be able to give his team a little bit of relief in that situation. Nice suppressive fire as well. That's exactly what he wants to do. Just make sure he doesn't get knocked and wait for Gonzo to go and push up in that scenario. But he's getting shot in his back. Oh, not able to make it. And that's that off angle, that crucial spot. Take it away from Nextria. Navi has to be careful now.
Yeah, this is perfect with what you were talking about earlier too. It was just going to be such a hard push there for Navi. I feel like with what they got right now, they're definitely going to be happy with the performance of this match. And guess what? Now we have Cybermaster being able to push up. This was a team that we saw them wait for the right time. We saw what they were able to do. We saw how proactive they were able to do in the first game. And now they're taking on the fight here with 9C, as he's going to be able to connect there with the grenade on Chaco. He's going to end up getting knocked. It could make it a little bit easier for them to make that bridge. Cybermaster, as they're making 9C back up.
100%. This is the second game, right, where they get a good solid position. They won game number 1 with 15 eliminations. Now let's see if they can continue that here. Another good game. I mean, all it takes is 2-3 solid games like this, and that's enough for top 8 most of the time, as long as they do at least decent in the other games. So Cybermaster is definitely not looking to let off the pedal in this situation.
Niasada with the risky positioning there. It's going to be hard for people to find them, but if they do end up finding them, he could be extra exposed. I do love, though, he's making sure he tries to third party anything possible, as Navi's going to be adding another elimination to their tally, bringing it up to 11. If this team can keep it going, we might not be seeing 16. We might not be seeing 18. We might be seeing 20, Hot Jukes.
It's totally possible here at this point. They are rocking a 3-man, and they're going to get this player here. Aragon's in trouble. Oh, actually not. Wow. What a beautiful knock. And now here comes the rest of Royals of War. Oh, Navi's in trouble. They're on the back foot. Axer's pretty low at HP. And Colgoat and the rest of their team are going to have all the angles. Yup, only one player up left. And that is going to be it for Navi.
Honestly, Navi, good job. Good job. That was a great match for you guys. 9 eliminations. I'll be fine. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, crazy amount of eliminations. Unfortunately, 0 placement points, which is crazy. Stage 6, they went out with 0 placement points. But heck, when you get 11 elims like that, it's going to definitely help out for sure. Let's go ahead and see where the rest of this team, who's going to win this game right now. This zone.
Happened, Jukes.
Oh, it did.
I told you. It's a risky play, but if you do end up getting spotted, you're going to end up getting knocked. Luckily for him, I think he's going to end up getting picked up, as Inko now trying to make a bit of a push there towards the bridge, getting some more angles here on Cybermaster.
That's going to be tough knock right there. That's all their sight lines gone. And those anchor positions, like you said, they're so clutch if you stay up, though. If you get caught, it's very difficult to get res. It looks like they did get it off, though, so he was able to come down that bridge safely. Very, very fortunate for him. Royals of War are going to have this back end here. They're doing a little bit of a 3-1 split, so that's pretty interesting. I think you can see Tonka trying to find where the next spot's going to be. Nunez is looking for this very similar position, but I think he smelled something is off. Yeah, he said, you know what? Maybe this spot could be clear. Doubt it. I'm out of here.
You know what? I hear a lot of buggies over there. Let's just back up a little bit. Maybe we don't want to go there. And on top of that, they have Nextria. This is just anything can happen here. The way it's going to come down to how Royals of War going to play. And you can see Tonka actually all the way away from his team, getting a little bit more intel on the teams that are curling compounds like Smoke Gaming. On top of that, you still have some players there from 9C. And luckily for Cybermaster, you mentioned it as well, that we're able to pick up the players, so they're back up to 4.
Yeah, Nextria in a really good spot. They're just kind of chilling in the middle right now, but they're only a 2-man, so they got to play this very quietly. When you're in such a central position, normally you think that it's just great, but everybody wants that spot. So I think they're just trying to keep quiet, get as many points as they can, and then, pop up when the time is right. Cybermaster, oh, nice little team play there. You can see them throwing some smokes for their teammate, trying to get him out safely. Because, going underneath. I'm surprised, he's not going underneath that bridge. Maybe that angle's, taken away.
He just wanted the reassurance for his team. Okay, he was just like, guys, you remember me? yeah, I'm still here, and guess what? I'm still gonna go under the bridge. I just decided to make you guys waste some smokes.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was a little bit of a bait and switch, just makes, you know, teams focus on top of the bridge. I don't know, right? But here he comes down to go help and support his teammates. Maybe trying to get some shots on Inko from downrange. Next zone's about to pop. Where's he gonna go though? That's the question.
Let's see. Oh man. I think the winner could be decided on this. I do like Royals Award though. Look how much ground they're covering there towards the north and being able to back up people too, making Inko a little bit cautious if they do end up making a push. And it does end up going a little bit towards Zebra Master and Smoke. Okay.
Yeah. Not a bad circle.
Yes, it's gonna come down to Royals Award. I mean, they have so much control. They're gonna have to possibly start fighting Smoke.
Yeah, they are. Meanwhile, like I said, next we're just playing this very quietly, not trying to give up their position. We got some swimmers still out there, and that's going to be from Insanity. Only 4 points on the board so far. This one's not going to be a good one. Yeah, Zebra Master saw him. He goes straight diving for the floor, but it looks like the inevitable is coming for him. So the rest of Zebra Masters are looking to get as many points as they can before they start focusing inwards. And definitely trying to apply that pressure to Inko.
And guess what? I think that player from Insanity just decided to ended up just, you know what? We're not going to give that extra point. Let me just go a little bit under the water and just block you guys from getting that point. Rolls Award. This is what I want to see. I want to see how this team reacts. They're holding so much ground right now that they can pretty much pick and choose what they would like to do, and this would be the right play. Yeah, start going a little bit more towards where Smoke Gaming is at. Cover yourselves in the back. Don't forget about Inko. And you mentioned it earlier too, Nextria, with those two players. They're being quiet. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. And it's actually not even two players anymore. It's just one player with Seawolf.
Yeah, Rolls of War need to focus on their backs more than anything because they don't want to fight inwards. If they get into a fight a little too early, they're going to get third-partied. So they're really trying to make sure the timing of this is perfect. Only fighting until absolutely necessary. Colgoat tried to be able to steal that elimination there because there's still 43 seconds left on the clock. They can afford to take these shots for now. But if that zone pops away from them, they're going to definitely have to push the issue.
Ooh. That's the problem right there. Trying to overpeak a little bit too much. Going for that jump scene. If you can maybe see where that player is going to be hiding at, could end up getting you caught. Royals of War needs to be careful. They're currently taking... They might end up taking on too many fights here, Jukes, as Colgoat is far away from his team. And if a grenade hits here, they're not going to be able to back him up. Look how far away he is from them.
Oh, there we go. Z-Wolf finally getting spotted out there. That looked like a nice nade there onto Nunez, but he only get chunked a little bit. That vehicle is down. Nice shots there, though, from Colgoat. And that's perfect timing because the zone is closing. There's no way he's going to be able to get that res off. No way. He's going to go for the run over?
What?
What is happening? Colgoat saying, no, I'm coming on in, baby. Let's go. And they do end up taking down the squad. So they decided to sacrifice a player with 4 eliminations for... Will actually be able to get the res off? I think they might be able to, right?
They will,
they can even put him in the vehicle. Yeah.
That was sketchy. That was a little bit... That player was feeling himself. He's like, all right, you know what? I got the knock. Let me see if I can get the other one for the highlights. A little bit too much for my liking. But guess what? Luckily for him, he does have the backup of his team. And now they are going to be controlling an even bigger area here at Zebra Masters. We got 2 players there from 9C and Smoke Gaming still having their players alive as well. Honestly, I feel like Royals of War, with the way they're currently playing, I feel like they might end up taking this game too.
It's going to be hard, though. And the reason why I say that is because they have brought all the attention onto themselves. You can see almost every single team staring at their direction right now. So Royals of War have to play this carefully. I do like the fact that they were able to clear that out just on time, and they still have everybody up. So they're definitely in the most dominant position. You can see they're the only ones really moving around besides Smoke. But they got to play this on point. If they get into a fight a little too early, Smoke's going to come in third party them very easily.
Yeah, and you're thinking about Smoke too. I'm thinking about the 9C players. They're being so quiet there that if Smoke is not able to spot them and actually start shooting them and maybe knocking them, I think 9C could possibly end up surprising here. Royals of War. Anything can happen though when it's this kind of madness. You have 2 teams with 4 players alive. Actually, 3 teams with 4 players alive. And then you have the oddball of 9C trying to clutch up another top 3 situation with not all their players alive, just 2 this time. So at least their chances are going to be a little bit higher. We saw what happened earlier with 9C. They were able to surprise and get that second place with Choco. But, oh, man. It's gonna come down to who gets the first knock here. And it is tough. I can't call this one. I can't call this one anymore.
I can't. I was about to say, roll the dice, and one of these teams is going to win it, because guess what? This is stage 9, baby. The zone is going down into absolute nothing. You can see these teams starting to throw out all of their utility. Meanwhile, like 9Z, not trying to move a muscle. Pretty hurt, though, at this time being. Rolls of War saying, nope, I'm not going to leave this to chance. Smoke getting one of the players. Meanwhile, Zebra Master on the bottom side are going to start pushing Royals of War. And here they come.
And this is the aggressiveness. This is the proactiveness that we've been talking about. Zebra Masters, as they're now going to be going for the push. That's a shotty, and that's a little bit too far away. It ends up hindering him, as now it turns around, and guess what? They're doing it so well. Smoke Gaming being able to third-party this fight. Cats, Zebra Masters with their pants down, and they're going to be able to just take some easy eliminations here, and they're going to keep going. Smoke Gaming playing this so well. Hot Jukes, as they're going for the third party, they eliminate Rules of War, and guess what? They end up winning it. Perfect timing there for Smoke Gaming to decide to third party whenever Zebra Masters and Rules of War were engaging with each other.
That is how you get it done. That's what I was talking about. You know, like in that particular situation, if you fight too early, you're getting third party. So the timing is so critical, and it could have gone either way. And I do love to see Smoke recognize the situation and act on it instantly, right? Act on it instantly, take the game for themselves, and that was big chicken dinner there for them.
And look at them. They're happy. They're giving each other keys. And then on top of that, this is the team that I was kind of talking about. I was hoping that there would be a team that could possibly end up surprising. A lot of experienced Brazilian players. I felt like they just haven't been able to get their big break, and they might be looking to surprise people here. Boy, they definitely ended up surprising me there with the way they were able to finish off that match. Third partying at the right time and just making decisions so well.
100%. I mean, beautiful decisions. That is how you get it done. As we take a look here at the highlights, and it started off so strong, you know, with another hot drop situation here, 7.
It was. And in this one, we actually had a winner though. But did we? Did with DK, because Nigma Galaxy ended up getting eliminated before they could even get to the circle.
I mean, dude, it has been such a day coming through here. It's just like, you know, again and again, they try to contest to see who's going to be claiming that cheeky spot for themselves. But I got to say, this match was just filled with wave after wave after wave. I mean, we saw Na'Vi kicking up a storm. We saw the Zebra Masters kicking up a storm. But at the end of the day, I mean, Smoke Gaming, they just had it cooking.
They were definitely cooking, and they were just waiting for the right time. I mean, even from before that, that was one of those teams that we were talking about, Juice, that they were just waiting to see what the other teams were going to be doing. They kept on with that strategy all the way until the end.
Yes, they did. I mean, we always love to see a good old-fashioned Sosnovka military finish, and it was no surprise indeed. I do like the fact, too, that at the start of the day, or at the start of this game, we saw so many swimmers, right? So many teams trying to swim all over, and we finally saw a team decide to shut that down.
We did. I mean, with Navi, with the way that they were able to play it there, even though Navi didn't end up being there towards the top 9, I think they ended up in 11th place, if I'm not mistaken. That's why you're currently not seeing them here in the first graph of damage. Smoke Gaming, 1200. I mean, the way they were able to play this out, 1200 damage, and out of those 1200 damage, 9 eliminations. And here we go. Now, this is what I wanted to see. Almost 2000 damage and 11 eliminations there for Navi.
Crazy. Second place, literally second place in damage, but you know, 11 eliminations. I mean, what do you think about that strategy, DK? I think it worked out pretty well. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, they were just lurking, right? Started over on that eastern side as they had the beautiful swim up onto that Sosnovka military island, and then it was just go time, right? Na'Vi, they just kicked into gear. It was just stuff flying all over the place. So I want to see a little bit more of that approach coming into the next few matches.
Wow, and we actually see 6 get the MVP here, 7.
Not surprised. Not surprised at all, honestly, even though they didn't end up getting those placement points that we were hoping they would. With those eliminations, they're happy. It's gonna build up at least a little bit of confidence there, especially after back-to-back first 2 matches. 15 plays, only 1 elimination. For them to have this kind of turnaround, take advantage of it, being able to secure those elimination points and move themselves up higher in the overall leaderboard, they're going to be happy with that as we're going to be going into the final Erangel.
100%. One Aaron Gale left here for the day. Let's see where everybody stands on the leaderboards here as we take a look at this match ranking. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, look at that. Smoke, 19 total points. We're seeing quite a few of these little point sponges here at the start of this tournament, Seven.
We are, and what I'm seeing right now is that even though Navi ended up with 0 placement points, DK, they ended up with those 11 points, and it pushed them overall for the match ranking in 3rd place with the most points for this last match.
I mean, if you got it, you got to get it while it's hot, and that's exactly what they did. Play some points, doesn't matter to them. They just go in for the aggression. As you can see, no. I mean, this is the kind of change-up that we're looking at, right? Royals of War, Smoke Gaming, climbing up 6 and 10 slots just in one game. Man, this lobby is heating up so much, Jukes.
10 placement jump, just like that. That is how you get it done. Remember, folks, it's top 8 at the end of this that end up making it on over, and we still have an entire group that hasn't played. So I think these teams, Seven, need to play at an all-time high here. They cannot let off the gas here. There's still so many teams that play. They can't get comfortable with these rankings right now.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, Smoke Gaming, I think the main reason too why I was so happy with the way they were able to finish off that match is because they are currently in Group B. They'll be able to play again tomorrow, but then they're gonna, if they for some reason aren't able to follow up the performances, if they don't put up good performances here, they're gonna leave it up to the final day, which they're not even gonna be playing. And we've seen what happens with that before.
Yes.
We know what can happen, the surprises that can happen with that. So I think they're trying to take destiny into their own hands and start performing good. We want to see more consistency though with Smoke Gaming, because before this match, I think they were in 14th place. They weren't having a great day. So a good bounce back here at the halfway mark of day 1 prelims.
Yeah, can't get comfortable with the leaderboards at all at this point. Like you mentioned, every single time we've seen this, we've seen a player not make it on in. But meanwhile, guys, we have an offline tournament coming up here soon. So make sure you guys go ahead and check that out. And maybe even get yourself a nice little avatar frame here, DK.
Ooh, yes, I wanna see a little of those avatar frames getting played on through. But you know what's the interesting thing that I'm noticing so far? The past 3 winner chicken dinners that we've seen, right? It's teams from the qualifiers. It's not the teams that have joined us now in the new group here. It's only been qualifier teams just rolling with the bunches.
So you're saying qualifier teams are better? Or maybe the games that they had on Saturday has been helping them out, which is something that Hot Jukes, if I'm not mistaken, you brought that up at the beginning of the day.
I will say Team Falcons is better. Okay, yeah, they've proven that. They proved that on the global championships that they are better. So, I mean, they started off strong here today. That's why we see them at the top of the leaderboards. But I'm happy to see teams that, because you know what? You can't always hope for a great start, especially when it's your first time going against these squads. You might struggle, you know, in game 1, game 2. 2 teams in particular that I see struggling on purpose is Nigma Galaxy, right? Like, and ND Xavier. Like, this is the last Aaron Gale of the day. DK, do you think they're gonna do it? You think they're gonna see one last hot drop?
I mean, based on what we've seen in the first 2 Aaron Gales, I would not be surprised if they do it again. I mean, at the end of the day, I hope that it's not going to be the outcome. But, I mean, who knows, right? Some of the teams, they just super determined on locking in that positions. Like, you know, whatever the zone brings, they're like, you know what, Pachinki is our place and we're going to defend it, even if we have to chunk in some blue zone to do it.
7?
It's 1-1.
Right?
It's 1-1, baby. Somebody's going to take it.
I don't know, dude. I see it as 0-0 right now. It's not looking too good for either of these teams. They're getting punished, you know. But, you know, one thing that I wanted to talk about, 7, was, you know, let's just play theory, right? All right. Let's just say I am right, and they're playing this to try and secure that spot for the main event, right? That drop location.
Yep.
Do they not realize that top 8 is the goal? You got teams like Falcons crushing it, right? Yep. So many of these monster squads crushing it. What happens if you decide to do this and leave yourself in that 7th, 8th place position? Could we have that qualifier, you know, slot where they just said, you know what, we don't want to see these teams. Who knows? Let's go ahead and take it on over to an interview. We'll talk about it some more later.
Here with Miyake, the player for Smoking Game, who just got a chicken dinner. Okay, awesome. Congratulations for this last chicken dinner. Okay, so I got a couple questions for him, and I want to know, the first 2 matches wasn't so good for your team. What did you guys have to change?
Olá, Miyake, tudo bom? Congratulations, parabéns pelo Chicken Dinner. As duas primeiras partidas não foram tão boas assim. O que vocês acham que tem que mudar?
Acho que nós só estávamos esquentando, né? Por ser as duas primeiras partidas, tiramos aquela pressão das costas. E é isso, executamos nosso jogo, nosso plano de jogo, como foi estudado e passado. Já estamos jogando há vários dias consecutivos, então, né? Só esquentando mesmo.
It's just a warm-up for the first two games. And they have been playing for a few days now, and now it's going to be easy.
Incredible. And this was the second chicken dinner for a Brazilian team. Does he think Brazil have the dominance here?
Esse é o segundo Chicken Dinner para um time brasileiro. Você acha que vai ser tudo bem daqui para frente?
Com certeza, né? Além de termos a maior quantidade de equipes representantes, né, no nosso país, então, né, além disso, né, nós estamos jogando há vários dias, como eu disse. Então, né, já estamos acostumados com a casa aqui. É isso.
Yeah, we have been playing for a few days now, so we think we are going to be good.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so 2 chicken dinners for Brazil so far, but we will see in the next match. Thank you so much for the interview.
Obrigado.
All right, guys, what a beautiful interview. We got some more action coming up, but of course, we got to give a big thank you to none other than Realme with their 12 Pro Plus that elevates your photography experience with 120x super zoom and your performance in games as well. Check it out today.
How to be a portrait master.
And we are back, folks, here. Guys, go ahead and check out the 6-year Up for Fun. The 6-year anniversary is here, guys. Go check it out. Share it on social media. Use that hashtag PUBGM6th wishing as well. And experience the anniversary now in PUBG Mobile's version 3.1. And I gotta say, I love the new game mode 7. It is just so fun. It is crazy.
I've enjoyed it. I also enjoyed that if you do end up landing on that floating island, when it actually spawns you there, it will revive you. You know what? Because I've been getting my cheeks clapped in the game.
Dude, as a matter of fact, I'm getting warmed up. I've been playing a little bit as well. You can actually get revived twice now. So it's kind of pretty crazy here coming up. But man, you know what? Still a lot more action that we got coming up, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, 200 players, 50 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. Welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championships.
PMGC'ye 3 defa katıldık ve bu sefer Türkiye taraftarının karşısında olduğu için daha inançlıyız. 2 kez dünya şampiyonu olup yani rekora 3.lüğe daha yaklaşmak, bir adım atmak istiyoruz. Yani onu düşünüyorum, başka bir şey düşünmüyorum.
Gue udah 4 kali di PMGC dan baru 2 kali di final, dan ini tahun apa ya, kayak PMGC pertama kali setelah 2 tahun kemarin gue nggak lolos, dan mungkin perasaan gue berada di PMGC lagi di final tentunya itu apa ya, semua tim itu udah merata sih dari segi skill dan apapun itu, dan gue rasa PMGC ini bakalan PMGC yang seru banget karena semua tim itu udah jago banget. Mungkin momen yang nggak bisa gue lupain itu waktu jadi World Champ di Malaysia tahun 2019 itu salah satu yang apa ya, momen yang paling gue inget banget karena semua orang juga tahu kan kalau tim gue dan gue bisa buktiin kalau kita tuh bisa loh juara dunia, nggak cuma di region kita doang. Karena juara itulah tidak pernah menyerah.
За миний хувьд одоо 4 жилдээ мэргэжлийн төвшөнд тоглож байна. Тэгээд ерөөсөө энэ хугацаанд өөрийгөө хансан гэж бодохгүй байна. Яагаад тэгэхээр дэлхийн аврагт дээгүүр байр эзлээгүй учраас ерөнхийдөө болоогүй л гэж харж байгаа.
Top has emerged as the MVP of South Asia Championship.
Your MVP, Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for top.
За ямар үед бууж өгөө гэвэл одоо тэгээд багаараа хичээгээд амжилт үзүүлэхгүй байгаа цагт бууж
Woo! Beast better myself, Jack. That is absolutely
They came to the
insane.
cliffs late, and then at the very last moment.
Sekarang gue ngerasa buat tahun ini dan lebih tepatnya buat turnamen ini PMGC final ini gue udah balik ke prime gue dan ini saatnya gue buktiin kalau gue tuh masih layak di di tahun ke-6 ini.
Türkiye karşısındaki ilk offline burada bize çok desteklemeleri lazım. Destekleyenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani her şey için konuşalım tekrar alalım. Her şey için cömert ederim ama.
因为训练赛其实大家都在乱玩，训练赛大家就没有太认真了，因为大家都在练习打架，所以说训练赛拿个第一只是因为我们活得比较久而已。
Chắc bạn có mẹ tới lời đấy.
만약에 거기 오면은 그냥 비벼버릴 거라고.
Wait, that you will not attack me.
Estamos preparados para ganhar, estamos muito felizes, já chegamos aqui, agora o objetivo é ser campeão e go loops.
Hai, kami dari Malaysia, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Malaysia boleh, Long Live Alliance.
E aí galera, a gente está bem tranquilo, bem animado, treinamos muito e vamos ser campeão dessa PMGC. Tamo junto.
Long Live Alliance! I can't wait.
Hello!
I will bring the chicken dinner. Just play the game.
It's like if you ask what you're doing to anybody, then they'll have all different answer. So maybe people usually think the pro players are playing their best for money, prize pool. I don't think so. I think prize pool can be one reason, but each player will have another different reason. They may just want to show off themselves to audiences or other people. Somebody wants to take the fame or reputation as a pro player representing their country. So all players will have their different target and goal, but I believe anybody playing here, their first most important goal will be winner, chicken dinner.
And we are back. Here we go. The final Aaron Gale of the day. It's going to be a big one here. We see some big names have had some struggles due to hot drops. We've seen the qualifying teams pop off here as well. Would you expect that here, Seven?
I honestly would have not, but I'm not surprised because of what you guys were saying earlier, which they have had a lot of matches leading up to this. So they are, in a way, kind of warmed up. They know what some of the other teams were going to be doing too, because they have already faced them in the previous matches too. So not surprised, but I am.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's just so crazy to see some of the different strategies coming out here at this top level. You can see the players are getting locked, loaded, ready to go. DK, what stood out to you so far?
I have to say that push coming through from Na'Vi down on towards that Sosnovka Island. I mean, 11 eliminations, that is a pretty aggressive push. I mean, Royals of War also, they doubled down, securing those double digits. But for me, the most impressive one was the performance coming through from Na'Vi. But I mean, I'm not really surprised, because looking at the roster that they have is a roster that I've seen over in the MEA region. So I know how and what they can kind of do. So it was really good to see them showcasing that talent once again.
And you know what? We were talking about it. Well, here we are on the final match for Erangel on day one. Don't worry, we still got some Miramars coming up, so make sure you sit tight for that. But on this one, there's one thing I'm looking only, and with this playing path, I think you know what I'm going to be looking at, DK. That's right. You were thinking about it, Pochinki? Yes, I'm looking for that hot drop.
Well, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to see what is going to be the outcome of this one. But this is definitely an interesting change-up compared to what we've had in the previous two Erangels. So, well, the pressure is going to be on, right? Are we going to have the age-old engagement between Nigma Galaxy and D Xavier looking to settle the dispute, right? As you've said, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. Someone needs to double down and get that extra point. I think it would be so great if the zone even sent it up on them.
And I think their Nigma Galaxy might actually end up backing out, which is interesting because this would be the last Erangel match that these two teams are going to be fighting against each other. Keep in mind, we said it, but we got to continue to say, just for people that might be tuning in just now, Group A is going to be sitting out tomorrow, and Group B is going to be sitting out in the final day for day 3. So this would be the last engagement if they were to fight each other. And I don't think... oh, wow. They might actually go for it here again. Man, they're just sticking to it. They're like, okay, you know what? Yeah, they said we're 1-1. We got to switch that. Even though we've been winning the fight, we're still keep dying early on. We're only able to exit with just 4 elimination points each time. Let's just decide who's the Pochinki King for these two groups.
I mean, it's not enough, right? They want to plant their flag. They want to say, you know what, this is our turf. Don't you dare come back to it again. But let's see who's going to be the one to claim it. Because, I mean, so far, D Xavier, they are trying to kind of just hunker down, right? Nigma, they look super, super active in this one. Starting to find a bit of a spread, breaking down doors. I mean, who needs to knock? I mean, you can just kick it down and just come rushing on in.
And they're waiting for it. They know that they're in there. We've seen what happens when those Molotovs are thrown. And it's usually, it goes bad for the person that throws the Molotov. Luckily for Hove, he's not going to be making any type of push here. But this is the problem. These two teams, you know what? At the beginning, it's okay to be able to take a little bit longer as you guys are trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out and get info on where everybody's going, where everybody's rotating to. But you just don't want to get into that stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, stalemate... it's definitely not the kind of play that we want to see. And I mean, we did have a little bit of that back in the first Erangel. So let's see if they can change it around on this one. But interesting enough, right? The rest of the lobby, everyone, they just kind of going their own way. There's a big spread amongst the rest of the teams. But here we go now. Barajan trying to find a little bit of magic. And Lord just quickly managing to fall back into cover.
Just enough to be able to hide there. And something that we got to keep in mind too is these teams, if they do end up engaging, it could be very slow too, because they are within the circle, and the circle, it's not shifted anywhere from to the west or the south in military base. They are going to be put in a good position here. So whoever ends up winning this fight, if for some reason, and I know Jukes is going to be hoping that this happens like I am, the team that wins doesn't end up losing a player, they could actually set themselves up in a great position. But that is easier said than done, DK.
And I mean, it's going to be, I think, a little bit more essential for D Xavier to have a good run here, because in the previous match, both teams were tied. Exactly the same amount of points. Both teams sat on 11. But now, Nigma Galaxy, they've been able to, lock in a few additional points and just get a little bit of a lead. So if D Xavier want to try and play the catch-up game, this is going to be the Erangel to do it in.
They might be able to do that. I mean, you mentioned it. They're currently in 10th place there with 12 points. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they're not that far ahead from them. They're in 7th place with 15 points. So that pack between those top 8 teams, at least for right now, it can go either way, right? But we still got another group that's going to be coming in tomorrow. So we can't even expand on what could happen with these two teams. Somebody needs to win the engagement. And if we're looking at the map here, I wonder if maybe any of the teams rotating with the way that the circle might be set up, this teams could actually be setting themselves up for possibly a third party if anybody just comes close enough to Pochinki and hears this fighting.
I think it's going to have to be a slightly cheeky team, right? Because, I mean, we know what Nigma and the Xavier is capable of, so you won't want to try and risk anything on it, but it's going to be Levi's trying to get the shot in, taking quite a bit of damage. Rauf, though, narrowly escaping that as Coops comes in with the swoop, and that is it. Just cracking down on the Xavier.
And that was great there by Enigma Galaxy. They were able to get the first player down, then they were able to rush that second player. Nobody gets knocked. Somebody got really close, but they didn't end up getting knocked, so they don't have to waste time there on reviving him. And now they're going to be looking over to Peregrine and seeing where he's at there with that DBS. Peregrine's just going to be waiting patiently. I think they might have an idea that he could be in here, as Chua Kong is keeping an eye out for any of the players possibly trying to come behind Peregrine.
Oh, this could be a tough play. Barja now, stepping out and gets dropped right on down. Now it's all riding on Chua to see whether or not they can get themselves back into safety. But Nigma now really starting to pick up the pacing here, already sitting with those 3 eliminations. They've already had a little bit of a taste at the excitement. Oh, and this could be absolutely devastating now for the Xavier.
And it almost ended up being devastating there, as they have already lost 3 players. And guess what? Enigma Galaxy smells blood in the water. They know that they're chasing just 1 player, and they are full sending it. This is the statement that they want to send, and Juke's been alluding to it too. They could be trying to send a statement. If they do end up making it to the main event, they will continue to fight Pochinki over and over again. But guess what? With the third party that I was alluding to, they need to be careful. Dick Xavier is going to be able to at least knock 1 player. They're going to be able to eliminate it. Enigma Galaxy not being able to flush this out fully, as Molotovs are going to be coming through. They got a little bit too aggressive there, and they end up paying for it with 1 of their players.
I mean, Chua might seem like they are trapped here, but they are not going to be backing out of a fight anytime soon. And, I mean, they got to do something, because as we can see in the feed, right, next Rhea and the Royals of War fighting just south of the current positioning here. But here we go, Lord and the rest of Enigma not trying to avenge a teammate. The push comes through. Ooh, Chua trying to quickly reposition, get the angle, but it is going to be Enigma just trying to swarm, get the overpowering, but Chua just ripping it up.
Chua almost being able to clutch that up there. He had Lord so low too, and he was able to knock their freak. And Coops, I don't think Coops even had an angle to be able to actually back them up, so it could have ended up being a 1v1 there. Almost turned horrible there for Enigma Galaxy. The Xavier once again sent back to the lobby. And now the good thing about this, after 3 matches, Enigma Galaxy might have possibly gotten this right, because they're gonna have enough time now to loot, position themselves, and the circle is on their favor.
Yeah, they're gonna look to bounce back from that one and come back with a few things to show. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be still rotations being the name of the game at this point. I mean, I'm also watching Falcons starting to just kind of creep up ahead of where we saw Nigma. Royals of War also getting themselves in a little bit of a position there. So I'm curious to see whether or not Nigma is going to find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. I mean, look at Royals, right? They've got these compounds covered. So if that zone does happen to shift to the east, I mean, it's going to be just easy pickings.
They do. And for Enigma Galaxy, I think it's just the extra time that they're going to be able to loot. And I mean, how much loot are they going to be able to find with what's been going on, with all the fighting that's been happening there? Some of the other teams might already be setting up. They're going to be passing by. And now Enigma Galaxy is going to be forced to just kind of push out of this. They're going to have to find their way into that circle. And you were mentioning Rules of War now deciding to back off and go a little bit more center. All the teams are deciding to back off and just play that center style. As Virtua Pro, a team that just hasn't been able to have a great day, currently sitting in last place with 3 points. This is another team that could benefit for some elimination points. This is a team that could benefit from any points, as they're currently in 16th.
Yeah. I mean, they've not even had any taste of placement points whatsoever here today. So there is hopefully a bit of a chance for them this round. But let's see Team Liquid also now getting ready to make a little bit of something happen over here. And I was looking at that at the convergence up into center zone, right? It is good to be like the first team there, but if you just get like inundated with so many other teams rushing in on your position, it is going to become a sweat fest so quick fast.
Oh yeah, and then you're kind of doubting yourself. You're like, okay, do we want to push this? But what if maybe somebody else is holding our angle? You start doubting everything that you might want to do. As Team Falcons is currently not doubting anything. They know they have a team here in front of them. It's going to be Rules of War, and they're looking to possibly at least get one knocked. If anybody gets knocked here, it's going to be bad news for Rules of War, because we know Team Falcons, we know what they were able to do earlier in the first RNGO whenever they got some knocks on them. They're gonna make quick work of them, and here we go. Okay, I thought Tonka there for a second was gonna end up getting knocked.
Yeah, we almost had a bit of a katunk right on that one. But, I mean, Falcons, I'm pretty sure they sharpen their talons after each and every match, because now they're getting ready to cook even more action, getting ready to push on through. And I like the slight distraction from the rest of the team, just kind of keeping that high ground, drawing the attention of the Royals of War up the side, but the nade getting scary close. Action managing to nearly walk on fire.
Action somehow surviving that. He is gonna be kissing that cement face right there, because boy, that saved him. I thought that was right on him. I actually thought he was gonna get knocked too. But now we're talking about third parties. Team Falcons, they know that they're not gonna be able to make this happen. One of the players, it's currently knocked. Icy is knocked. It's gonna be a tough pickup here. And do they go for it? I think they're gonna be able to get this revive, but they need to be careful with any third parties that they might be lurking around.
But I mean, if we're honest, like Royals of War, they showed back in the qualifiers that they can hold their own, and so far, I mean, ooh, they're not backing out of a fight. But Zebra Master, I mean, who needs ammo if you just use buggies? Run the opponents right on over. But this is going to be an absolutely essential play now for Virtus Pro, because as you've mentioned, they need the points. They've only got 3 points on board, and they cannot afford to go out at this stage.
They definitely need those points, and it's him a little bit there of a question of what Virtus Pro was going to be doing. They weren't sure if they were going to be making this push. Now they're going to be fighting here. Zebra Master, we've been able to see what Zebra Master's been able to do. DBZ is going to be out, and guess what? It's light work. Zebra Master said, okay, you guys want to challenge us? Guess what? We're going to be able to eliminate you. We're going to be able to pick up our teammate, and you're going to go back to being on your regular place, which is going to be towards the bottom with no placement points. Virtus Pro not having the day they were looking to have. And that is a scary team, because tomorrow they are in Group B. Tomorrow is going to be the last day. So tomorrow they need to have an amazing day and hope that that's enough for the final day when they're not going to be playing.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one for them. But I like what Zebra there was doing. I mean, you know, you challenge them in the savannah, and the Zebra is going to whip your butt. But yeah, let's see what Royals of War can do. The Falcons are attempting yet another push. The full squad just holding nice and steady. No Zed up on the front line. Looking to find a bit of an opening here. And this is going to be essential now to see whether or not the Falcons can actually get that opening play. Because, I mean, they are just a few points ahead of Royals of War. I mean, I say a few points, but it's about, what, 16 points difference there. So they could definitely benefit on just widening the gap, especially going into tomorrow.
Yeah, they would definitely benefit on that, and also benefit on having to move closer to the zone, because now the zone is not on their favor. Now they're going to have to decide this a little bit faster, and I'm actually enjoying this for Team Falcons. They made up their mind. They're going to be able to at least knock one right there, be able to confirm it, and now they're going to be focused to the other players that are at the top and try to make this push. This is what I want to see out of a team. Make sure that you know what you're going to be doing, make the push for it, and be steady with your decision of what you're going to be doing there. Team Falcons trying to get those other angles there towards the 2 players at the top. They were able to use a lot of the grenades earlier on, and I think that's going to hurt them, because now they're not going to be able to throw nades. But it doesn't matter, because you got action there with the shotgun, being able to switch it back and forth to a Scar L. And then on top of that, you have Icy as backup. Frozen. Oh my gosh, just everything going on, and everything going on so well for Team Falcons as they eliminate their Rules of War without anybody getting eliminated from their team.
I mean, talk about Falcons. Now it's going to be next Royal looking to step up to the plate as they are rushing forward right in onto N-Hyper. You can see a little bit of a pinch coming through on here. It seems like next Royal, yep, they got it in the bag. A quick jump shot from Keen, and that is it. N-Hyper out of here.
Yeah, and I was giving props there to N-Hyper, the hopes of NA earlier in the first 2 matches, because of how they were able to manage some of the points that they were getting. Boy, it's not looking good for them. It's once again out of the placement points, once again with 0 eliminations. Now that's back-to-back matches, and they're gonna hope to have a good performance here coming up in Miramar. I'm just scratching my head, DK. I miss Kindness. I miss QC. I miss JK first. They were so good for that team, and they're not there anymore. And I think the team might not have enough time right now to play with each other, as we do see the new circle. In that new circle, the fight that we saw earlier from Team Falcons is going to end up benefiting him.
I mean, this is going to be a sweaty zone because we got Falcons, they've got a chicken. They are in the zone over on towards that western side. We got Smoke Gaming. We got the chicken up in the last match. Also just Big Chillum. And meanwhile, even before we get to that, it is going to be 9Z now. Trying to see if they can find anything up alongside Regnum Karia here. Both teams suffering a few casualties, but nothing too devastating just yet. But 9Z getting ready to bring in a little bit of that shock and awe. Just rushing on forward. Now it's up to Simple doing a little bit of strafing. Will we see any jump shots? The rush. Nigma Galaxy pulling up, and 9Z now just in such a difficult position.
Nigma Galaxy being able to make that third party, but one of the players is currently knocked. But guess what? They're going to get lucky because Regnum Karia is trying to get a reset out of themselves. With the push, Coops ends up getting eliminated too. Oh, it's not looking good here for Nigma Galaxy, as Freak and Lore are the only ones alive. Actually, it's only Lore now at this point. He's going to be making a push for it. Can he actually start getting some knocks? And it's not, and that's it for Nigma Galaxy. They thought they had it, and this continues to be the biggest question mark for me when it comes down to Nigma Galaxy, as we see an engagement here with Zebra Masters and Navi. We saw what Navi was able to do. By the way, I'll go back to the point in a bit that I was going to make in regards to Nigma Galaxy, but let's see what happens with Navi and Zebra Masters. These are two teams. Zebra Masters been very consistent, already got a chicken dinner, and Navi trying to turn up the heat here, especially with what they did in the previous match.
I mean, they've come in here just backing it up, but here we go. Neil Zeta does find a quick elimination, quick point on board. You can see Gonzo now just trying to hold that off-angled position. It's up to Axa and Buncher King, looking to see if they can maybe follow through. But look at Neil Zeta. I mean, he's like, you know what? Why sit back, relax, just rush up, get aggressive, and go fishing. Zebra Master, they seem to be absolutely relentless here today. That nade could spell disaster, at least for the side of Navi. But, of course, they could hear that pin being pulled. Quick reactions, though. And Zebra, oh, Neil just locking it in.
They are locking it in, but they kind of exposed themselves a little bit there to Axer, because Axer was just on that window trying to get some shots. He throws down that Molotov. The Molotov is not going to end up connecting, and he was starting to get third party from the back. Is he going to continue on? He's able to hit those shots, and he actually gets the knock as well. He needs to heal. He cannot confirm those eliminations, and he exposes himself on the window. And guess what? Team Liquid, Ayala, being able to spot him, knocks him, and that might be just a turn of locks there for Zebra Master, as they could possibly pick up those two knock players.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, it's now down to Gonzo. Let's see whether or not Gonzo is going to be Gonzo, as those shots now continue to fly on through. Zebra Master just mounting such an aggressive push, but there could still be an opportunity for Gonzo to get the pickup over onto Axa. It's going to be Vitin now just pumping in some nades, trying to clear the house. But so far, both teams now just trying to reassess rather the whole situation. It's going to be a 2v2 if both of them get that pickup. And the zone now just moving ever so slightly ahead of them. But you still got to watch out for Team Liquid just lurking up to the north.
Team Liquid is going to be lurking, but guess what? The team at the top, I'm going to be looking at Team Falcons. They currently have a lot of ground to work with, and only Furia to challenge them if they do end up challenging them. And now we have a bit of a reset there from Zebra Masters, as they were able to pick up some of their players. It's going to be a 2v2 here against Navi. Nades are going down. Shotguns are coming out. Who is going to get the first knock, as there's so much smoke going on here that we don't even know if they can even see each other. They can definitely hear each other, but they can't see each other. Manor is going to be able to find somebody. He's not going to be able to fully knock them, though. And Tino trying to get that angle. Not able to. Axer, though, finally ends up getting knocked.
Oh, I mean, this is such a back and forth, right? Both teams getting hits in, landing shots, but now it's going to be the hunt down, the chase down, as Davina now just quickly moves along the outside, and there we go. It is going to be the end of Navi. A little bit of a helping hand coming through there from Team Liquid, but Zebra Master now climbing up to 6 eliminations.
Team Liquid with that proactiveness, taking some more eliminations away from the other teams, which is going to be good for them, because this is a team that at the moment they're not within the top 8. We still got a lot of time to work with, but I'm already thinking about those top 8. Who's gonna be going to the main event and who's gonna be showing at least some consistency here right from the first day. Guess what? Furia is gonna be able to show some consistency with those shots as Vitaly ends up getting knocked there from Inco Gaming, and now Inco Gaming is gonna be making a push here, but they're gonna be down a man and it's backfiring.
Ooh, Regnum Karia just on the money with the hits though. Inco offering up 3 of their players. And now let's see whether or not Nunez can come through, close it up, could maybe find a quick pickup here. The nade is in the house. Is it going to be the end though? No, instead, Team Liquid Mythic pops the nade through the window.
Team Liquid, more like third-party leaders, because they're currently just third-party and everything, sending grenades down. Mythic keeps on hitting them, and they need to make that push even more. Furia, they need to be careful, though, because Furia is going to be lurking around. They're going to be looking to third-party this as well, steal some of those eliminations, and Mythic decides to back off a little bit, and guess what? They did just that. Mythic, with the nade, ends up eliminating Regnum Karia, and this is good. My goodness, this is what we've been wanting to see here at a Team Liquid, with all these third parties, with all the awareness, and making sure they collect as many eliminations points as possible.
I gotta say that Flow is going crazy right now on the side there of Team Liquid, and I mean, they've got a beautiful bit of possession down on towards that southern side of zone, but up comes Furia, looking to see if they can find a little bit of the action as well. Zebra Master also not a team to discount just yet. As you can see, Ayala taking a little bit of action here, but let's see what the play now is going to be. Furia just actively moving around, trying to figure out what is going to be that next best approach to take, and well, currently opting for a 2-2 split.
And it could end up working for them, at least in regards to the scouting, especially when this circle pops up. It's going to give them at least some more to work with. And look how much space they're currently controlling too in regards to Furia. They were controlling all of that northeast. Luckily for them, they're going to have 2 players very close to it, Artusin and Kayovsky. They're going to be inside that circle. And now another team that was controlling a lot of area earlier, Team Falcons, they're going to find themselves trying to make a push inside this circle. And how are they going to make that? They're going to have to go over through Smoke Gaming.
Well, let's see if Smoke is going to be posing any danger. Speaking of Smoke, though, we've got a lot of that now being deployed here. As you can see, it's either Smoke Gaming or Falcons just starting to put up as much coverage as they can find. But it's going to be, of course, a little bit of a barrage from the Smoke Gaming side, trying to see if they can maybe find an easy pickup now at the expense of the Falcons.
Yeah, and I think this is when they slow it down a little bit, even though there's a lot of smoke going around. They're trying to feel each other. You can see Kunha there being very close to action, and Icy at least getting some of that information. We do have 2 other players there from Team Falcons that are a little bit further back, trying to get that off angle and see what next Ria players might be doing as well, because that team still has all 3 players alive, and they could definitely end up third-partying this fight. And here comes the push action now, making the push top. Nurse said, making sure that they're within the compound there to back him up. And here goes action. He's going to be able to spot one. No, he's not. That's his teammate. Oh, I don't think he's noticed. I don't think they noticed each other. I don't think they noticed they're right next to each other. And that is crazy, because he ends up working now in the favor a little bit there of Team Falcons. But now Smoke Gaming does realize that they're there. They're going to start eliminating those players. And Smoke Gaming gets away with it, as Team Falcons didn't realize that there was a player from them right next to them.
I mean, what the... What's going on? Smoke Gaming coming out of nowhere, and they do find the finishing blow into the side of the Falcons. I mean, Seven, it looks like Smoke Gaming, they could be opting for a back-to-back play here.
They could. They definitely could. They're going to be down 1 player, but my goodness, when you talk about luck, that is exactly what you want to see about luck. As soon as the Team Falcon players decided to look where the player was, he was already jumping off, so he didn't even have a chance to shoot him. You couldn't ask for anything better, and the aggressiveness here, I'm actually enjoying out of Smoke Gaming, making sure they back up a little bit more on next Ruya, but they need to be careful. You mentioned it earlier, Zebra Master still has 1 player alive, and we know what they've been able to do recently. At least today, Zebra Masters has been on point.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting play indeed to see how this one will go, but now, Smoke trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, right, and figure out where everybody has gone. Team Liquid also keeping it nice and quiet up on the edge. Furia, very, very audible. You can just see all those vehicles moving around, a lot of noise being made, but now it is going to be next Ruya locking in. They've spotted one of the players there from the Smoke Gaming. 1 down, 2 more to go.
They're waiting. They're waiting to see if there's going to be a chance. And guess what? Guess who else was waiting? Smoke Gaming was waiting there. They were able to spot somebody, and they're able to trade. Now, can they pick up their teammate? That's going to be the biggest question mark. And throughout all of this, yes, Smoke Gaming, you were able to eliminate Team Falcons. But guess what? You're going to have Furia coming up behind you, and you need to be careful because they still have all their 4 players alive, and they're looking to control a lot of ground. And I would be surprised if they're looking, I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually looking to third party this fight and get some more of those elimination points.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I mean, you can see slowly that Furia trying to lock in a little bit of something off in the distance there. But it's Sky now, at least for the time being, focusing all the efforts up into the side here of Smoke Gaming. Myth finds a bit of an opportunity, bit of an angle, sneaking up on the ridge. Nenho also taking up a beautiful spot, but it's still a very spread out position we've got here. I mean, no one really has the upper hand.
Yeah, I would think maybe just in regards to numbers, I think Furia has a lot to work with because they're going to be controlling so much of that north. But even then, we've seen what Team Liquid's been able to do, especially for this match. They've been able to just keep on third-partying fights, being able to find the chances, and I think they're going to be looking to do just that now, as they're going to be looking to push the Zebra Master players. He's going to throw down a Molotov, and that's a very good Molotov, and here comes the push. They need to be careful, though. I think they might have exposed themselves a little bit too much there for the Smoke Gaming players, and on top of that, Nextria is going to be able to spot those players there from Team Liquid, and one player from Team Liquid does end up getting eliminated. And there's more getting eliminated too, DK. Oh, this is just turning bad here for Team Liquid, as Furia is just watching them. Like, yeah, just keep it going, boys. Keep on eliminating each other.
We went from a circle into a square of despair. It is just hot, heated action all over the place. I mean, whoever moves out gets spotted by all the other teams. You can see Nextria now trying to find a little something up on the ridge. Team Liquid trying to spread themselves out, trying to cover as much ground. And Furia just maintain an absolute relentless position, and they still have such a dominating presence here.
They do, and the best part is that they haven't had to really do anything. They're currently being able to pick everybody apart, and this is what I was hoping it would start happening. And it's Furia just starting to third party, get those long range fights. They know where these teams are currently fighting. They kind of know where they're setting themselves up to, and they got vehicles. They can cover ground very, very quickly. Furia just needs to make sure that they stay a bit compact, keep on going with those angles, and not overextend yourself, because Nextria and Smoke Gaming can definitely make you pay if they find you exposed.
I mean, especially with the shift now favoring Furia so much, they just got to play this one next level, right? They just got to keep the angles tight, ensure that they've got enough of that coverage to secure the position. Ooh, but that is going to be Augusta finding a beautiful play up into Nextria. 1 down, 2 more to go. But it seems like Nextria will at least be able to get that pickup. But still, they got to cover that ground. The zone is going to be closing in the next few seconds, and this is really going to force their hand.
Yeah, and it's definitely Furia Esports game to lose, because at this point, with the way that they're currently set up, a series of events would have to happen here for this team not to be able to clutch this up. They have this circle, they have the advantage. Smoke Gaming is going to have to push out. Who knows how many Smoke Gaming has right now, because they've been able to have to fight so many teams earlier. And as we're talking about Smoke Gaming, guess what? Nextria trying to peek a little bit there. There was a lot of players dead from Team Liquid, so they could possibly get a little bit more equipment to their name, as you're seeing so many smokes going around. But then Smoke Gaming trying to third party that. Everybody's trying to go for it here. They're not waiting for anything, as you do see the little snake from Smoke Gaming trying to get that off angle on Furia, and I don't think they know that he's there.
Oh, it could be quite a bit of a surprise to come on through. I mean, I'm looking at Nextria's position. There's so many smokes being deployed. It is great to kind of cover up your position, but it also means if you can't see your opponent, it puts you in a bit of a sticky spot, right? Because you can only third-party peek so far. And here we go now. It is going to be Furia starting to light it up. Nextria feeling the heat. Smoke and Gaming also getting caught out in the open as Nenho gets dropped. 2 players left, and this could be the opportunity now for Furia to lock in that winner-winner chicken dinner.
It could be, but I don't think they know that Kunha is currently going to be behind them. If Kunha can get behind this tree, he's going to be able to start picking off people apart. But he needs to be careful, because they've been able to spot him. And guess what? Now that's going to give a heads up to the other team. So whatever surprise he was planning on doing, yes, you knock one player, but the surprise is absolutely gone. And there you go. The one that they were hoping they would get the off angle. ends up going away. It comes down to Myth. Myth is just not going to be able to clutch it. Furia was just too much. Way too much this game, DK, with the way that they were able to control the map, with the way that they were able to third party there towards the end. Well played out of Furia Esports.
Yep, it was the Fast and the Furia just swooping on in, getting their hands on that winner, chicken dinner, and doing so with a very, very impressive performance. I mean, they just asserted their dominance in these last few phases.
They have. I mean, and this is what we want to see out of these teams that might try to make it to the top 8, right? Try to make it to that the main event. They need to have this type of performances. Furia definitely being able to do it. But I mean, other teams were able to perform really well. I feel like with Smo Gaming, what they were able to do against Team Falcons. Jukes, that was a bit of a surprise to me. I actually thought Team Falcons, it was going to be easy, but boy, they got lucky.
I thought they had it for a second, but you know what? I mean, we see teams just desperate at this time. I think a lot of them are realizing that, hey, you know what? Especially with these groups coming up, it's possible that we don't even see this top 8.
Yep.
I mean, it really is. I mean, if the Falcons have put so many points, I'm sure we'll see them there. But for a lot of these squads, we might see them get kicked out. So, I mean, you got to put as many points on the board as you can. You can't let off the gas. And if you see any opportunity, you got to be able to take advantage of it. And I will say, speaking of taking advantage, it's about time we see one of the partnership teams get a chicken dinner here, DK.
I mean, it was about time, right? They got to show us why they made it all the way here. And of course, speaking about showing us, right? I think taking a look at those beautiful highlights could also really help in getting all that info.
This fight right here, man. We were wondering if it was going to happen a third time there. It did end up happening. Enigma Galaxy ended up winning this fight. But then at the end, it just backfired. It backfired for them when they try to make that push. And you know what? I'll make that point again that I wanted to make earlier, but I wasn't able to make it because of all the craziness that was happening within that match. That's still the biggest question mark for Enigma Galaxy. If they do end up having to make that push or crash into a compound, it's usually not favorable. And this right here, it actually almost ended up even backfiring. Their game could have ended earlier than it did.
I hate this for them. I really, really do. I mean, because they're down a player going into this fight. Yeah, they did have a solid finish, right? I think they put in a really good effort towards the end here, especially compared to their other Aaron Gales, because they just didn't even have a chance. But, you know, one thing I alluded to a little early, you know, I don't like this at all because let's just say they put themselves in that 7th, 8th place position towards the last day for their gameplay, right? If you're Team Falcons, if you're one of these teams that's on top of the leaderboards, you have nothing to lose, right? You can decide who you want to play in the main event, right?
Yep.
So if I'm a strategist going into this, I'm telling my teams, we don't want to be near that 7th, 8th place spot because who knows, our last games, they could just literally hot drop us every single game and make sure we don't make it to the top 8. So we have 2 Miramars left. Honestly, for teams like Enigma Galaxy and some of these other major squads that have a lot of potential, you got to make something happen here big time.
Yeah, it's starting to happen more and more too. I mean, we saw it in qualifiers, right? We've also seen it in PMGC when S2G decided to, you know what, Alpha 7, you're not going to be winning anything here in my country. And they decided to target them too as we look at the damage graph. But expanding a little bit more there on what you're kind of hinted at, Jukes, the best thing for Team Falcons is that if they do finish off this day playing really well and they end up within the top 3, coming on day 3, because they're not going to be playing tomorrow since they're in Group A, coming on day 3, they know exactly what they need to do to get at least within those top 8. And that's when that big question mark comes down. That's when those theories come down that you're kind of hinting at is, if I'm Team Falcons, Enigma Galaxy, maybe not able to make it to main event. If I'm able to push them, maybe send them to the lobby a little bit earlier, I would definitely do that.
All right. I mean, because we know what they're capable of for sure. Meanwhile, look at this. Next Ruria coming up big time there. MVP. Beautifully done right there. 5 eliminations, 800 damage. I mean, we're just seeing some absolute frag monsters coming up here, DK.
I mean, kind of ultra, going ultra and above, just pushing on in. You just gotta love this whole performance that we had for I mean, the Sirangle, it was just so hot. It was just so intense. And if I'm seeing it right, it looks like they already played with a 3-piece. Right, that's what we see showing there. But so, I mean, that is a pretty crazy play, though. And I mean, look at these elims, though.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Okay.
Good to see Coop still up there top as well. No surprise there. Mythic, though, from Team Liquid leading the charge so far with 11.
That's what I was actually saying. Wow, because I'm not surprised Team Falcon has some players up there next Ria with Ultra with the 10 eliminations, but Mythic, I mean, we just saw Team Liquid actually starting to put up those good matches. Team Liquid has been able to get good eliminations here and there, but for Mythic, this is great.
Beautiful. Let's take a look at the match ranking and see where everybody lines up here at the end of this one. Furia getting it done with 17 points. And looking down the line, yeah, as a 3-man, to be able to put up that kind of performance is pretty crazy here. It's Navi down with 3 points as well, going all the way down the line. And man, we're starting to see some of the same teams struggle every single game. And Xavier just getting taken out in Erangel. That's got to hurt big time, Seven.
Yeah, if I'm DX going into the next Miramars, I'm looking to not hot drop. You know what? I got my ego checked already as we look at the overall ranking here. Team Falcons there at the top with 48 points. Master has been playing so well. And I mean, if this 3 teams right at the top continue to perform really well, it's going to put the pressure on the teams that are going to be coming into tomorrow playing. But going back to what we're kind of talking about there earlier, DK, if you're looking at Mythic, right? If you're looking at Team Liquid, if you're looking now at Team Falcons, how are you looking to finish off this day? Considering that they're going to be sitting themselves out, you're going to be looking for those wins, or you're going to be looking for consistency?
Well, you got to look for, I think, a consistent win, though, right?
Yes.
That would be the best way to go, but it's going to be up to what the rest of the lobby will be bringing to the battlefield, because, I mean, you can try your heart out to get a winner with a chicken dinner. If the rest of the lobby says no, then it's good luck to you, because it's a pretty tough lobby. But I think moving into Miramar, it is going to definitely provide the teams with that opportunity to try and maybe crack open a whole different can of worms that we've not yet seen over on Erangel here, Jukes.
Yeah, it's totally possible. I think this is a big opportunity for teams to really mix things up and just really come back strong. And honestly, I'm looking at those teams on the bottom of the leaderboards here for these last 2 games. Like, it's really time to put up or shut up. Your tournament life, I think, really depends on these next 2 games. You have to make some major points, because we got more teams coming in, and there are no teams to shake your head at. That's for sure, Seven.
Wait, remind me. Vampire Esports.
Boom.
What Esports? Fireflux, All Glory Gaming, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Hooray Esports, which they've been playing in the qualifier, and we already seen what the qualifier teams have been able to do. And on top of that, they get to watch VODs of this team's playing. And then on top of that, you have Death Wolves. So, yeah, if you think it's going to get easier, it's not going to get easier.
That's for sure. I mean, especially the way we've seen some of these qualifying teams play. I mean, we might see even Death Wolves come out strong tomorrow. Anything can happen. That's why you don't want to leave anything up to chance. That's why I'm so surprised that we've seen so many hot drops here, DK.
I mean, you just gotta keep on ripping it out, right? Hot drops eventually, hopefully, will change into something good. I don't quite know about the hot drops that we were seeing consistently between Xavier and Enigma Galaxy. That's kind of in limbo for the time being, but hopefully we'll see some good action, some good plays coming through now. And I think rightly so, right? You got to try and set yourself up before we get into tomorrow's games, because some of that is going to be outside of your control.
Yeah. With that said, you know what? I kind of want to put us on the spot here, and I'll go first. Do we think Xavier is going to end up in some kind of hot drop here in any of the last 2 matches in Miramar? Maybe.
Okay, I will say maybe, but they have to make sure it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? It's totally possible, but if they even get the if I'm on one of their IGLs right now, and if I even get the itch that we can get hit, we got to leave. We got to leave right now. Let's go somewhere else. And speaking of let's go on over to the main stage for an awesome interview.
I am with Kayovsky, the player for Furia team that just won a chicken dinner. Welcome, Kayovsky. I'm going to ask him in Portuguese, and after that, I'm going to translate to you guys. Os 3 mapas em Erangel, vocês só conseguiram um chicken dinner. E aí eu quero saber o que vocês estavam lutando, o que era mais difícil para vocês, que vocês não estavam conseguindo encaixar o jogo nesse mapa.
Bom, as primeiras partidas a gente diagnosticou que a gente estava muito tempo no luteando dentro do gás. E a gente, consequentemente, bateu umas trocações também que a gente não poderia ter trocado naquele momento. E nessa última partida a gente sentou ali, conversou a respeito e encaixamos o jogo e conseguimos trazer essa winner aí.
Okay, so I have asked him the 3 first matches on Erangel map. they only got one chicken dinner. So I asked him what the team struggled the most in the map. So he said about some positions, some safe zones, but they did the reset with the team. They talk a lot with the team players and with the coach, and they finally got the chicken dinner on the Erangel map. So my next question is, a gente viu muitas coisas, vocês muitas vezes no final de safe de muitos mapas. E aí eu quero entender o que estava faltando para conseguir encaixar o endgame.
Bom, era dar uma respirada um pouquinho mais ali. A gente chegou, igual eu falei, a gente chegou tomando gás, miado, e a gente chegou, respirou, pensou melhor do que a gente deveria ter feito, e agora a gente encaixou, graças a Deus, é isso.
Okay, my last question was, we have seen many times Furia team in the last safe zone, but they couldn't secure the end game. So why was that happening in a row? And he said the same thing. It's like we had to talk. We're not comfortable in some safe zones. We are getting a lot of damage in the last safe zone, and that mess it up with our team confidence, and that's okay. That's really happened. Thank you so much for the interview. Muito obrigada pela entrevista. Yeah. And that's it, guys.
And we're back there. Awesome interview there. Always good to hear the players' perspectives here, Seven. Last two matches coming up here. And guys, make sure you go, of course, check out this new update. It is just awesome. So many different options. Treasure lies where the fun begins. Ugh, bro.
I like the portal thing, by the way. I just have to mention that. The portal thing is nice.
Dude, that's where it's so fun. I mean, to be able to go ahead and just drop those portals, just boom, zoom across the map. Yep. I love it. I love it. So definitely go check it out today if you haven't already. DK, last two Miramars coming up, all right? We talked about some hot drop situations. What team in particular do you really want to see come out strong here in the last two Miramars?
I'm not going to be biased, but maybe I'll be a little bit biased. I'd say Nigma Galaxy, right? I want to see a play, right? I mean, it's from my home region, so I'm curious to see a strong performance come through from there. And so I'm going to be looking at Nigma. I want to see what they can bring out onto the desert field.
All right, since we're going biased, hold on, let me get this defibrillator ready. Come on in, Hyper. Where you at?
Let's see it happen. Ed Hyper is another team for sure. One other team I'm going to go ahead and pick is I'm going to go with Na'Vi. You know, Na'Vi have been kind of hit and miss a little bit lately. We know what they're capable of. I think that we need to see a little bit of consistency from them here in the last two games. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Regnum Karya too. There's so many teams, man. Like
so many teams, right?
PMGO is so good.
Oh, so good. Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
raise the flag, flag. Magic in the lamp can't tie me down. We're living fast, fast. Baby, even if we crash, crash. You gas me up when
Here we go. The first Miramar of the day. Miramar. Let's get it going here as we're heading on into the 5th match of the day. And this is a very important one here, DK, because we got a beautiful playing path. There's no excuses. It's time to put up or shut up. These are some of those championship games, I think, for a lot of these players.
Yeah, you got to dust off those barrels, clean your shoes, and get ready to head straight down into the desert. Get it cooking. And I mean, I agree with you, right? It's down to this game to see kind of who's going to be making it up, at least into the top 8 for today, right? Tomorrow, I think it might become a little bit more challenging, seeing that we've got an additional 8 teams that will be joining out towards the battlefield. So yeah, I think we're almost at that make or break, at least for these 2 groups that, with today's points.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to be tough because I just hope that none of these teams are confident with their place on the leaderboards right now, because some of the teams that are going to be sitting out tomorrow, they're going to go from being, chilling in, 5th, 6th place, or maybe even 4th place right now, and then all of a sudden they're in 12th, So not a position you want to put yourself in. So you want to get as many points on the board as possible. I'm looking at the map. I don't think I see any hot drops. A southern circle. This is going to be tough for these teams.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a first come, first serve, especially seeing that we're heading further down in towards Chumacera, Minas del Valle. Anything that you can kind of get set up ahead of the competition there could definitely pay quite a bit of dividends moving into those later few phases. But who knows, right? The zone, we know where it is, but there's no clear indication as to where it could go, because who knows? It could even still pull up further, right? It could go all the way back into Picado or even into Los Leones.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Totally possible. It can definitely head in pretty much any direction. The thing about that's tough about the south side of this map is that they're so terrainous that it's pretty difficult to navigate through. So a lot of teams usually opt to try and, head that rotation, maybe try to drive down to that hard shift side as fast as possible. Look who we got going up against each other, though. Are you kidding me?
I mean, 3 rounds wasn't enough, right?
Keep it going.
Yeah, might as well just follow through all the way to the end of the day. Well, you got to give it to these 2 teams, right? DX and Nigma, consistent as heck.
Something had to happen. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody had a conversation they didn't like. Maybe, I don't know, Coop stole the last snack from one of the players from, D Xavier, because this is just getting insane. These guys are just hard set on making their lives that much more difficult, because I guarantee you, if this keeps up, I mean, it's not just one team that can go home. Both these squads can go home.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, right? So, I mean, as fun as hot dropping is, at some point you gotta glance towards that leaderboard, because, as we've said many times already today, only the top 8 teams will be progressing forward into that main event. So the higher you try and qualify already off of the first day, the higher probability you have of actually making it to there. Because, I mean, if you leave it up to tomorrow or the day thereafter, depending on which group you're playing, it's going to be hot and sweaty.
Oh, and, not to mention, considering the way this prize pool is laid out, the big money is coming up in the main tournament. You know what I'm saying? So these teams that have done so well here at the start, I'm looking at you, Team Falcons, Smoke, Zebra Masters, all these squads here, especially in that kind of like top 3 range, they will have so many points that they can do whatever they want, because there's not right now, there's no difference between second or first. You really want to just get into top 8. So if you're secure, and if I'm seeing a team like, Nigma Galaxy, who, if these guys get hot, they can really destroy this lobby, right? If they're sitting in that 7th, 8th, or 9th position like they are right now towards the end of the tournament, heck, I'm going to go like, hey, let's go ahead and make them a nice little visit at their drop location and, shut down their chances of, shut down us having to be able to deal with them in the main event coming up.
I mean, because if you look at the law of averages, right, realistically, the top 3 from each group could have a really good chance of making it through, right? Just based on points. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty tough play. And I mean, for Nigma, for DX, we know that they are super, super capable, right? There's no reason for them not to sit up in that top 8. Well, we can say that for everybody in this lobby, essentially, but you got to step it up, right? You got to go to the hardware store, go get a bag of cement, and then just solidify your position at least at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, the way to do that is by avoiding hot drops at all costs right here. You can see Enigma Galaxy have their eyes just on the prize right now, just making things so much more difficult. Every single shot, every single second that the Xavier have to waste just trying to, you know, get a vehicle, try to get their way to safety, it just really cripples their overall gameplay here. Look at this. Here comes the rotation. They have to know who this is. I mean, they are hunting them down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's if it's personal or something. It's like,
Yeah,
you know what?
Yeah,
You
like,
dropped out
this
of
is
game
crazy.
1. We gotta get you. So yeah, at some point there needs to be some kind of resolution between these two teams. I would really like it if we saw either of them disengage and get themselves relocated back into wood zone, because looking at how Nigma currently is situated, there is a good option, a really comfortable rotational pathway for them to make that breakaway and get towards that far southern side even. But yeah, it's going to come down to whether or not that is actually the way they're looking to play it out.
Let's see what the play is. You can see these players from Enigma Galaxy just trying to find some angles. You can see Proof looking to find that buggy, and he's gonna get it. So he's gonna go. He's got his buggy locked and loaded. He kept it nice and safe. And I think eventually they got to give this up. Yeah, it looks like maybe that's what they're finally starting to do. So here goes the rest of D Xavier, looking to group up with their team and finally head on over to the next zone.
Yeah, good call. Both teams still walking out of here with a full piece. So yeah, nothing too drastic has happened here just yet. Royals of War, also curious to see what their performance is going to be doing. I mean, you got to give it to them. They've been having a really good run so far today. 27 points on board. They're a little bit away from top 3, but they could definitely look to close that gap just coming out of the back of this match. But Virtus Pro, like, I wonder what's been cooking on their end today. Only 3 points in total across 5 matches.
Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, it's going to take a massive game, a massive 2 games here at the end if they want to stand a chance here at top 8, because we're going to see some teams run away with it. I mean, anything could still happen if you think about it, right? There's not enough matches to really, you know, prove such a lead that it's impossible to catch. I mean, even for a team, you know, like VP all the way down in 16th, let's say they get a 10 elimination chicken dinner here, right? That'll put them all the way up to like almost 8th place, just like that.
Yeah, and then they just got to clean up come game 6. So I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be. I mean, yesterday, I say yesterday, but in day 3 of the qualifiers, we did see such a drastic shift coming into game 5 and 6, right? So we know definitely a team like the Zebra Masters, they have the capability, but looking at their current positioning, there's no real need for that. I think it would be more just for bragging rights at this point if they were to look to play something like that. But the teams slower down that board, they definitely got to lock it in. I mean, DX, N-Hyper, Insanity, Vortas, this is their opportunity to go get those ladders and start climbing.
This is a huge opportunity though for some of the teams here at the bottom. You got Insanity, who went to that hard shift side, real heads up, nice and early, so they're very centered up in a very dominant position in this circle. You got Victus Pro as well, not in a bad spot. Na'Vi coming in from that edge. Meanwhile, you got Enigma Galaxy, because they stayed so long up north, are going to be coming down late again. So we'll be interested to see how they decide to play that. But you know what? A nice couple hard shifts down will definitely mix things up for sure.
Oh yes, Extria, as we saw, they also still having to cover a bit of ground, but I'm curious to see what Na'Vi is going to be doing just there on the edge of zone. They've just managed to dip their toes in. They spot a little bit of that Virtus Pro. The shots now flying in as Gonzo gets right down to it. 9Z also going to be pushing up from a slightly more northern angle, but it seems like Na'Vi, they're going to be favoring the high ground.
Okay, yeah, you gotta go for that high ground, especially in a map like Miramar. You want to be able to be set up, get as much vision as possible, because the zone could go in any direction still. So if you get that high ground, you get a good lay of the land, you'll be able to set up, know, all right, if the zone goes this way, we're gonna head in this direction, we're gonna take this path, everything. So it's all about intel here, especially at stage 2.
Yeah, especially also then looking at kind of the position that Virtus.pro now find themselves in. There's quite a few angles that they could actually try and utilize to their advantage, but it's all going to come down to how well they can adopt these angles, because we can see just so many teams continuously moving closer and closer. I mean, even Ragnum Karya just holding up on that ridge line could play such a powerful position down on towards Virtus.pro.
Yeah, very odd position to take, especially with so much land. I mean, to take one of those just bottom little houses, it's going to be very difficult to hold. So I wonder, maybe they're just trying to get a couple of extra pieces of loot or something, because they know of the war that's going to be coming up ahead. Meanwhile, Smoke's done a great job so far. They're currently sitting in 3rd place, 32 points. They played very, very well. And I expect a lot from this team. Insanity, we saw them, from what I remember, during the qualifiers, they started off rough, right? Yeah, Insanity they lost the first 2 games with like only 1 point, and then popped off towards the end and were able to qualify, right? So we've seen them do it before, but this is a totally different caliber of lobby here, DK. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to take quite a bit of commitment from their end if they're going to be looking to pull off, you know, a big comeback coming through into this. And I mean, they need to find something, because they're not looking too great with regards to those points. So it's going to be a tough decision to make. And I mean, looking at what we've got coming through on this map, right? There's one team that's currently missing on this in this picture, and it's Xavier, right? They still all the way up north.
Ugh, they're gonna have to come on the edge. And you know what? I will say, like, during some of the earlier stages, right? That strategy isn't so bad, because usually teams that are weaker or a little bit more nervous, you'll kind of see them playing, you know, hugging that blue zone in stage 3. But this is the global open, you know, the prelims. Every single one of these teams can make it happen. So that, you know, trying to, you know, hop out on through the circle at the last second, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see what strategies they are coming up with at this point. But well, in Hyper though, they've caught a wind of a little bit of that Zebra Master action, finding the first confirmation. Now there's a knock up ahead, and then there's only 2 left, right? So in Hyper definitely in a strong position. Our first elimination, of course, going over to Capri's there. Up comes DX, just rolling on up. Are they going to stop by, or are they just going to keep on going?
Full hard send right onto Zebra Master, and it's a great pickup, because now they only have 2 players, so this could be an easy 2 points. Fortune sometimes favors the bold, and you want to do a full send onto a building. It just so happens they picked the right one.
Yeah, good choice. I mean, this could be some easy claps up on the side here of Xavier. But let's see whether or not Zebra Master is going to allow any of that to happen. Or I mean, Zebra, they've been looking pretty strong today, so this might be quite a bit of a challenge.
What to say? Don't get lazy though. Don't get lazy. You have the numbers advantage. Don't just run into a building by yourself. Oh, and he is so lucky he made out of there safe, because that could have been an instant knock and thirst. But unfortunately for Zebra Master, that play wasn't able to happen. But they're still not going down. They're not just laying down. They're going out with a fight here. DBSs are out, but that there is going to finish them off. So Zebra Master eliminated there in 16th place.
It's looking good. It's looking good. But of course, Xavier not out of the woods, right? Because Team Liquid now pushing up, and Hyper knocking on the door. So, yeah, they have to now just keep rolling with the punches, because, I mean, we were talking about them needing points. This is the opportunity for them now to secure an insane amount of eliminations.
And boy, dude, can they use them, that's for sure. You can start seeing the Xavier, starting to put on that work onto N-Hyper. N-Hyper down to just 2 players. And their backup was against the wall here. It looks very, very familiar to what we saw earlier. Meanwhile, you got Team Liquid right there on the edge. It's definitely not something to shake your head at. But Ayala might just leave this, because the zone has shifted. I wonder if he's going to call his team to try to gatekeep and get into this fight here, or prioritize circle.
I mean, looking at the position here, I think the gatekeep would make a little bit more sense. But I mean, Ayala, it doesn't seem like they can resist temptation, right? Up comes the hit. They do find Capri's 1 down. Ooh, but the elimination gets stolen by Xavier.
The Xavier said, I'll take that all day long. Thank you, Ayala. Said do a check later. That was nice. And Ayala's got that mini out. He's going to see this rotation coming. Now he knows he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to take some shots down range, trying to play it safe. Ooh, get beat up a little bit. You can just see him. He instantly turned towards that car. He's like, uh-oh, did I make a mistake? Oh, tries to go for the knock, and he gets one. Gonna go for the quick thirst. Gets it. Huge point here. Now here comes the rest of Team Liquid to come help out their teammate.
Well, so far it does seem like Ayala's been really holding strong. But now Persian, Levi's also going to be looking for a way to either get the jump in on Hyper, or I don't know, they're going to have to try and roll up. Ooh! Hyper bouncing back though.
The Xavier in huge trouble here. They're going to need to make something happen in the last game. Maybe we could just see a good finish here from Levis will be huge. If he can make a crazy comeback play, that's usually one of those moments that will just hype your team up and take them to another level. Can he get this knock though? FS pops out, gun switch. Oh my gosh, gets it done with the mini. Wow, what a shot.
Insanity, dude. I mean, this is just so hot and heated. Now, speaking of which, though, there's going to be Falcons also going up alongside Next Ruya here. As you can see, Next Ruya, they're trying to find that play. Down to a 3-piece. Coops, though, with a quick nade. Also then all the way across the way up into even more plays. But now, Falcons, they gotta hunt it down. Next Ruya just barely on the edge. And look at this. Virtus Pro now just getting absolutely bullied here by the side there of Nigma Galaxy.
Oh boy, and here we go. We're starting to see Team Liquid hop in that monster truck. Not doing too good. Here comes Frozen, looking to finish him off. Trying to duck because he's getting shot from all over the place. That molly does look good though. Yeah, forces him away from the vehicle, gets the knock, and able to secure that finish before getting knocked himself.
Yeah, good follow-up, good follow-through. Oh, Nigma. Oh, Navi getting a bit of a bite out of the pie there.
Nice angle.
See whether or not Coops and Lords could potentially make up. But, I mean, Navi, they just got such a controlling position over that of Nigma.
Yeah, and you can just see Nigma Galaxy, both Nigma Galaxy and D Xavier just seem to be kind of one step behind the rest. And that could be kind of like a, that I could see that easily being a result of those hot drops. You know, because you're stuck, you know, playing so still for so long, it kind of gets your head in a different space. And then when it comes time to really ramp things up, you could be just one step behind the rest of these teams that have been playing a normal game, warmed up, ready to go. And I think that's what we're seeing there, because D Xavier from that last push, they kind of looked a little bit out of sync, and they just fell apart.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on the whole hot drop topic. I mean, doing it once, it's good, it's fine, you get out of your system. But continuously staying there, you kind of bring something else into your play style, at least for that moment there. And I mean, Coops, as capable as Coops is, this is going to be a very, very difficult play to pull off.
100%, especially, you know, hot dropping 4 games on one of the only couple days that you're going to be playing at. Coops driving on in, trying to find a shack or something, forced to pop out the vehicle, and it's not looking good. This nade from Wild, will it hit? Nope. It sure doesn't. Almost looked like it did with that heal, but Coops standing up, ready to get some shots down the range, but a beautiful headshot there from Wild. It's going to take him out.
Yeah, well done, well played though. I mean, you got to give it up to Regnum Karya. Phenomenal, just a bit of cleanup there. You know, found a straggler and swiftly dealt with it. Unfortunately, it was at the expense of Nigma Galaxy. But now, well, the rest of the teams, right? We are down to our top 10 to see who's going to be clutching our very first Murmur of the prelims. Navi, they're starting to prowl. They're starting to just clear the area, looking for a little bit of action. They still have a full 4-piece up.
Let's see what they decide to do here. As they're starting to go around. Oh, we got that M24, baby, coming on out. Some bolt action. Marlon, once again, I mean, this is the man with the plan when it comes to the bolt action. You can see him very comfortable with it. He could definitely put in that work. It's a nice little headshot. That's going to mess up some of the gear there from Navi. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. As
Quite a bit of-
we hit the calm before the storm here at stage 5.
Yeah, hopefully that calm isn't going to last all too much longer. Marlon now just scanning the horizon, looking for any pixels out of place. In the meanwhile, Falcons starting to dip their toes up in towards the zone. Nenebere Nunez also trying to find a bit of a foothold here. It is going to be Action taking quite a bit of damage, but a quick swing around coming through. As we saw Falcons, just such a reaction here. We're going to say goodbye to Nenebete though. Down they go. It's now up to Nunez. And oh, this is again turning into a very difficult position now for Inco to make anything happen.
100%. Let's see what Inco's going to do. Nunez, just right there on the edge. Last player up in 10th place in a really tough spot. Na'Vi starting to have a little bit of that comeback, right? 3 eliminations so far. They've shown that they could start off strong with those eliminations, but they seem to kind of taper off towards that mid-end game. So let's see if they can hold on here and get those much-needed points on the board. As this next zone is going to be a huge deciding factor. Who's going to have the advantage? Let's see where it decides to go. Will it center up? And it does. Pretty much dead center here.
I mean, so Ragnum Karya, they are definitely going to be smiling about this current positioning because they can just try and get it under lockdown and, I mean, just cover all the possible angles. But it's still going to be a little bit of contention. As you can see up towards north here, Team Liquid also down to a solo. So not quite sure if they are going to be able to play the best game of hide and seek that they've played for a while, or whether or not we are going to be seeing Next Roya potentially pick up a few more items. Next Roya, though, they've been backing it in, right? 6 eliminations already, leading with the aggression so far on this map.
Yes, they have been. They've been putting in that work. They could show that Miramar is their map of choice. Frozen, lying down, just trying to get a little bit of intel here. He is on the edge of that circle, so they do have to press up in a second. But right now, he's just trying to wait for that perfect timing. He has 2 minutes on the clock to be able to decide which way they want to decide to get into this next zone. Rules of War aren't moving a muscle, though. They are very, very content with where they're at, though. They might get into it with Team Falcons if they're not careful. But I think that the Falcons have to try to take this hill first.
But I think it also depends on how good of a position Royals of War's compound is going to be coming into this next zone shift. So if it's a good spot, you can almost be guaranteed that the Falcons are going to try and maybe take a bit of possession there. In the meanwhile, they are going to be looking all across the way up north. Things have quieted down. Smoke Gaming now starting to pick up a little bit of pace as they come through over on towards the southern edge here. Now finding a bit of an opportunity over on towards Na'Vi. AXA getting picked up. 3P still holding steady up on the hill. Let's see if they can defend these angles because, I mean, Smoke, they've been cooking up quite a bit of a storm here today.
Oh, yes, they have. They know exactly what to do. They've been putting in that work all day long. That's why we see them currently in 4th place. But at the end of the day, with knowing what's coming in the different groups, they have to know that this is not enough, right? We got to still put up some big points on the board. They have all 4 up, a good position on the south side. This is a huge opportunity for them to put some more, a little bit more of a gap between them and the rest of these teams that are going to be coming up here soon.
Let's see if those gaps are going to be playing in their favor now. Falcons, oh, they're starting to rotate. Starting to get a little bit of something going here, but I like this preemptive play coming through from Royals of War, right? They anticipated that something could be coming, and they've already kind of gotten themselves into more coverage in anticipation of a play just over the horizon. Meanwhile, Nunez from Inco just sneaking on up, right? Trying to see if they can find something into the side of Insanity.
Oh, I think he just got sniped too, real quick. And the gun swap, beautifully done there from Silence. And that is going to be the end of Inco. Oh, a couple nice headshots as well. Man, this mini has just proven to be an absolute dominant force. I remember right after PMWI, we saw Vampire. It was Tony K just shred with this thing. It's just become such a mainstay here in PUBG Mobile Esports.
I mean, it's a skill, right? It is such a skill. Speaking of skill, though, Adrian also finding themselves a little bit of that frozen action, but the nades from Keen, though, reaches in. Oh, a little bit of repayment. Oh, I mean, Furia Now definitely trying to make up for a little bit of that lost time. I mean, they are so close to just cracking this whole position wide open and solidifying themselves at least into the top 8 for today.
Let's see if they can do it. Kowalski with the beautiful lay down there. Finally just finds the right opportunity and gets the knock. Now it's time to bust out those smokes. Try to get those reses quicker rather than later. He only has 10 seconds on the clock. You can see the rest of his teammates desperately trying to crawl to him because you know that this zone is going to start coming in. It's going to come in hot. He may have enough time to maybe get one up. The other person's going to have to crawl even further. But luckily for them, I don't see anybody in their vicinity that has eyes on them, so they might be able to get at least a couple players up. Let's see if they can, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty crazy one, though. As you can see, everybody now starting to converge down towards this next zone shift. Navi starting to push on through. Are they gonna maybe go for the jump in on towards Furia? As you can see Furia, they're picking it up. They're almost back onto a full squad. In the meanwhile, Falcons, they're gonna be having their hand over on towards Royals of War.
With this zone coming in so quickly, I'm surprised they went for it. But Furious is now. We need to win this game. We need massive points. Navi doesn't notice them. So they're able to get the full reses. We start seeing those shots come on out. Meanwhile, Team Falcons are trying to press the issue as well. But look at this. Furia starting to make that push. And they're going to have to do it wide out in the open.
Ooh.
Here they go.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, so far they've been able to turn this against the side of Navi. Definitely finding those pickups along the way. Royals of War not going to be happy about that, but a quick response though.
Beautiful knock. The thing about those tires in that area is that, you know, if a player's shooting from that direction, you got to know exactly where they're at. And yeah, Navi end up going down. That's going to be a tough one for them. And Furia lose one player. They still have 3 up as Regnum Karya are looking down in the direction as well. Team Falcons go down. So now this is a big opportunity for these 4th, 5th, and 6th place team to move on their way up. And I said it before, right? Insanity is still up with the whole squad, but eyes are locked on them right now. They're in trouble.
Yep. Here comes the heat. Regnum Karya just laying into them, and with that, numbers.
Oh my goodness!
Dwindle, an absolute sweep coming through.
Regnum Karya spotted them perfectly. He was so patient, waiting, and then at the right time, Silas said, "Okay, time to shut him down."
I mean, phenomenal timing coming through here from Silas, and I mean, Regnum Karya still rocking a full squad. They've got 5 eliminations up. Things are looking up, and I mean, they've made it all the way up in towards the top 4. I'm curious to see how the Royals of War are going to be looking to play this one, because the pacing, again, this time around, just looking so strong on both Royals of War and that it's on the coming through from the side of Furia.
100%. Let's see what they have to do as Royals of War currently hiding behind the tractor. Maki really, man, this guy's deadly with that Mini 14. Here he goes with a couple shots, gets a couple, and gets the knock. Go for the reloads, gonna get that finish, but says, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and keep my eyes on the prize up here and start to put a little bit more punishment here onto Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya are in big trouble because every single squad's looking at them right now.
Yep, positional speaking, yes, they do find themselves in a very sticky spot. I mean, Royals of War now having the odds kind of turn in their favor, as they're now up to a 35% chance of getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner for this play. Though it was Regnum Karya holding nice and steady as they do find the plays up in towards Rivas. Is now going to be up on towards Colgate. And of course, Aragon to see if they can hold true, pull the name forward, and well, defend the honor of the Royals of War as the shots continue to fly in.
Aragon had to hit the floor real quick because Smoke was looking right at him from that other angle. Meanwhile, you know, trying to go ahead and get that nade going. Looks good. Ooh, hits the truck. He's about the toes. He does! And goodbye. Threading the needle right through those tires. And here we go. It's a top 2 situation. Smoke looking to go up against Royals of War. Smoke have all the real estate. Royals of War completely jam-packed. Is there any utility left from Smoke? If they got it, they got to start throwing it now.
They definitely have to get going with that play. But I mean, this could potentially be Whales of War looking for their first winner chicken dinner of the day. As we know, Smoke, they've already gotten a bit of that action cooking, but let's see how this play is going to pan out. Smoke already sitting up on 11 eliminations. So they do seem to have quite a bit of a presence here. Whales of War not far behind them. But as you've said, right, position is going to be absolutely essential in this last phase.
Smoke had the ridge line, but Whales of War have done a great job of being able to just apply that pressure, but it was only a matter of time. More time went on. Smoke with that hill just got it done. So, wow. A massive, massive game there from Smoke Gaming. And, man, right at the right time, too. Right at the right time. I mean, with this kind of performances, we'll see these guys in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's their second chicken of the day, so they are definitely making the prelims their own, as they are just looking so confident, so comfortable, and of course, packing so much heat out on the battlefield.
14 elimination chicken dinner as well. I mean, these guys are flexing. They're feeling good. Look at that. Mint said, hey, check out the name, baby. I'm ready to get on into the finals and collect some of that big price pool coming on up here. As now we're going to go ahead and bring back Seven. I know you were watching the game, brother. What you think about that one?
First of all, let me talk about Smoke. They did the exact same thing that they did earlier when they first got their chicken dinner, and that is pretty much just wait for the right time. Let all the other teams fight it out, and when it's the right time to strike, they went for it. And also, Ringnam, Karya, Silas, the trigger discipline that man has, I would have shot so many times and just absolutely exposed myself, and he waited for the right time and was able to clutch up a lot of good eliminations for his team.
Oh, that was brutal on the side of Team Insanity, right? They had a really good position in the zone, but they just didn't account for Silas in the back, just like a snake in the dirt, right? Ready to strike. And oh boy, did he, DK.
Oh man, it's so difficult to fault, right? I mean, the commitment is just there, the aggression is just there, and we keep on seeing surprise after surprise. But you got to give it up though to Team Liquid, also finding some pretty impressive plays that we've been seeing, at least in this Murmur. But at the end of the day, Smoke, they would just smoke in this lobby.
Oh boy, poof, goodbye. Right, speaking of poof, Seven. The fourth hot drop in a row.
Yes.
Enigma Galaxy and D Xavier. I mean, what are your thoughts?
It was fun at the start. I'm along the lines of what DK was saying first. Okay, the first one, you know what? Get it out of your system. Second one, okay, maybe they're just trying to establish. Third one, all right, now you guys are pushing. The fourth one, it's not even Erangel, buddy. It's not even Pachinki. It's now Miramar. You didn't even have to do that, considering where these teams are currently at within the leaderboard, and considering that these teams, especially, I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy, they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to have a day to break, so maybe they have a bit of a leeway, but the Xavier, they are going to be playing tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be their final day of the prelims. They need to make sure they start performing. To be fair, though, for DX, they were at least able to save face a little bit by getting those 5 elimination points.
That's going to be tough, though. I mean, when you know that you're not going to be able to play the last days, you just have to hope that your points hold on. This is worst case scenario right now. I think if you're D Xavier, you have no choice. You have to leave. You have to leave them alone, and you have to have a monster last game. And even then, it could not be enough. I mean, yeah, we have more matches coming up here in future dates, but especially when you leave teams knowing exactly how many points they need to pass you, you have to account for that, right, TK?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you have to, because at the end of the day, these teams are playing for a spot in the top 8, right? You gotta break up that fight. DX, Nigma, it's done now, right? It's done. It's been fun, but now we gotta see someone hunker down, because as you said, right, DX, they're gonna be playing tomorrow. They're not gonna be playing in the last day, so Nigma could potentially play a major upset coming through into that. But of course, when we're talking about upsets, I mean, Smoke Gaming, right? Jukes, they've just been playing such an upset here today.
They've been crushing it. 2 chicken dinners on the day. Look at this. Ninho with 7 eliminations in this one. Look at that. Just tapping away from long range, keeping those peaks nice and tight. And man, that is how you get it done there, Seven.
Yeah, it is. And to be fair, Brazil overall, all the Brazilian teams, what's that now? 4? As we're going to be going into an interview?
Dinner winner from Smoking Game we have here. Smoking? Yes? Okay. How did you specifically prepare yourself for the prelims stage? Because you were the MVP for this last match. Quero saber como é que você se preparou, a sua preparação pessoal aqui para a fase preliminar, porque de fato você foi o MVP aí para essa partida e sete eliminações de 14 estavam nas suas mãos.
Minha preparação foi muito foco, né? Tipo, principalmente foco, porque eu não sou só o fragger do time, eu sou o capitão e o IGL. Então, minha preparação sempre é abrindo o mapa, focando em posições, e, tipo, mover meu time, não tô focando em kill. Graças a Deus fui MVP da partida, um bom resultado, mas minha preparação não é para isso não. Minha preparação é para mover minha equipe e ir bem com a minha equipe. Eu não foco em kill mais.
Okay. He said he's not focused on kills. That's funny because he got 7 eliminations, but he always keep on mind that he needs to lead his team because he's the captain of the team. So he's open the map and lead the team throughout the whole match. What is the greatest strength of your team? Eu quero saber qual que é a melhor coisa sobre o seu time.
Melhor coisa, a lealdade, a confiança. Todo dia aumentando muito a nossa confiança, lealdade, entrosamento entre a equipe e confiança, mano, principalmente. É a chave da parada. Confiar na cal, todo mundo comunicando certinho, é isso.
Awesome. He said the loyalty of their team definitely is one of the strength for a smoking team, and also they are very confident. They trust each other, and this is one of the most important thing for the team right now. And that's explained the double chicken dinner they had today. And for us to finish right now, what team do you think is the biggest enemy for you guys? Qual que é o time, assim, que é o maior inimigo de vocês agora na competição?
Logicamente é Team Falcons, que é provavelmente quem tá liderando, que é meus ídolos, eu sou super fã dos caras. Então é Team Falcons, Fúria, Team Liquid, os brasileiros aqui também são muito fortes, não deixa de desejar. E é isso, última palavrinha aqui, ó, a gente é iluminado, ó, o cara lá de cima escreveu, viu? É nóis.
Wonderful. He said Team Falcons for sure is one of the biggest enemy, but also the Brazilian teams are fighting against them, of course, so they probably are one of the biggest enemy for smoking game right now. Thank you so much for the interview. Muito obrigado pela entrevista.
Obrigado a quem tá assistindo. Valeu.
Oh boy, let's take a look here at the overall standings. We heard it from the man himself, Smoke Gaming there, going all the way to the top, moving themselves into first place, dethroning Team Falcons. But he did say the team that he is worrying about the most right now is the Falcons here, Seven.
They are, and I mean, as they should be, because they're not within the same group. Smoke Gaming is going to be playing tomorrow. Falcons going to get a chance to sit out. But for Smoke Gaming, I mean, what a Cinderella story for this team. A bunch of misfits from Brazil that have been playing for a very long time, as I was saying earlier, and for them to be trying to surprise here, and they are surprising in a very big way by getting those 2 chicken dinners now. I'm impressed, man. I kind of want to continue to see more out of this team because they're just playing it so well when it comes down to the end of the matches when they get a chicken dinner.
100%. I mean, with the amount of points they have right now, they're looking very, very good here, DK. And considering that they're not going to be able to play the last days, I mean, I still think that they want to be able to have a good game here in this last Miramar because they need a huge point buffer if they don't want to get passed up.
Yeah, I expect we can see, expect to see rather a very strong performance, at least being brought through here by Smoke. I mean, 2 chicken dinners already. They are just going absolutely crazy with this lobby, and you said it rightly so, right? What a beautiful Cinderella story we see come through here, and they just finding triumph after triumph. So I think they're going to end on a very high note here today.
Okay, well, my question is this, Seven. We've seen it plenty of times in the past where you see a team that gets a lot of points, right? Do you think that they just decide to play passive now that they've already have such a lead, or should they continue to go aggressive?
I think that, honestly, for this team, I think they should be playing the exact same way that they've been playing because it is a mixed bag. It is a mixed bag of passive, but they are able to switch it when they need to switch it, and that's what's so impressive, and that's why I'm kind of in a way giving them praise for how they're finishing this match is because, yeah, they can be very passive, but as soon as they see an opening, they take it, and that's something that we usually tend to say a lot of the other teams lack. But this is right now they're showing why they're in first place, because they do have that switch. They are able to make that play when they need to.
100%. You know, speaking of making plays, of course, guys, go check out that Realme 12 Pro Plus. Elevate your photography experience with 120x super zoom and performance in games. Make sure you guys go check it out as soon as you possibly can.
How to be a portrait master.
All right, and we are back. Last game coming up of the day. Guys, make sure, of course, you go check out the 6th anniversary. Get you guys geared up. Make sure you use that hashtag as well. PUBG M6th Wishing, and experience the anniversary now in PUBG Mobile's 3.1. Oh, boy. Last game. Well, we're going to see who's going to win it. Guys, go get yourself some drinks. We're going to be right back right after this break. And here we go. Final game of day number 1 of the PMGO Brazil prelims. this is a big one here, Seven. We talked about it, you know, that there's different groups here. We have some teams that are not going to be playing on the last day of the prelims, so they need to make that point buffer as big as possible. And, you know, one team in particular that's really done that is Smoke. 2 chicken dinners on the day, looking good. My question to you is, though, hot drop number 5, baby. Are we going to see it?
I hope not, man.
Come
I'm all
on,
for hot
right?
drops, but I hope not. Like, somebody needs to kick them in their butt and be like, hey, yeah, you know, that thing that you're doing, that ego thing, that's cool for like PMPLs, for like your smaller stuff, but here at the PMGO global event, the first one ever this early on in the year for PUBG Mobile Esports, they need to snap out of it, especially with how well like these teams can actually play. They're just handicapping themselves right away, and it sucks.
It's like watching a boxer like get punched in his stomach to kind of prepare for a fight, you know? And it just gets to a point to where it's just too many punches. You're like, dude, is this helping you? You know, like, is this really working right now? And that's what it kind of feels like. You're just seeing just these guys really putting themselves in a bad spot. Your beautiful zone here on the last Miramar of the day. You got El Pozo still in play. I am looking. I see Enigma Galaxy outside of the plane. D. Xavier, where are you?
Nowhere near.
Good.
They're southeast of El Pozo. They're currently trying to land over there, so they're nowhere near. And this zone might actually end up benefiting D. Xavier as well. So we could have a turn of events here, but as you were saying, as we've been saying throughout the whole day too, some of these teams aren't going to be playing tomorrow. Some of these teams are going to be going tomorrow into the last day, and one of those teams is going to be NHyper because they are in Group B. NHyper needs to make sure they get as many points as they can because right now they are currently sitting at 13 points. And if I'm being completely honest, Hot Jukes, it's not enough.
Oh,
it's not going to be
close.
enough. And if they continue like this, I don't see them waking up tomorrow, and I see them becoming maybe a point giver to some of the other teams.
Oof, this is terrible. This is terrible, especially to go against a team like Navi, who's also pretty low on the leaderboards. I mean, if you want to fight a team, you want to fight a team that's kind of struggling like that. But, man, this is just not a good situation. We talk about the struggles of hot drops.
No.
Oh, boy. No way! D. Xavier, why?
If it's not one team, it's another team, Jukes.
Oh, that's tough.
I feel like that's a perfect picture of how their day's been going, though.
Yeah, just straight frustration, man. I mean, and that's the hard part is like you got to think about it. They've been in they've been playing a different game than every single team all day long. You know what I'm saying? And it's really hard to get out of that mindset when you've been literally pretty much gate kept on this hot drop all day. You've been forced to sit, wait, you know, play very methodical while everybody else is playing a normal game of PUBG Mobile. These guys are doing something different. So when they finally gets back to what normal feels like, boom, they get busted, and it's just everything just feels like it's going wrong at this point.
Yeah, and it's just for everybody that's currently watching, in case you guys ended up missing it, we did end up seeing D. Xavier lose one player to Regnum Karia when we were talking about, okay, are we going to be seeing a hot drop between Enigma Galaxy and D. Xavier? I mean, it involves D. Xavier, and I don't think it was maybe planned as now. And Hyper, oh, Starlight Stars being able to get that angle right there. That I do enjoy out of Hyper, and they're going to be able to confirm that now. They got to watch out for Gonzo, because Gonzo is going to be coming up. He does have those shotties, and he's going to be throwing those smoke, and it is going to be a 1v1. Ooh,
nice jump shot.
What a clutch up there by Baton, being able to send Navi back to the lobby. And this is great because guess what? That is a team that was ahead of them. They need to make sure they keep it going, keep it rolling, and start setting up your momentum for tomorrow.
And I'll tell you what, you know, we talk about not enough. 4 eliminations is not enough considering with what they've done today. So they still need a monster game here at the end. They did lose 1 player. I will say, if you're going to make a sacrifice for only 1 player early, you know, if you're going to do it, that's the most you could possibly do. You're going to have to make it still happen as a 3-man, though. You got to get to that end game and put some more points on the board, because otherwise you're going to be going home right after this. That's for sure.
Yeah, and for Hyper, I mean, that fight did end up taking place right outside the zone. Luckily for them, the zone is fairly close towards the north, so they should be able to try to make their way in there before all of that closes, because if not, it's going to be a super hard rotation for them. And we'll kind of show you if we do end up getting the map here at some point. Smoke Gaming ends up losing a player too. I'm not sure to who, but you can see them 1 eliminated. And if I'm Team Falcons, if I'm Zebra Masters, I'm like, okay, whoever that is, please keep it going. Stop them from getting more points. We want to keep it close.
Yeah, definitely want to keep it close. That's for sure. And let's see here. It's one of the top squads here in the lobby, the most feared for sure. Team Falcon spread out, and San Martin looking good, having so much real estate. Xavier are gonna loot up the most looted up area in the entire map, El Pozo. This is a place to be for sure. So they're gonna have no excuse when it comes loot wise. But losing that player, man, that's gotta hurt. Like so far, like their day, like we talked about it earlier, it's like them. Like, you know, one of those days, like you walk around, they've already stubbed their toe twice, you know? And losing that player is like when you just go have lunch and then you accidentally spill your drink on top of that, you know?
Oh, gosh.
It's just like every single thing is going wrong. And when you have that happen, everybody else that's ever had a day like that, they know how hard it is to turn it around. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's if any team can do it, it is one of these squads. I mean, they made it this far, but something has to happen, right? You gotta have one player be like, guys, we gotta shake this off. We gotta make it happen here and now. Even though we have 3 players, we got a lot of loot. Let's make the best of the situation.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard kind of DK talking about something earlier that we haven't really mentioned as much, and that is how the players' mental state is gonna be after this first day, right? A lot of the teams didn't really know what they were getting themselves into in regards to some of the other players. But the Xavier, for them to be a 5th place team on PMGC of 2023 and currently be performing the way they are, I feel like that is one of, if not the biggest disappointment that I've seen so far of this PMGO. And that's why we're kind of hoping that they'll be able to bring it back. They're not going to have a day off. They're going to be playing tomorrow, and they need to at least set some kind of momentum, snap themselves out of it, not just with 5 elims. We know they were able to get 5 elims earlier, but we need some of those placement points as well, because right now, I mean, if we look at their standings, the first game, it was solid. We were like, okay, all right, DX Sabers definitely showing up when they ended up with a 4th place and 5th elims. But after that, every single match, Hot Jukes, they've been 10th, 11th, or above. 11, 16, 16, 12. That's just not where you expect a 5th place team out of PMGC to be.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that, you know, yeah, they do play tomorrow. And they like to land Pachinki of all places, you know? So what are the chances they're going to have to deal with some hot drops again tomorrow, you know?
Yeah.
There's just a lot of question marks for sure. And, you know, when you have a team that's placed so high in the global championships, you know, that's not a team you want to face in the main event. So who knows? Maybe you have some teams try to force that hot drop and put them even in a worse position. So definitely things aren't going right. But, you know, at this kind of level, you have to have short-term memory. Right?
Yeah.
You have to just be like, hey, you know what? Let's just forget about it. What can we fix? What can we make? You know, what adjustments do we need to make? And let's just play our game, because we know what we're capable of.
Man, I'm with you. It's so much easier said than done, because I know these players, as much as they try to, those thoughts will start creeping in, right? Now the pressure comes in with what I was saying, 5th place out of PMGC. We're supposed to be performing here. We're not performing. What's going wrong? And then they start kind of spiraling down within their own thoughts. But there we go. We got the new circle. Let me see here. 9C. We haven't really been able to see much of the 9C after we finish off those first 2 Aaron Gales. Yeah, the Xavier should be able to rotate fairly easy in here. Next Rio is going to be up right behind them. Inco Gaming up there too is one team that I was kind of expecting a little bit more for them. They've been consistent on being able to get points every single match. But if we're talking about teams that I want to see them finish off here the day on a good note, this is one. Enigma Galaxy. We need to see a good performance out of them. And now they're going to be going up against another team that definitely needs a good finish, which is in Hyper.
I'll tell you what, though. I know that their team colors are blue, but I'm sick of seeing this team in the blue zone at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, they're just constantly having to come in and push in from the edge, and it is so difficult at this stage. Yeah, you know, in earlier stages where you got weaker teams playing on the edge, it works great. But here, I mean, you see a lot of the top teams always trying to play as central as possible.
Yeah, and the reason why I was saying no is because Enigma Galaxy lore actually ended up eliminating their FS from N-Hyper, and N-Hyper now is stuck. Yeah, you ended up getting those 4 eliminations against Navi, but you only have 1 player left. This is not the last game N-Hyper was hoping for, man. And it's just it's so early on. Dukes, I'm trying not to let that toxicity flow through my body just yet, but oh man, I'm missing DNA hope. And I'm hoping I'm proven wrong tomorrow. I'm hoping that tomorrow maybe they snap at it, they have an amazing day. But at this point, with the performance that they're currently having, I don't think this team is quite ready for that yet. I don't think they were ready for the PMGO.
Hey, I'll tell you what, speaking of snap, dude, Shifan's gonna have to snap the belt. You know what I'm saying? Say, guys, come on, dude. What are we gonna do here? We gotta make something happen because they need to just become different monsters the next day that they play. Like, they have to go crazy because they only have 13 points right now. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, right? But this is gonna be one of those situations, Seven, right? Where you cannot play the same game anymore. You have to realize we're playing catch up. We need to shred eliminations and win.
Yep. The thing with that too, right? It's usually whenever we do groups like this and we go into the next day and one group gets to sit out, sometimes we're able to say, okay, you know what? Well, in this next group, we might have teams that aren't as aggressive, so we might be able to get away with a little bit more things. But with the group that's coming in tomorrow, Vampire Esports, Foot Esports, Fireflux, like all this Influence, Rage, all these teams do tend to be aggressive. They won't give you an inch. If they see you making a mistake, they're going to capitalize on it. So that's why, especially from my end, I'm trying to get the urgency out of teams that are towards the bottom that might have a chance at making it, but just are having an awful performance. And then you have other teams that are really, really having an awful performance, and that's Virtus Pro. They're currently, after 5 games, only 3 points. That's insane.
That's insane, yeah. And I mean, someone's got to be at the bottom of the leaderboards at the end of the day. But we know, hopefully they can make, hopefully they can make something happen. And yeah, in my opinion, it's gonna get harder tomorrow, right? There's some monster squads. So I mean, like you mentioned, it's gonna get even crazier. So we'll see who can bounce back, though. Anything can happen. Inco Gaming, right? They were able to sneak their way in to this stage during the qualifiers. They had a little bit of trouble. We know what this squad could do. They're currently sitting in that just pretty much dead center pack. A good game here could definitely rocket launch them up. They have 3 eliminations so far, every player up. They're in a tough spot, so then I bet they need to loot up quickly and get with this team.
Yeah, and with Inco Gaming, I think the main excuse for that team right now is that it is pretty much a brand new roster. A lot of the players ended up going completely different. Nenebete ended up staying, but at the moment, I feel like Inco is still falling into that same thing that we've seen out of them even last year. They're always qualifying either last, barely making it in, or just barely missing out. And I feel like today we're starting to see that Inco once again. It's just a pattern that they keep following over and over again. As we see Raouf here trying to take some shots there on Team Liquid. He wasn't able to connect on them. Boy, he would have been happy if he actually did, as he continues. And then Nenebete end up getting knocked by Team Falcons too. So much action going on here on this early Miramar too.
That's what I was worried about. And I bet that was trying to hug and try to get some loot quickly. But at this stage, you have to loot almost instantly. And sometimes you got to give it up. You got to just realize that, you know what, this is not the position that I position over loot, you know? It looks like they might get him up in this situation. So that's very fortunate for him and his team. But, you know, every single knock, especially at these critical times, if they delay a push or a rotation, you could lose a very dominant position and lose the game because of that.
I mean, we've seen it over and over again, especially today as well. As to see Virtus Pro there, Milky Way in the background, he's going to be hoping that he can get his team at least some points. Most of the points that they've been able to get, actually, all the points that Virtus Pro has been able to get, all the 3 have been just from eliminations. I'm sure they're going to be looking to hopefully secure at least 1 placement point here in the last one. And they were able to pick up Nenebete there from Inco Gaming, as they're now trying to get some shots there on Smoke Gaming, a team that has performed so well. We're talking about teams towards the bottom that need to start finishing off great because they haven't had a great day. I mean, how about finishing off great because you have had a great day? Continue on that consistency. Smoke Gaming has been able to do that, and it backfires a little bit. But I think they'll be able to pick up that player, Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what happens. His Top's got that deadly mini. He's just looking to apply some pressure here. Question: do you think that do you think if Top gets, how many knocks did he need to get to push? What do you think?
On who?
On to Smoke.
Smoke? Oh man, I don't know. I think this team might be a little bit too smart, and just with what you were saying in regards to their positioning, they're gonna take positioning over anything else. Even if they get those knocks, they won't push just because Inco Gaming is so close to them.
I'll tell you
just
right
leave
now,
themselves open for that third party.
If that was a test, you passed it with flying colors. That's for sure. Because, you know, forget that. I mean, that's what I love about these teams like Team Falcons. They just play so cerebral, right? We've seen so many of these teams as well, like just sit on shots. Even though they have an open player, they understand that, hey, if I shoot right now, I'm going to give away my position, and it could definitely, but if I strike at the right time, man, we could win this game. So Beautifully done. Stage 4 is now starting to close. That's going to make things interesting here. We still have quite a bit of urban areas in play. Meanwhile, D Xavier, the team that needs to just go off at this point, are stuck inside of Montenuevo. You can see him trying to get some shots off here. But, yeah, they're not in the best position, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do much there. They were able to get a knock earlier, but not much out of it. Insanity Gaming, I mean, that's another team that really hasn't been able to do much so far today. Virtus Pro, maybe? Oh, could this be? They already got an extra point. They could double their points here if they do continue on this trend, at least for this match. And it might sound like I'm making fun of them. They could actually double their points.
Yeah.
Since they only have just 3 points so far today.
They almost done it.
Closer. One more, Jukes.
One more, and they'll double it up in just one game. That's nice. Man, they're going to need a monster one, though, for sure. I love the fact that, you know, it's not impossible. It's just improbable, right?
Yeah.
But I do wish to see teams that, if it is improbable, at least do things that could make it possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So just mix up your strategies. Like if you are Virtus Pro, you need a chicken dinner with tons of eliminations. So starting off with 2 with a full squad up is the way to do it.
Yeah, I want to mention something about Zebra Masters. They have been very consistent today from the get-go, from the first game, on just being aware, being proactive, and making sure they try to cause some damage into all the teams. We saw that there out of them. Currently, for them, they have 2 eliminations, and guess what? They're trying to make Inco's gaming push and rotation live in hell, and they're doing just that, as Inco was forced to push super wide and try to get a completely different angle there on what they could have what they might have wanted to do. So Zebra Masters, honestly, the way they've been proactive, the way they've been taking those shots, I really enjoy with what they've been doing. As we move on here to Regnum Karya and DX, very close to each other. Any teams, Jukes, while we wait here for some more engagements from this team, what team would you say has surprised you the most?
Oof, out of all of them right now so far, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. I'm going to say that because they have 3 eliminations. They've lived this long. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So far, it's a good sign. You know, they didn't lose a player early on. I think this is the first game we've seen all day that they actually have all players up in mid-game. So let's see what they're going to do with it, though. That's going to be my question. Meanwhile, you got the team that's just always impressive. Team Falcons. Oh, my goodness. Turn around, Milky Way. That is not the team that you want to fight at all. Run for your life.
Oh. Look how quick they're able to close in on that, too. They were very spread out, and as soon as the shots started coming in, they kind of communicate. The synergy between this team is just on point. Team Falcons now to see if they can possibly finish on those. Oh, my gosh. He didn't knock him, but that was an absolutely disgusting nade there from Icy.
This is the problem. If you're so down on the leaderboard, Smoke goes down. That's huge. Team Falcons realize that. They say, hey, this is an easy chance for us to be able to pass them up on the leaderboards. The problem with Virtus Pro is that they're so low on the leaderboards right now. The second Team Falcons realize it's them, once they get one finish, they are going to hard push them like nobody's business. So Virtus Pro, you have to make a play right here against the top team in the lobby pretty much.
Oh, yeah, and they're doing just that. They're doing exactly what you just mentioned, because earlier they did end up getting an elimination on Virtus Pro, so they know it's them. Now it's even more. They have the upper hand. 2 players are down there from Virtus Pro. They know there's going to be 2 more. Look at them plus up, back up. You know what? Reset, take it a little bit slower. And this is the good thing about this team. I think this is why we keep on praising them. I especially keep on praising them, because that's another team, just like how we were talking about Smoke Gaming, how they've been able to play just with the trigger. Whenever they do need to push, they push. This is another one that does it just so perfect with Team Falcons.
100%. Let's see what they have to do here. They're going to go and start. Looks like they'll leave, though. They'll just say, you know what? Let's just get position first, right? We need to put up some big points on the boards. We want to make sure that we make it into the main event where, in all honesty, they belong. This is a monster squad for sure. Meanwhile, Team Liquid did lose a player earlier. No eliminations. These guys have been really kind of hot and cold, right? They put up some crazy points, and then sometimes they go out early. Ayala did go down. That's going to make it pretty difficult, but oh, look at that. Top ended up finding some more players of Virtus Pro, and that double down might not happen here, 7.
Yeah, and the good thing here with Team Liquid, as you were mentioning, they have had some good performances. We know this team can definitely get eliminations, right? And when we end up talking about Teams that might end up making it to main event, teams that will perform good if they make it to main event, that could be definitely one with the fragging power that they're able to output.
Absolutely. But you know what? You got to get there. That's the problem.
Yep.
You know, you have to get there. And the thing is that the way this format is, the teams at the top can really make it difficult for those teams in the mid pack. So that's not a position they want to be in. They're currently in 7th, which is a very tough one. And that nade is that could lock their position down, because 9Z have really good angles on their spot. And I don't think Team Liquid's going to be even, yeah, you got to let them go at this point.
Yeah, with 9C, they got to be careful not to overextend here, as Team Falcons is aware that they're going to be there too. Team Falcons now starting to get a little bit third party there. I'm not sure where it was from, but it forces action to drop down and start healing up. And here comes the third party that we were hoping it was going to happen. Team Falcons, there you go, helping 9C eliminate Team Liquid. Team Liquid find themselves in an awful position, and guess what? Team Falcons wants to keep it rolling. Now they want to keep on the action here against 9Cs.
And that's why that's why we stress so much on those big points. I don't care if you're the best team in the world. If you were in Team Liquid's position, there ain't nothing you're doing against two teams sandwiching you like that. Meanwhile, Team Falcons pressing the issue, but 9Z doing a great job of holding them back for now. That nade or that one knock is going to go ahead and slow them down. Team Falcons, though, really put themselves in great spots. Oh, here comes the push up from 9Z. 2 vehicles out. Can Icy hold him down? He does. That DBS so strong.
Sit down and go back to the lobby and wait for the rest of your team to get to the lobby to you, because that was absolutely beautiful. I was like, okay, 9C, you're getting a little bit aggressive there. They tried them, and boy, they found out. That's what happens when you try to push Team Falcons. Team Falcons has such a good divot there, too. They had the perfect scenario working for them.
Team Falcons just remind me of just like that story between the unstoppable force versus an immovable object, right? Like, they can be both. And that's the scary part about them, is like, in all honesty, I like what 9Z did, because if it's Team Falcons, that's the only way you can beat them. Like, you have to come in and just take them out instantly.
Yep.
If you try to knock one and give them time, it's like they don't go down. It's so crazy. They just refuse to go down. They res so quickly. Their support of each other is insane. You have to take them out on your first push. Otherwise, they're taking you out.
That's the crazy part, right? Because 9C did end up getting a knockdown on Team Falcons, and that's why they ended up making that push with the 2 players. They saw an opening. But sometimes, even if you see an opening, you gotta figure out who you're messing with. If you're Team Falcons, they're like, okay, I mean, if you want to bring it, bring it. You're just gonna be giving us free eliminations. As we go over to Kane here from Next Ruya, trying to spot some flares from DX. Good to see DX still alive. They gotta maintain that alive a little bit more if they want to be able to start getting some placement points here coming up soon. And with the circle, with the way that I'm currently looking up stuff, some of the other teams that we're talking about that need to end up having a good performance here towards the end, Enigma Galaxy could definitely set themselves up for a good performance.
For sure. Enigma Galaxy are doing what they're supposed to do. DXavier, in my opinion, is not. Because, yeah, like, you know, placement points are great, but where you're at on the leaderboards, you need both. Like, you genuinely need both. So, it's kind of tough because they've had such a bad day. I understand why they're going into ultra passive mode. At the same time, though, you got to understand the situation. I mean, look at this. They're running a 2-1 split. If this means we're going for placement points by all means necessary, you know? Hopefully they can turn on that aggressive switch, because they definitely need to.
Team Falcons now trying to fight the last player here of 9C. They know exactly where he's at. They pretty much have him surrounded. 2 players still alive there from 9C. But with Team Falcons, it comes down, is this going to be worth it, or do we start working in that position? And I think this fight would definitely be worth it, because then you know that your back is clear. You'll have a lot of extra room to work with for Team Falcons if they're able to clutch this up.
I think this is just personal. I think Team Falcons said, you knocked one of our players, we're taking you out of this tournament.
You try to push us too? How dare you?
How dare you? You came at us in a 2-seater vehicle? You didn't even bring the whole squad? You brought 2?
Oh, man, there goes one player from 9Cs. It's just the inevitable is about to happen. He's going to be able to confirm that one, and guess what? The other one, it's going to go into hiding mode. And Team Falcons, like, this is a smart play, though, right? Back up.
Oh my gosh.
Figure out where everybody else is at. Figure out what's the next move instead of chasing. Oh, sometimes we would see just so many teams just deciding to chase that they get a little bit too blood hungry.
That's what I'm saying. They're like cats. They just go in and out. Like, they never make a misstep, right? You're right. You see some team, they're like, oh, easy knock finish. Let's just full push. They don't. They're like, no, we need all the information before we decide to strike. And it's such it just really disrupt players, and that's why they're so hard to fight. It's just so crazy how good they're doing this. I mean, they're in first place, 10 eliminations so far, and there's still 9 teams remaining. And they have zone.
Ridiculous.
And they have the circle and high ground.
That's what I was checking actually, if they do have the high ground. I believe they do, and they have so many ridges to work with too, that they could even do the smoke gaming route, which is pretty much just let everybody else fight it off. But that's not Team Falcons. Team Falcons is going to be looking to cause some damage here.
I love this. They're clearing their backs out first. This is the thing that they need to do. You know what? It's gatekeep time. Yep. And
look at this spot
look at
right
this.
here.
I mean, action, just knowing exactly where to look. And this is where I think a lot of teams in the Team Falcons position normally suffer, because they spread themselves too thin. They start focusing on too much. But no, these guys know exactly where they need to be looking. And the amount of suppressive fire that they're throwing is huge. Action realizes that, hey, you know what? I gotta lock down this position. I cannot get knocked. So that's why I'm not surprised to see him play it very careful right now.
They couldn't even ask for a better spot too. It's pretty much a little crater there for them on the top of the hill, the highest point so far in the map, if I'm not mistaken. It's looking like wonders, and looking like wonders. DX being able to get a knock there with the nade, as we're looking Royals of War trying to take on some 5 Regnum Karya, keeping an eye out for them. And Furia, only 1 player alive. He's going to be exposing himself, and that's it. Bye-bye, as Rules of War is going to be able to finish off that last player from Furia.
Fury going to end there with 35 points. We'll see how that ends up at the end of this preliminary mode here. Let's see what 9Z's doing. 9Z trying to get some lane angles. Team Falcons, though, they're the team to beat in the most dominant position. Honestly, if you're going to beat them in this spot, you're going to need to bring multiple teams. Enigma Galaxy doing what they need to, right? They know that, hey, our back's up against the wall. We need some major points here to rocket launch us at least in towards that top 3. So that way we can feel somewhat safe going into our next day of gameplay. Team Falcons now starting to push onto Royals of War. They want to soak up even more points.
They do, and this is the crazy part. They could have stayed fine in the place that they were, but they were like, no, we see an option where we can actually third-party this. We see an option where we can make it easier for us towards the end, and they are going to take it. As they do have 1 player knocked down there from Team Falcons, they're going to be able to pick them up. And with Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they're doing exactly what they need to do right now. 5 eliminations, currently in the top 7. Now they're starting to get those placement points. This is exactly what they need to do. They just need to get in the top 3. Continue. Keep it going.
It's so crazy to see that Royals of War is still alive. Random Karya went down. That is nuts. That one shot right there, I believe it was from Rivas, was absolutely insane. It kept them alive for just a little bit longer. But the Falcons are starting to swoop in. Those beaks are sharpened, ready to go. And here they go, pre-firing with the S12K. Just saying, okay, where are you looking at? Now stay right there, buddy. And just let them
I'm not too sure about this one, Juice. Team Falcons is definitely going to end up winning this. But if you see, I think they ended up switching spots with Enigma Galaxy. So Team Falcons looking to get those elimination points. And how quickly can they recover? I think they're going to realize that Enigma Galaxy is going to be behind them. They need to make sure they position themselves. The quick reaction there at Team Falcons. I was scared that we're going to end up getting surprised by Enigma Galaxy. No, 7. They said, no, we know they're there. Give us a second. Let us cook.
What did you say? A quick what?
What?
You said a quick what?
Regroup?
Reaction, baby. That's right. It was all action. Real quick up to the top. But he's got to be careful because now he's giving up the high ground to Cubes. Icy with the laser beam. Shuts down the push. And then now comes action to finish him off with the DBS. They now know it's Enigma Galaxy. They're going to start pressing this. Here comes Top with some more headshots. This team's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Maxman, if you're watching this, if you want to break down anything, this right here, break this down for me. Post it on your Instagram. I want to see this because, boy, Team Falcons right now, a team that instead of taking the easy route, they're making it a little bit harder for them, and they like it that way because right now they're sitting at 15 eliminations. What was it that they had earlier? 18? They're trying to break it, Jukes. They're saying, you know what? We asked for 20. We're going to give them 20.
20 bomb could be coming right up. But you know what? Enigma Galaxy, their backs are against the wall, right? They're in a corner and they need to get out of it. And the only way it's going to be is with some more eliminations and a chicken dinner. The only problem is there's only 2 players up and Team Falcons are on fire. Meanwhile, was that Virtus Pro still alive? Hey, there you go. How do you survive? Oh, he's gaming. He's gaming. He takes down Lord. Another point on the board, trying to keep his tournament alive, but Team Falcons finally shut him down. And the pop-off. These guys are excited because that was a real hard match for them.
Are they excited? It's just another day at the office, baby. What you talking about? We do this daily, son. Stretching, not even a high five, and they're like, okay, what was my stats? Oh man, I probably could have squished another elimination right there. You know what? I'll save it. I'll save it for the final day. But Team Falcons finishing off the day here with a great win overall, man. That was, so far, honestly, that was the match of the day for me. The way Team Falcons played that, snap back on Enigma Galaxy whenever they realized Enigma Galaxy was going to try to get the high ground on them and continuing to rotate. I think we're seeing a main event team here, Jukes. Not surprised, but I think we're seeing a main event here.
Goodness gracious, dude. Those guys were looking at their phones at the end of that game like they were trying to decide what was for lunch, you know? Like, just like, hey, you know, what do you guys want? You guys want this, want that? You know, maybe we get back to the hotel. That is absolute insanity. DK, what do you think about that one?
I mean, I think Falcons came into this game, they decided, you know what, in the qualifiers, we were sitting at the top and things were looking pretty. Today, we're going to ensure that we make it into that top slot, come hella high water, bring whatever you want. We got to go full speed for it.
7, that is, they put so many points up. Honestly, they're at a position almost where they can not play the next day and still make it. That's how crazy it is.
Honestly, I'm with you on that. And you know what? With all those points that they just put up there, and we've been talking about this and we've been hinting at it, they're gonna position themselves in a way for the last day, for day 3, when they're gonna be coming back, of saying, who do we want to hunt? You know what? I'm kind of feeling a little bit salty that we ended up getting hunted in qualifiers. So how about a little bit of payback? Even though it's not the same team, because they're gonna be meeting them at the main event if they continue to play like this. But how about we ruin somebody else's day? And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Falcons ends up doing that.
I'll tell you what, man, if I am playing day 3 with Team Falcons and I played today, you know, I know that maybe they were looking for lunch. I'm saying, hey guys, I'll buy you lunch. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey guys, how y'all doing? I'm your best friend right now. You know, we're in the middle of the pack, but we're trying to put in some work, you know, because you don't want them even looking in your direction. Because if these guys want to take you out with how they've played so far, DK, I mean, they can literally run this whole lobby down. Any team is literally can be in their sights.
I mean, it's good, right? So I don't even know if buying them lunch is going to suffice, right? Because you might as well just become their lunch if they decide so. So it's going to be a very scary play to work through. But finishing off exceptionally well here. 17 eliminations, the second highest elimination count that we've seen for today. So, I mean, well, the only other highest score was Falcons with 18. So, I mean, they just backing it in.
What a play indeed. Crazy. Yeah, the overall leaderboards are just going to look absolutely insane. And I think that's something that we got to take a look at here to figure out where everybody is standing. And we will do that after the damage graph, because it was 3,100 damage here, 7.
Two matches with over 3,000 damage. My goodness, that is just absolutely ridiculous. But you know what, Team Falcons, I'm going to stop glazing over you just there for a little bit. Virtus Pro, this is a team that I was hoping they would end up reacting in a way here to hopefully, fingers crossed, position themselves for tomorrow to maybe making a push. They ended up with 4 elims. They ended up with placement points as well. And the good thing about this too for Team Falcons was that they took advantage. You mentioned it, Smoke Gaming ended up with 0 elims. They ended up getting eliminated first. And Team Falcons saw that, and they took full advantage of it.
100%. Another team that I'm going to have to shout out, though, is Enigma Galaxy, right? Their backs were against the wall here. 9 eliminations, you know, not able to get the chicken dinner, but they still put up quite a bit of points here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, they turned up, right? They decided, you know what, maybe it's about time that we start doing something, right? We're not in a hot drop. Let's try something new. Let's just go and maybe try and get an absolutely insane performance and, well, a valiant effort, right? As we saw them finishing really, really strong at the end of this match. But, well, the MVP, no surprise, ice cold damage, 1,075.
Unbelievable. 7, this is more damage than a lot of teams did.
Yeah. Icy was just ridiculous, dude. That push too. I think it was 9C, right? When he ended up getting both of them with the shotgun, that was just filthy to even top it off. And that play alone, that could be a highlight for a lot of players. And Ice is just like, we're just getting started, boys. Calm down. Let me go. Here you go. This is what I was talking about. All right. Let me get one. Where's the other one? Oh yeah, there you are. Bye bye.
DBS OP.
I love it,
man. These guys are just ridiculous. I mean, Icy. I mean, look at that shot right there. I mean, you just saw just the tiniest little edge of that buggy, and they are out of there.
Impressive, but even more impressive for Team Falcons that got the second the second chicken dinner for the day. And I'm here with one of their players. So welcome in a double chicken dinner for Team Falcons. And after 4 matches, it took 4 matches for them to get a chicken dinner. And what you guys had the chance to get the second chicken dinner in the end of the day?
өнөөдөр ингээд дөрөв удаа тоглолоо. 2 дахь удаага яллаа. Тэгээд 2 дахь удаа ялсаа яг юу нүдөөсөн бэ? 2 дугаар яринд орсон 2 дахь удаага.
2 дахь удаага ялгаад тэгээд өмнөх тоглолтууд бол хамаагүй өнгөрцөн. Одоо дахиад бүгд даална гэж орж байгаа. Тэр зорилгоор л.
So the other plays was like we did not so good, but this like every time when we enter to the game we start renewing the mindset.
Okay, yeah, reset. That's the thing. And actually, Smoke Game said that probably Team Falcons is one of the biggest enemy for them here in the games. And I would like to know if Team Falcons feels like it's the same for them. Smoking Game is the biggest enemy for them. Smoking Game, yeah.
Smoking Games одоо хамгийн их өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна тэрийг. Тэгээ та юу гэж бодож байна вэ? Өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна уу юу гэж бодож байна?
Бидний хувьд бол бүх л баг өрсөлдөгч.
For us, all the team is in the games are
the enemies. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's a good answer probably. And to finish, I would like to know what was the first dam for him. What he's feeling for the first day of the prelims.
За одоо хамгийн эхний өдөр шалгаруулалтын эхний өдөр те. Одоо юу бодож байна вэ? Finals шалгаруулахад юу гэж бодож байна?
Эхний өдрөө бол амжилттай өнгөрүүллээ гэж бодож байгаа. Манай бас тэгж бодож байгаа. Тэр нь цааш одоо дахиад нэг өдөр өнжөөд сүүлийн өдөр тоглоно. Тэр өдөр цэцсэн эхний энэ өдөр шиг амжилттай тоглох болно гэж бодож.
So first day we're in success. So one day we're gonna rest a little bit, and then the next day also we will succeed as well.
Awesome. Great debut today, Team Falcons. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And we are back. Let's take a look here at the overall standings. Team Falcons on top with 79 total points. Man, these guys went nuts. 50 eliminations here, DK. That is more eliminations than third place on down in total points.
I mean, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. But I think this is Falcons trying to prove a point. It's like, you might have snuck us out of that direct qualifier into the main event. We're going to earn it, and we're going to ensure that nobody else is going to catch up to us.
And 7, what do you think about this second page, man? This is the teams that are in trouble. And, I mean, there's some names that definitely stand out in my eyes.
DX, Inco. I mean, honestly, there's so many good teams here that I expected to do good, but I'm genuinely surprised at how poorly they were able to perform today. And once again, tomorrow for some of these teams, it's gonna be the last day. They're not gonna be able to play in the last day. Are they gonna be able to do just enough? At least we have a bit now of an outlier of what some of these teams are gonna be getting in regards to points per day. But oh man, nothing's guaranteed. But performer of the day action, 14 eliminations, 3,000 damage. Somebody stop him.
Goodness gracious, 75 throwable use here, DK.
I mean, you can try. You can definitely try and stop action, but best of luck because I mean, Wow, this is a super sweaty play. And I mean, even the heals, not that much, right? So it shows you that Action can really get stuck into the action, and it proves to be super, super challenging to do anything other than what they want you to do. So yeah, I think this is a very well worth award going over to Action. I mean, Falcons though, they just so ripping it up today, right? MVP in the last game, Action getting the performer of the day. Wow.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is the performance of a lifetime right here. I mean, they didn't get that golden ticket during the qualifiers, but they just proved to us all, Seven, that they didn't need it.
Yeah, I think I'm happy for one, because I wasn't here Saturday, so I didn't really get a chance to see them play. I'm happy that they decided to spend some extra time here with us and just show us what possible champions could look like, because boy, if there was a team ever that looked like a champion, at least for this prelims, in regards to being first place. I know top 8 are going to be moving to main event, so calm down everybody in the comments.
Yeah,
this is exactly what we want to see, being able to pull the trigger, being able to be passive when they need to. They showcased that even in Sandhawk too, but that last match, man, that was so impressive.
Oh, so good. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is the team that placed second in the global championships. They deserve to be here, and you see the way they win. It's just like business as usual. DK, any final thoughts before we go?
I can't wait to see what tomorrow's gonna bring, right? New group, new action, even more sweatiness coming out on the battlefield.
Seven?
Same, man. Vampire, where you at?
Ooh, where are you at? We'll find out soon, guys. Mark your calendars, and we will see you tomorrow for some more PMGO action.
To the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets on the first in, and the last out, see me coming. First take, I'm hotter than hot, hotter than some boiling water, I bubble the pot. Team full of ballers, baby, we winning a lot. I'm like Curry with the rock when I get to my spot. I'm tapping in, I'm passionate, this is what passion is. This here, nah, this is no accident. From the start to the finish, I'm cashing in. I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see them in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning. From the first in and the last out, see me coming. Been poppin', Sports Center from a little I was watching. Spin a bag like I'm Rafa, call that top spin. How could I not win? This is top 10. From the bottom, gotta sniff out the top wins. I sit back, reflect, and do it again. Hardest Millie is the first, now we got 10. Talking 10 times 10. back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go. I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss.
Hello, PUBG Mobile friends. My name is Carol Bombshell and welcome to the 2024 PMGO Brazil. Today we start the prelims stage. Are you guys ready? Cause the players sure are. But before we start the real thing, let's catch up with the format for today's matches.
Olá Brazil! Welcome to the Format Explainer 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil. The time has come for new generation of players to make their mark on the global stage. 2024 PMGO Brazil has 4 stages: online qualifiers, qualifier finals, prelims, and the main event. The journey kicked off with the online qualifiers, which featured 2 rounds. From March 4th to 6th, the registered teams fought to claim the top 128 spot and pass the first round. These 128 teams went through the same format from March 8th to 10th, where 32 teams survived the second round of elimination and made their way to the qualifiers finals. Now prepare your nerves because the PMGO Brazil qualifiers final are set from March 28th to 30th. The 32 qualified teams from the online qualifiers will be divided into 2 groups, A and B. After 2 days of intense matches, only the top 8 teams from each group will advance to the final day. On March 30th, the 16 teams will then face off in a showdown where the team that secures the first position rackets straight into PMGO main event, while teams that rank 2nd to the 9th gear up for the prelims. The PMGO prelims is a crucial stage for these 8 teams who will lock horns with 16 2024 PUBG Mobile Partnership Program teams, who get invited here to raise the heat. From April 1st to 3rd, these 24 teams will be divided into 3 groups. The round-robin format will reveal the cream of the crop, the top 8 who step into the PMGO Brazil main event. Next, these 8 chosen youngbloods, along with the qualifier finals winner, will face the ultimate challenge when 7 global times join lobby in the main event. Mark your calendars, because from April 5th to 7th, these 16 teams will wage war for the PMGO crown and a slice of the 500,000 USD prize money. Are you ready for the ultimate test of skill and teamwork? Then witness the contenders rise in 2024 PMGO Brazil.
Halo semuanya, selamat datang di PUBG Mobile Global Open 2024 yang live dari Sao Paulo, Brazil. Tapi welcome untuk kalian semuanya di studio kita live dari Jakarta, Indonesia. Dan gue dan Fiska seneng banget udah bersama 2 caster gue yang luar biasa untuk hari ini, untuk bisa menemani kalian semuanya sepanjang malam hari ini. Halo Sanskui dan juga Bro Pasta, apa kabar?
Hai Kak Dona, baik pastinya. Dona Fiska.
Alhamdulillah, baik-baik.
Alhamdulillah.
Sebagaimana mestinya kita harus memulai hari ini, pastinya gua mau melihat excitement dari kalian berdua. Seberapa excited lu Sanskui?
Kalau gua jujur sangat excited sekali karena akhirnya kita bisa melihat turnamen global di awal tahun. Karena biasanya kita harus menunggu sampai akhir tahun atau pertengahan tahun untuk melihat turnamen global. Tapi ada PMGO, ini pertama kalinya dan langsung di Sao Paulo, Brazil. Yang mana kita tahu Brazil juga cukup mendominasi saat PMGC di Indonesia saat di Jakarta.
Betul sekali. Bro Pasta, bagaimana?
Gua cukup excited lah dengan adanya PMGO ini karena apalagi di babak prelims ini kita ngeliat ada 2 perwakilan dari Southeast Asia yang tadinya kita kira nggak ada, tapi ternyata ada 2 wakil dari Southeast Asia. Ada The Xavier sama Vampire bakal berjuang untuk 3 hari ini. Semoga 2 tim ini bisa lolos juga ke babak grand final.
Iya, sebagai Southeast Asia Pride ya. Tapi kita bakalan melihat terlebih dahulu. Memang kemarin ada apa sih di PMGO? Ini dia.
This team's ability to rack up elimination became a routine grocery run. So, even when Team Deathwolf snatched the final chicken dinner, HFYS's 9 elimination second place finish cemented their spot in the top underdogs, punching their ticket to the main event with a 6-point lead. Hot on their heels, the Brazilian uprisers, Team Deathwolves, nearly stole the show with the blockbuster 16 elimination massacre. However, their initial inconsistency left them trailing in the second on the overall placement. Otherwise, when this squad plays their cards right, it's a masterclass on how to perform a massacre right. High expectations accompany the Mongolian Falcon squad, comprising former Stalwart members, also known as the Conquerors of Central Asia, and they delivered from the outset. The new Falcons scripted the demise of their rivals with a flawless zone control. In the opening match, they dismantled rivals like Zebra Masters with this. In the second one, IC's cunning survival skills secured them an unexpected second place. The remaining matches didn't quite steal the spotlight, placing them 3rd on the table. But the opening bouts made it clear, the Conquerors of South Asia are still at their A-game. While Team Zebra Masters showed flashes of brilliance, they could never quite soar without a big leap. While consistency remained their ally, 1 chicken dinner and they could have cracked the top 3. Claiming the 5th spot, Team INS showcased meticulous performance on Orangle. Fortified by favorable circles, yet credit is due these youthful contenders who fiercely defended their fortress, punishing every intruder who dared to encroach. Following their second place finish to Team INS on Orangle, Team Row strategically held their high ground near La Trilera with precision. As the final minutes ticked by, their opponents found themselves helpless, unable to thwart Row's calculated dominance, reducing the match to a tense waiting game where all the rivals could do was deny elimination points. But that still did not hold them off from entering the prelims as the 6th place team. The new Nepali coalition of Skylights and Raw Esports, named as Team Hora, salvaged their fate with a 3rd place finish on Orangle. While their 7th place finish keeps Nepali hopes aflame, but no, they'll need to fight even harder to survive the coming trials. Smoke Gaming. Despite showcasing glimpses of promise with 2 4th-place finishes, found themselves teetering on the edge of contention. While their performance hinted at potential breakthroughs, they ultimately fell short of making a lasting impact on the leaderboard. In the end, a single point separated Inco Gaming, the former Brazilian PMGO champions, from missing the prelims cut. While this new half roster struggled to recapture their champion form, their grit proved enough to keep their journey alive, if barely. The cream of the qualifier rounds will now be joined by the global favorites in the prelim stage. The time has come to prove their worth against the best there is. Witness there in the PMGO Brazil
Karena memang sudah begitu panjang perjalanan yang dilalui oleh tim-tim yang datangnya itu dari qualifier sebelumnya. Dan pada hari ini kita melihat adanya tim yang lolos dari qualifier kemarin. Di hari ini akan bertanding di hari yang pertama di prelims dan akan berhadapan dengan tim-tim dari partnership sebenarnya. Jadi ada beberapa tim partnership, ada 8 dari qualifier kemarin, lalu sisanya sampai ke 24-nya ini adalah tim-tim dari partnership timnya. Jadi kayak this is the real deal menurut gue. Mereka akan disatukan semuanya untuk bisa nantinya mengambil top 8 spot lagi untuk bisa menuju ke arah main event esok hari. Tapi kita bakalan melihat terlebih dahulu interview berikut ini.
Liquid's coach tonight. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us. And first of all, we want to know your impressions about the teams from the qualifying phase and how we should prepare ourselves for the prelims stage.
Hi, everyone. I think we had some great surprise in the prelims because like people were expecting Falcons go straight to the finals, and also we didn't had Moneymakers qualifying to the prelims stage, so everyone was kind of shocked. But like besides that, like all the Brazilian teams, we know them very well. We play them daily, so they're great teams. And let's see what the next day is going to give us, like some good surprise.
Nice. And you have won PUBG tournaments in the past, and now you are making your debut with this team, right? So how do you plan to lead them to the victory?
Of course, I have like a big experience because like I played a lot of tournaments, but they are also like very experienced players. So I think we are like together, we are having like great results. We are improving every single day, and you guys gonna see great things coming from us.
Awesome. And you have an incredible team with you. They were consistently strong last year. What can we expect from Team Liquid in the prelims stage?
So basically, they're a great team, but I joined the team to bring them to the next level in terms of strategy. So I think like with their gun skills and mentality plus the strategies, like we're gonna achieve like amazing results this year. And this is what this is our main goal, like bring this team to the next level.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the interview.
Tapi memang ya di PMGO ini satu kata yang mencuri perhatian gue adalah ekspektasi sebenarnya. Karena kan kita bisa dibilang welcoming new team, new big organizations untuk di PMGO kali ini, tim Liquid yang akhirnya baru aja join di PUBG Mobile di dunia ini di tahun ini, di awal tahun dari 2024 ini. Tapi apakah dari kalian berdua sama-sama mempunyai ekspektasi tersebut? Apa ekspektasi lu, Sanskoy?
Kalau gue jujur tadi waktu ditanya excited atau enggak, gue sangat excited sekali, dan juga ekspektasinya adalah tidak hanya dari Liquid karena kita juga kedatangan Virtus Pro, lalu kita juga balik lagi ada Navi di sini, dan kita juga akan melihat ini dia para pemain-pemain yang akan bermain di masing-masing tim. Inco yang kembali hadir, Falcons yang sangat mengejutkan harus bermain di prelims karena semua mengira Falcons akan langsung lolos. Mereka bukan tim partnership sehingga mereka harus melewat open qualifier, tapi Falcon ditabrak di match terakhir saat mereka sudah peringkat pertama. Mereka turun di San Martin, mereka ditabrak oleh tim tidak jelas yang bernama IH. Apalah itu yang akhirnya tim tidak jelas ya.
High Five.
Itu tim baru, High Five. Dari Inggris, UK. Dari UK yang mungkin nanti akan jadi tim tuan rumah PMGC, saya belum tahu. Tapi mereka yang akhirnya lolos karena nabrak si Falcon di San Martin.
Betul.
Kalau gue lebih penasaran dengan kayak Liquid terus Virtus Pro yang akhirnya terjun ke kompetitifnya buat PUBG Mobile gitu. Dan seperti apa pemilihan dari scouting playernya mereka. Scouting tim akhirnya mereka akuisisi untuk membawa bendera Virtus Pro dan juga tim Liquid. Karena kita tahu ini dua organisasi besar yang udah cukup lama ada di e-sport scene. Sangat tua.
Iya betul. Terus Navi kemarin kan sempat vakum juga selama 2023. Akhirnya mereka muncul lagi dengan wajah baru dan mereka memboyong pemain-pemain dari Kazakhstan gitu, ex-Falcons Whites. Tapi kita move on lagi menuju ke arah grup C, ini juga adalah grup yang sangat-sangat seru di mana salah satu tim yang duduk bertengger di grup C adalah tim Vampire Esports. Salah satu tim terkaya di Southeast Asia karena buktinya mereka bisa untuk langsung terbang menuju ke arah Sao Paulo, Brazil untuk bisa mengikuti prelims ini yang pastinya akan memperebutkan total prize pool sebesar 500.000 US dollars. Yang dimana udah ada breakdownnya di bawah di main event menyisakan 356.000 US dollars setelah sebelumnya di prelims dan juga qualifier sama-sama dikasih prize pool. Jadi benar-benar fair ya untuk di kesempatan PMGO kali ini dari qualifiers dari prelims ya. Jadi menurut gue semua tim yang masuk dari jalur qualifiers ini tidak akan pulang dengan tangan hampa. Dan pastinya untuk mendapatkan hadiah paling besar untuk di PMGO ini mereka harus mengumpulkan poin yang dimana sistemnya tidak ada perubahan sama sekali. Sama semua dari turnamen-turnamen lokal, nasional, dari globalnya ini juga. Dimana winner-winner chicken dinner akan membawa 10 total poin dan posisi 9 sampai dengan ke-16 tidak akan membawa poin sama sekali. So untuk dari segi format, dari point structure sendiri menurut gua ini nggak bakalan terlalu menjadi challenge untuk semua tim yang bertanding di PMGO ini. Apalagi dengan map order yang udah sangat familiar khususnya mungkin untuk tim-tim Southeast Asia ya. Di mana pembuka ada Sunhawk, di follow up oleh Triple Erangel dan juga Double Miramar.
Tapi jujur deh, pala gue tuh kayak agak sedikit ke distract gitu loh. Karena kan beberapa waktu ini kan kita berjalanan bersama dengan PMCS. Dimana kita ngejalanin 1 kali Sunhawk, 2 kali Erangel dan 2 kali Miramar. Sementara satu mapnya lagi bakal di random. Tapi begitu gue ngelihat mapnya kebuka, kok gak ada tulisan random di bagian terakhir ya? Oh iya ini PMGO sih. Ini PMGO dan tadi siang kan juga baru aja kita ngelihat PMCS kan. Dengan kalau nggak salah kalau kita sedikit ngebahas tentang PMCS ini hari di mana kali pertamanya tim ladies mendapatkan chicken bulls yang ngedapetin chicken untuk di hari ini kan di Sunhawk atau di Erangel tadi gue Sunhawk ya. Match pertama. Sunhawk udah dapet di Erangelnya. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin PMGO tentunya dengan drop spot yang kita juga masih ngawang-ngawang nih kayaknya bakal ada bentrokan kayak gimana. Sengotot apa tim-tim dari Brazil ini yang ngikutin qualifiernya. Karena yang kita tahu The Xavier sama Vampire, 2 tim dari Southeast Asia ini termasuk 2 tim yang ngotot juga untuk memperebutkan drop zone-nya.
Pasti kan? Pasti. Apalagi ini kan adalah formatnya round robin gitu kan. Semuanya pasti bertemu kan.
Paradise apakah bakal tetap ngotot diamanin sama The Xavier, Vampire juga apakah bakal ngotot untuk di Ruins kalau kita berbicara tentang Sunhawknya sendiri. Terus kalau ngomongin hari ini kan kita hanya ngelihat grup A dan grup B. Berarti kita hanya ngelihat The Xavier yang main kalau kita ngomongin perwakilan dari Southeast Asia-nya.
Vampire-nya masih belum ya. Vampire-nya besok hari karena balik lagi ini prelims ini akan diadakan selama 3 hari teman-teman sekalian. Hari ini, besok dan juga lusa di mana formatnya round robin A, B, B, C, AC. Kalau misalnya kalian udah ngikutin turnamen-turnamen PUBG Mobile skala nasional ataupun skala globalnya pasti kalian juga familiar dengan format round robin ini. Tapi ngomong-ngomong Sanskoy, untuk hari ini lu boleh nggak sih jabarkan lagi, elaborate lagi karena kan lu sempet mention tadi excitement lu untuk bisa melihat PMGO ini seperti apa. Mungkin khususnya kita ngomongin di Xavier atau Vampire juga.
Tahan. Gue pengen lu pantun dulu dong buat PMGO. Karena biasanya tiap turnamen itu lu harus ngebawain sebuah pantun untuk turnamennya.
Sekarang apa di in-game?
Sekarang bisa.
Sekarang bisa.
Gas. Itu pantunnya.
Taruh.
Cakep.
Oh ya. Naik kereta ngebawa batu.
Cakep.
Bro pasta banyak mau.
Bener.
Sebuah pantun.
Untuk kayak orang yang banyak mau. Lanjut.
Apa tadi?
Ngomongin mungkin tim-tim yang ada di sini ya Sanskoy. Kayak mungkin khususnya adalah tim dari Southeast Asia, Vampire dan juga Dingo Xavier.
Kalau ngomongin mereka berdua, Xavier dan juga Vampire, ini adalah 2 tim kalau ngomongin turnamen global yang terbaik dari Southeast Asia. Kita jujur-jujuran aja. PMWI dikuasai oleh Vampire. Vampire menjadi tim Asia Tenggara paling sukses di PMWI, bahkan di dunia paling sukses di PMWI. Dan Xavier Faktanya adalah tim Asia Tenggara dengan poin paling tinggi di PMGC Grand Final Turki. Tim Asia Tenggara yang lain terutama Indonesia ya ada di bawah. Kita lihat ada di peringkat belasan. Sulit sekali untuk tembus top 10 tapi Xavier ada di peringkat 5 dan ini bukan untuk pertama kalinya mereka berada di peringkat atas klasemen di Grand Final sebuah turnamen global. Karena PMGC 2 tahun sebelumnya saat Nikma Galaxy berada di peringkat 3, Xavier juga peringkat 5 menjadi tim Asia Tenggara paling tinggi di PMGC. Berarti mereka udah jadi 2 kali tuh tim Asia Tenggara paling tinggi di turnamen global Grand Final.
Tapi PMS 3 kali tim Indonesia.
Emang mereka kayaknya spesialis global.
Tetap ada pembelaan ya.
Giliran tim Indonesia spesialis Asia Tenggara.
Nah, iya itu.
Begitu.
Kata Vampire, yaudahlah gue cari yang price poolnya gede-gede dulu gitu kan.
Ada porsinya masing-masing ya.
Betul, makanya kalau gua membahas Xavier dan membahas si Vampire, dua tim ini untuk di turnamen PMGO adalah 2 tim menurut gue paling layak dari Asia Tenggara untuk bermain gitu.
Walaupun kalau misalnya kita lihat-lihat tim-tim yang lainnya juga sebenarnya kan kuat-kuat juga.
Ya, walaupun track record menyebutkan tidak seperti itu kalau di global.
Kalau di global.
Dua inilah perwakilan Asia Tenggara paling kuat di global saat ini.
Betul, dan itu sebenarnya yang menjadi rasa penasaran gue nanti ketika melihat aksinya dari Boom Esports sendiri selaku perwakilan dari Southeast Asia dari jalur PMSL-nya. Jadi apakah Boom Esports nanti di main event atau di grand finalnya ini bakalan bisa untuk at least memberikan perlawanan lah. Tapi sebelum itu pastinya kalian harus menunggu nanti 3 hari ke depan untuk bisa menyaksikan grand finalnya akan seperti apa. Tapi ngomong-ngomong lagi, karena kita sekarang sedang melihat para pemain-pemain yang sudah mulai bersiap. Itu ada Navi juga. Ini Navi yang gue tunggu-tunggu juga sih. Karena kan balik lagi tadi sempat gue mention sedikit 2023 mereka tuh kayak vakum. Tapi ternyata kali ini mereka comeback. Kita bakalan lihat aksinya akan sespektakuler apa yang akan dibawakan oleh Sanskuy dan juga Bro Pasta. Ini dia.
Pesawat sudah mengudara saat ini. Terima kasih Donaviska datang dari Pulau C Camp Charlie. Donaviska menyebutkan Navi yang sempat hilang 1 tahun. Betul sekali, saya juga excited dengan Navi atau Natu Vincer yang baru. Mereka datang dari Tunisia karena membawa Axer, Psik, Puncher, Gonzo dan juga Forty. Pemain-pemain yang sempat berada di Falcon saat PMWI yang pertama. Lalu juga kita tahu mereka sebelumnya ada di salah satu tim Kazakhstan tadinya, terus sekarang pindah ke Navi atau Natus Vincer. Tidak hanya itu yang saya cukup excited untuk melihatnya, karena saya juga sangat-sangat ingin menyaksikan bagaimana pola permainan dari Furia. Furia adalah tim tuan rumah, tim Brazil yang logonya Leopard ada di kanan, ada di kiri atas, meminjam tempatnya Alter Ego di Camp Alva. Mereka mendatangkan pemain-pemain berpengalaman dari Brazil. Ada Ciowski yang sebelumnya dari INF, lalu ada Adrian yang sebelumnya dari IG, Betsker dari Inco. Ini adalah pemain-pemain yang sudah sangat terkenal dan sudah sempat mencicipi PMGC. Jangan lupakan Arthur Zin juga ada di sana dari tim Queso.
Betul sekali, dan sampai detik ini akhirnya kita memperlihatkan beberapa fight yang terjadi di area Ruins. Dan juga ada beberapa titik di bagian pairan tadi di mana Inco kali ini yang berhasil mendapatkan beberapa elimination. 3 eliminasi mereka dapatkan, Navi bahkan dibuat rontok ternyata bertemu dengan tim Inco. Dan VP tiba-tiba dibuat rontok juga. 2 anggota mereka sudah ter-take down, bahkan 3. 2 ternyata sudah dipulangkan ke area lobby, 1 masih bisa di-revive, tapi ini akan sangat menyulitkan tentunya untuk anggota dari tim VP. The last man standing entah ada di bagian mana, tapi Liquid kalau kita lihat pergerakan mereka juga agak tertekan karena mereka masih bertegur sapa dengan satu tim yang cukup dekat dengan mereka di bagian painan. 3 titik early game kita melihat drop yang diperebutkan oleh tim-tim ini.
Tim Liquid yang baru saja di-announce beberapa waktu yang lalu. Mereka mengambil para pemain-pemain dari Loops. Tapi Virtus Pro kita gadang-gadang, kita giding-giding. Kita eluk-elukan, tapi mereka pingin digua-guakan karena pulang dengan begitu cepat.
Ya, baru dibahas tadi kayak tepat atau tidak gitu VP dengan mengambil line up yang ini, pemain yang ini, mengakuisisi tim ini juga. Tapi ternyata mereka masih belum bisa membawakan hasil untuk di match yang pertama. Sementara dari Ragnum Karyabra, itu dia. Agak sedikit jauh memang ya, tapi dari tim ini juga masih menahan karena mereka bertemu dengan salah satu tim Dedengkot juga. Kalau kita ngomongin organisasi, tentunya Liquid adalah organisasi yang cukup lama, tapi Navi juga dipulangkan. 2 tim manajemen yang cukup besar sudah dipulangkan. VP pulang pertama, Navi menyusul untuk puas di peringkat ke-15.
Menjadi begitu seru untuk kita saksikan karena pertemuan juga melibatkan salah satu organisasi besar Liquid. yang mengambil Loops Gaming sebelumnya. Tembakan dilakukan kembali saat ini. Ayala berhasil mendapatkan satu pemain dari tim Bra yang saat ini berkolaborasi dengan RC, menjadi RC Bra dari singkatannya. Sebelumnya kita mengenal tim tersebut adalah Bra Esport. Sempat ada satu momen Bra Esport melambung tinggi namanya di PMGC tahun lalu saat Tospik berhasil melakukan sebuah clutch dengan 30-an peluru di di Severny di area utara dari Irangel. Itu adalah clutch yang begitu legend sekali di PMGC. Tapi saat ini sangat disayangkan, Tospik sudah tidak membela tim Bra. Justru Bra mendatangkan pemain berpengalaman. 1 piala PMGC sempat didapatkan oleh pemain yang baru saja knockdown.
Tapi Mythic bisa mendapatkan satu dari sebuah lemparan granat yang begitu bagus. Dan ada follow up dari seorang Chief. Ada Molotov yang dilemparkan sedikit membatasi pergerakan. Tapi Molotovnya bisa untuk memulangkan pemain yang berhasil ter-takedown dengan granat tadi. Painan masih menjadi saksi siapa yang bakal menang di fight ini. Tapi kalau kita lihat dari segi positioningnya, dari Liquid mereka sudah lebih unggul. Karena mereka tidak ada korban jiwa sama sekali. Mereka sudah bisa mendapatkan 2 pemain dari tim yang baru saja berkolaborasi di PMGO. Regnum Karya Bra Esport yang masih terpantau 2 pemain mereka di dalam satu rumah yang sama, melihat gerak-gerik dari seorang Chief. Tapi Chief tahu ada pantauan dari jendela, dia nggak naik lebih tinggi di bagian atap tersebut.
Pemain yang tadi saya sebutkan, seorang, ya namanya sama ternyata. Saya tadi bacanya agak susah karena depannya ada RC-nya, ternyata Silasnya masih sama. Silas adalah mantan pemain dari S2G, mengangkat gelar PMGC di Jakarta. Kita sama-sama melihat bagaimana Silas dengan otot besarnya mengangkat piala tersebut. Namun saat ini Silas meninggalkan S2G. Berani sekali dia keluar dari S2G untuk membantu Bra bermain maksimal di PMGO. Tim yang datang dari Turki. Namun apa daya, ternyata mereka sedang dalam posisi sulit. Terhimpit berada di compound ini. Sulit sekali Mythic kembali menjadi pemain yang sangat-sangat luar biasa. Mythic melakukan sebuah fight yang sangat epic.
Last man standing digerebek dari 3 sisi, langsung dipulangkan begitu saja. Bahkan ada taunting yang dilakukan oleh tim Liquid kali ini. 3 tim langsung dipulangkan dengan sangat cepat untuk damage yang pertama. VP, Navi, RCB juga dipulangkan dan Painan menjadi daerah kekuasaan dari tim Liquid. Sang kuda putih untuk di Irangel. Dan kita juga langsung berpindah menuju ke Xavier, salah satu perwakilan dari Southeast Asia. Mereka bergerak dengan begitu cepat. Keluar tadi dari area Paradise, mereka langsung mengontrol bagian pertigaan. Kompon pertigaan di arah selatan Paradise sudah mereka kuasai kali ini. Tengah circle kurang lebih.
Di mana area utara Tatmok Mongnai sangat free untuk segera diambil. Kita tahu bersama peraturan di Sanhok sudah begitu jelas. Barang siapa yang berada di area center dari circle, maka tim tersebut akan mendapatkan late game. Seringkali hal seperti itu terjadi di Sanhok. Seperti menjadi peraturan tidak tertulis. Dan saat ini yang berada di tengah adalah tidak lain tidak bukan Falcon dari Mongolia yang sebelumnya kita kenal dengan nama Stalwart, dengan nama STE. Sempat ada drama di off-season kemarin yang berujung pada Falcon yang mendapatkan keuntungan besar mengambil para pemain-pemain tersebut. Berada di peringkat atas Grand Final PMGC 2 tahun berturut-turut, menjadi satu achievement yang begitu luar biasa CV dari pemain-pemain Falcon.
Ya, apalagi kalau kita ngomongin sekarang, kalau misalkan mereka bisa main bagus lagi, mereka memperpanjang CV positif mereka. Kalau misalkan mereka bisa bermain bagus di bagian PMGO untuk kali ini. Dan setelah kita melihat 3 tim yang pulang ke arah lobby, kita tidak melihat intensitas fight yang lain terjadi. Hanya permainan aman yang dilakukan oleh Smoke Gaming, Xavier, ataupun bahkan tadi yang baru aja keluar dari arah bootcamp tim Falcon. Dan kayaknya kita hanya bakal ngelihat nanti ketika zona keduanya muncul atau ketika circle ketiganya sudah mulai muncul, karena semakin kecil circle, semakin besar potensi fight akan segera terjadi. Tapi Smoke Gaming, mereka bermain dengan begitu nyaman. Split juga sedang mereka lakukan, berada di arah titik-titik yang berbeda. 3-1 split yang dilakukan oleh Smoke Gaming untuk sementara ini. Belum ada lawan yang mendekat menuju ke arah compound mereka. Benar-benar bisa menguasai daerah ini. Kalaupun ada yang nabrak, gue rasa masih bisa dihalau, kecuali ditabrak dengan komit. Karena tadi ada satu pemain yang nge-split di bagian gudang 3.
Di mana kembali Falcon-nya IC yang diberikan kepercayaan untuk memisahkan diri. Xavier terpantau, Parajin ada di area jauh sana. Parajin adalah pemain yang begitu diandalkan di tim Xavier. Dan Xavier juga memiliki catatan baik di Sanhok sebenarnya, karena berulang kali mereka justru mampu mendulang poin saat Sanhok dimainkan. Di tempat yang berbeda, Nikma Galaxy sempat berada di peringkat 3 PMGC. Namun setelah itu peringkatnya terus menurun, bahkan sulit sekali untuk bisa mengembalikan performa mereka saat di Grand Final PMGC 2021 tersebut.
Ya, karena pasti dengan berkembangnya player-player juga, berkembangnya playstyle yang ada di PUBG Mobile, otomatis tim-tim ini juga harus mengikuti perkembangan yang ada. Kalau misalkan mereka nyaman dengan strategi mereka, akan tertinggal tentunya. Karena kalau kita lihat di PMGO ini strateginya agak-agak berbeda. Rata-rata pada mengamankan di bagian pinggiran circle, nggak ada yang langsung tabrak menuju ke arah tengah circle. Tapi tiba-tiba ada sebuah pick off yang terjadi dari arah tim IWNRX. Itu berarti dari UNRX ya. Sudah bisa mendapatkan sebuah knockdown tadi, namun sayang sekali masih belum bisa mereka eksekusi menjadi poin pertama mereka untuk damage yang pertama. Masih memantau karena depan sana belum ada angle yang bisa mendapatkan eliminasi poin tersebut. Tapi ternyata yang mereka incar pun sudah mulai bertetanggaan dengan tim lain yang cukup dekat dengan mereka, Zebra Master.
Ya, IWNRX sempat kita dengar namanya di PMGC, tapi tidak dengan IW, tapi hanya NRX saja, yaitu Next Ruya. Sempat lama Next Ruya berada di PMGC 2 tahun berturut-turut kalau tidak salah. Dulu ada pemainnya bernama Frozen di Next Ruya. Dan saat ini memang Frozen masih ada di sana, menjadi Frozen NNX. Fansnya cukup banyak, apalagi fans-fans cewek karena parasnya yang begitu handsome dari seorang Frozen.
Begitu
dan
handsome ya?
dan juga
begitu handsome.
Skillnya juga di atas rata-rata tim asal Turki. Karena kalau kita lihat memang Turki banyak mengirimkan pemain-pemain, banyak mengirimkan tim-timnya menuju ke prelims ini.
Ya, bahkan kalau kita ngelihat sendiri dari NRX ini, mereka sempat mendapatkan peringkat 6 untuk di PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 Grand Final waktu itu. Dan juga sempat mendapatkan peringkat pertama di PUBG Mobile Global Championship League West, PMWL kalau nggak salah tuh, PMWL yang West, karena yang East itu yang juara BTR waktu itu.
Ya, betul sekali. Dan yang menjadi MVP adalah Break dari Box Gaming saat itu di 2022. Dan saya juga, dari tadi tuh saya penasaran, si Panzer 6 ini dari mana ya? Karena saya sempat mengenal mereka sebelum di Navi, sebelum juga di Valve.
Udah teman kecil berarti ya?
Enggak, teman kecil juga. Saya baru ingat kalau si Axer itu dulu sempat Konina Power dan juga sempat Titan Gaming. Nah, satu tim ini dulunya itu Titan Gaming. Waktu kita mengenalnya di PMGC. Berganti menjadi Falcon, berganti menjadi Navi saat ini.
Iya, ada beberapa historical yang barusan saja diungkapkan oleh seorang Sanskui. Dan Smoke Gaming, ini nama baru nggak sih, Ko, yang akhirnya baru terdengar di kaca internasional? Apa karena ini di PMGO ya, akhirnya kita baru mendengar nama Smoke Gaming ini?
Ya, Smoke Gaming harusnya datang dari Brazil ya. Sehingga mereka memiliki sebuah keuntungan.
Nama baru mereka, soalnya datanya nggak bisa kita buka kan?
Benar, nama baru dan mereka datang dari Brazil. Sehingga mereka tidak perlu membayar kos yang cukup mahal untuk travel. Karena mereka tinggal ngesot dikit aja.
Tapi playernya pengalaman semua loh. Ada Chunha, ada Mid juga. Terus ada Ninho sama Rafinha. Secara nama mungkin kita nggak terlalu familiar gitu. Tapi secara data yang kita pegang, ini tuh nama-nama yang udah punya histori dari PUBG Mobile sendiri.
Mereka memang sudah banyak berkompetisi di PMPL Brazil dan juga PMPL Amerikas. Namun hanya mentok di sana saja. Mereka tidak pernah menuju Global Championship. Itulah yang juga menjadi satu kekurangan para fans PUBG Mobile di Indonesia. Karena banyak fans PUBG Mobile di Indonesia, kita sangat fokus untuk Asia Tenggara, tapi kita tidak menyaksikan turnamen-turnamen PUBG Mobile di ranah yang lain, di belahan dunia yang lain. Itu yang membuat kita tidak terlalu mengetahui siapa saja pemain-pemain dari seperti Raw, lalu juga SMK, dan kita tidak tahu SMK-nya ini jurusannya apa, elektrik,
beda dong,
otomotif.
Beda dong, SMK-nya beda ya. SMK-nya beda, yang di Brazil sama di Indonesia tuh beda SMK-nya. Di sini kayaknya SMK-nya lebih ke arah beradu strategi ya. Untuk gimana caranya mereka bisa mengontrol circle di setiap circle baru ini muncul. Dan Nikma, tim yang cukup punya pengalaman, tim yang sempat flop juga. Ini bisa dibilang tim yang paling sering naik turun gak sih Nikma nih?
Ya, naik turun memang apa yang sudah mereka alami. Tim asal Irak dan juga satu hal yang saya ketahui fakta dari Nikma adalah coach mereka keluar, yaitu yang sekarang jadi coachnya si Cleon. Di tim apa Cleon sekarang?
Cleon sekarang ini di tim Malaysia kan?
Malaysia ya, Todak.
Todak, itu dia.
Nah, coachnya Todak.
Kenapa gue mau bilang Talon ya? Todak.
Coachnya Todak itu adalah coachnya Nikma Galaxy. Emang orang Malaysia tapi dia pernah berkarir di Nikma Galaxy di luar negeri. Saat dilatih oleh coachnya Todak, mereka juara 3 di PMGC.
Ya, kita
Tapi
lihat
setelah itu lepas saja.
Kali ini bisa ngedapetin juara berapa untuk di PMGO karena sekarang mereka juga sedang berjuang di babak prelims. Dan sebuah tembakan dari tim Furia tadi tim sempat dibahas sama Sanskui, salah satu tim dengan logo yang begitu garang yang turun di arah drop zone-nya Alter Ego kalau kita ngomongin AE di Southeast Asia-nya sendiri. Dan Furia sudah mulai melanjutkan perjalanan mereka setelah menembak satu UAS tadi yang dikendarai oleh satu tim, tapi sayang sekali mereka tidak bisa mendapatkan knockdown ataupun tidak bisa untuk menghancurkan mobil tersebut. Dan Falcon kali ini yang cukup dekat dengan mereka. Split sedang dilakukan. Dua-dua split yang dilakukan oleh tim Falcon. Terdengar bunyi-bunyian mobil di bagian belakang sana. Siap rupanya pemain-pemain Falcon untuk bisa memberikan kejutan menuju ke arah tim Furia. Siapa yang bakal mendapatkan knockdown-nya terlebih dahulu. Top masih belum memberikan informasi. Tapi Inko, what happened Inko? Tiba-tiba tumbang satu karena ulahnya sendiri. Bahkan ada follow up juga yang masuk menuju ke arah mereka. Knockdown dirasakan oleh Inko. Dua pemain mereka pulang dan Furia sudah mulai menerima tembakan dari tim Falcon. Satu persatu sudah mulai dihancurkan. Tapi Inko di bagian lain bisa mendapatkan sebuah trade. Dua orang langsung dibungkam begitu saja. Falcon bisa mendapatkan 2 poin early mereka tanpa trade sama sekali.
Kembali action yang menjadi kunci dari tim ini. Di belakangnya ada Coach Senator. Coach Senator merupakan coach yang itu terkenal top lagi-lagi MVP. PMGC Jakarta mendapatkan knockdown menuju Furia. Menyisakan hanya satu pemain saja, bahkan sudah ketahuan mudah sekali. Sangat-sangat mudah action. Melakukan N menuju satu pemain terakhir di spray. Langsung pulang semuanya. Furia tidak ada lagi di Sanhok.
Sanskui. Prediksi dua tim yang sudah pasti lolos dari prelims ini ke babak grand final.
Falcon dan juga satu lagi Falcon lagi.
Dua tim dong.
Falcon sama siapa ya?
Vampire gue sih.
Xavier lah gue lah, biar satu lagi Asia Tenggara.
Oke, kalau begitu kita lihat aksi dari tim-tim lain Brasil yang sudah mulai bertanding kali ini, yang sudah mulai bertegur sapa dengan peluru panas mereka. Tapi Liquid di bagian lain Cardozin diamankan. Masih belum dipulangkan, namun ada threat yang terjadi karena Mythic bisa mendapatkan pemain dari tim SM. Sudah mulai berperang mereka, bahkan dari Insanity kali ini Sport sudah mulai bergerak. Nigma dibuat kocar-kacir di bagian lain, tapi Insanity mulai masuk ke depan sana. Inko yang bakal diincar. Silence akan bergerak menuju ke arah belakang sebuah batu. Dan Smoke Gaming mereka ter-take down satu orang tadi, namun granat akan segera dilemparkan meletup hanya memberikan splash damage. Namun ternyata masih ada pergerakan dari seorang Ayala yang akhirnya mendapatkan poin tambahan untuk tim Liquid. 5 kali ini sudah dikumpulkan oleh Liquid.
Ayalah naik lagi. Pemain ini menuju ke atas mencari di manakah posisi pasti dari lawannya berada. Berganti dengan sebuah UMP. Tembakan dengan red dot scope saja. Tapi di tempat yang berbeda lawannya tetap memaksakan dengan sebuah DBS. Harus rapat untuk menggunakan DBS dengan efektif. Nah, kalau jaraknya segini bisa nih. DBS dengan jarak yang kecil seperti ini sangat mungkin. Tapi apa daya di belakangnya. Ada Ayala kembali. Ayala yang mendapatkannya.
Itu dia backup dari Chief disusul dengan finishing dari seorang Ayala. Sebuah body system yang bagus dari tim Liquid walaupun mereka akhirnya kehilangan 2 anggota mereka. Karena Dozin sudah dipulangkan, Mythic sudah dipulangkan. Tinggal 2 player aktif dari tim Liquid untuk kali ini. Ada Mid yang bakal memantau, Smoke Gaming bakal membalaskan dendam atas kematian rekan-rekannya. Terpantau di bagian atas, namun ternyata ada tembakan yang datang dari bagian sebelah kanan. Dia terdistract dan akhirnya dipulangkan. Ada tiba-tiba gangguan dari jarak yang begitu jauh. Ikut menembak dan SM Smoke Gaming dipulangkan ke arah lobby.
Kita akan memantau lagi apa yang akan tersaji di match pertama karena baru match pembuka prelims tapi begitu seru, banyak sekali fight yang langsung tersaji, langsung terjadi. Seperti halnya granat yang sedang dipredik untuk dilemparkan tapi di cancel terlebih dahulu, berganti kembali. Tetap saja OVT nampaknya pemain ini dengan granat atau dengan tembakan. Akhirnya memutuskan dengan lontaran granat tapi dibalaskan juga granat ada di sekitarnya.
Mundur dia ke arah belakang tapi di bagian lain granat masih dilemparkan. Semakin mengecil circle semakin sedikit. Tempat yang enak untuk dimainkan. Gue nggak ngelihat pergerakan dari The Xavier lagi. Kayaknya DX sudah dipulangkan kah atau mereka masih menahan? Masih ada satu persatu rumah yang bisa dimainkan oleh The Xavier. Ternyata mereka bertahan di bagian pertigaan. Dari tadi loh, mereka tidak bergeming dari arah compound pertigaan ini. Tidak ada tim yang mendekat menuju ke arah mereka. Bahkan gue masih belum tahu berapa banyak eliminasi dikumpulkan. Dan sekarang sudah mulai muncul eliminasi dari Xavier. Bahkan belum mendapatkan eliminasi poin sama sekali. Tapi fight masih terus terjadi. Sudah mulai ada perang yang semakin intens kali ini dari ZM. Zebra Master mulai memantau ke arah bawah. Sudah dia incar dari tadi. Tinggal menunggu pergerakan dari tim-tim yang cukup dekat dengan zona di arah bawah sana.
Niel Zada 43. Kita juga harus perkenalan dengan pemain yang satu ini. Pemain dari Zebra Master asal Brazil. Inilah alasannya kenapa Zebra Master bisa bermain di kancah global akhirnya karena Brazil menjadi tuan rumah. Yang lainnya juga harus kita saksikan Royal War. melakukan sebuah pemantauan satu pemain mereka. Nampaknya Zebra Master harus berhadapan dengan sebuah buaya yang ada di bawah. Buaya berhadapan dengan Zebra.
Ini dia buaya lawan Zebra. Kalau kita ngomongin dari hewannya harusnya bakal menang ke arah buayanya, tapi Zebra ini begitu ngotot, buayanya bakal tertekan, tapi granat dilemparkan hampir menumbangkan sebuah Zebra, namun Zebra masih bisa mundur ke bagian belakang. Buayanya bakal naik ke atas bukit, mencari dengan DBS yang mana backup fire yang diberikan, dan Zebra kembali lagi bisa mengatasi gigitan-gigitan dari buaya yang naik ke atas bukit ini.
Ya, jika di Indonesia sempat ada legenda cicak lawan buaya, di Brazil saat ini ada legenda buaya lawan Zebra, di mana buaya justru dipulangkan oleh laba-laba.
Itu dia yang battle Zebra sama buaya, yang dapetin keuntungannya laba-laba.
Tapi di tempat yang berbeda, Zebranya masih bertahan. 2 pemain atau 3, oh bahkan lengkap kalau tidak salah tadi. Saya tidak terlalu melihatnya, ya betul saja.
Lengkap.
Masih lengkap.
6
elimination. Bahkan N-Hyper melakukan tembakan kembali, satu lagi tumbang. Dari lawan N-Hyper yang sedang mereka incar adalah Insan. Di bawah sana N-Hyper masih memanfaatkan sebuah batu. Insanity melemparkan utility terlebih dahulu. Hanya menyisakan satu pemain aktif, yaitu Talent, yang membuat dia tidak bisa melakukan banyak hal. Harus mengeluarkan semua potensi yang dia miliki untuk akhirnya menyelamatkan satu rekannya yang sedang merangkak.
Ya, tinggal 8 tim apalagi yang tersisa. Semakin sedikit timnya, namun semakin kecil juga circle-nya, dan Falcon mulai menambah pundi eliminasi mereka. Bertegur sapa dengan tim Nikma, saling melakukan trade talk sama satu sama lain, dan Liquid di bagian lain mereka sudah dipulangkan. 7 eliminasi mereka bawa. Puas di esek yang ke-8, berarti ada 8 total poin yang dibawa oleh tim Liquid untuk kali ini, Sanskuy.
Pak Rajin bertahan, 4 elimination didapatkan. Compound-nya masih sama. Nangkep kodok di Cimande, nggak apa-apa ngendok, yang penting WWCD. Itu yang mungkin coba dilakukan oleh pemain dari Xavier, tapi apa daya Pak Rajin. Walaupun berada di area dalam compound, walaupun hanya bermodalkan sebuah jendela saja sempit, namun tetap dapat mendapatkan satu pemain, yaitu top MVP PMGC Jakarta. Dilumat habis oleh laba-laba ngamuk asal Vietnam. Pak Rajin kembali melakukan spray, mencoba untuk mencari hit mark-nya. Kalau ada satu hit mark saja, langsung di spray habis di titik tersebut.
Ya, tapi lihat pergerakan dari arah DX tadi, sebuah crossfire yang begitu bagus mereka lakukan, membuat tim-tim lain rumit untuk bisa masuk ke dalam zona. Bahkan dari Insanity, mereka bermain agresif melihat terus ke arah atas, tapi sayang sekali gagal untuk bisa mendapatkan yang kedua. Masih bisa diatasi oleh N-Hyper, dan bye-bye untuk Insanity. 6 tim tersisa kali ini. Sudah mulai dipulangkan kembali satu pemain tadi, tapi The Xavier mau nggak mau mereka sekarang harus keluar dari area kompon mereka. Dipulangkan juga NHP menuju ke lobby. 4 eliminasi mereka bawa. 5 tim tersisa. Dan lihat Zebra mengincar singa kali ini. Inko bakal diincar, granat dimasak. Apakah bisa mendapatkan satu orang di bagian dalam sana? Granat dilemparkan menuju ke arah luar, tapi ternyata tidak memberikan damage sama sekali karena memang pemain dari arah Inko, dan di bagian dalam dari rumah ini dilempar lagi ke arah luar. Tidak di arah luar, Bang. Ada di arah dalam dia, Bang. Diintip batu, nggak ada, Bang. Batunya kosong, nggak ada udang di bagian batu tersebut. Dan itu dia. Inko dipulangkan, 4 tim tersisa. The Xavier masih berjaya di match yang pertama.
Di Menor yang tadi mencoba untuk melemparkan granat. Akhirnya Xavier keluar dari persembunyiannya. Tapi saat mereka keluar, 1-2 pemain tumbang menyisakan yang terakhir. Wah, sulit sekali untuk Xavier bertahan. Mungkin WWCD bukan didapatkan oleh Xavier untuk match pertama ya. Harusnya bukan Xavier yang mendapatkannya karena menyisakan yang terakhir. Justru Falcon masih punya kesempatan di sana.
Ya, nice try untuk Xavier karena mereka hanya pos di peringkat yang keempat dengan 5 eliminasi. Battle masih terjadi. Zebra kali ini masih melihat ke arah Nikma. Sebuah percobaan tembakan dilakukan, namun Nikma masih memiliki sebuah hiding spot yang begitu bagus. Zebra harus mencari celah kalau mereka ingin mendapatkan pemain-pemain dari tim Nikma. Falcon juga masih mengganggu pergerakan dari Zebra. 2 tim langsung dibabat habis, langsung diincar oleh Zebra di waktu yang bersamaan.
Kita melihat kembali 54%. Peluang mereka granat kembali, tapi diselamatkan dengan sebuah boosting yang sudah ditenggak oleh salah satu pemain dari tim Zebra Master. Rauf juga harus mempertahankan posisinya. Healing harus digunakan terlebih dahulu, tapi Rauf memaksakan melempar granat. Belum healing sudah melempar granat.
Itu dia membuat Rauf pun tumbang, tapi action di bagiannya juga sudah dipulangkan. Berarti lobby Falcon hanya pos di peringkat yang ketiga kali ini. 2 tim tersisa, 4 lawan 2. Bukan jumlah yang bagus untuk Nikma, tapi bukan hal yang impossible untuk di-counter kembali oleh tim Nikma. Rauf, akankah dia revive? Atau akan direlakan begitu saja, dan granat akan dilemparkan. Berarti karena seorang Lord plus damage-nya masuk, tapi Lord masih bisa bertahan. Masih dicari, masih mencari-cari kali ini. Namun granat berikutnya mampu untuk mendapatkan seorang Lord, dan revive-nya tidak diupayakan. Last man standing berarti untuk tim Nikma.
Lemparan utility kembali. Coba dilakukan oleh satu pemain yaitu Niel Zada. Arahnya tepat tapi jaraknya belum terlalu rapat. Menuju pemain yang diincar tadi. Kups, pemain asal Amerika. Yang didatangkan menuju Nigma Galaxy. Berhasil mendapatkan satu pemain. Bahkan KBZ yang dimiliki oleh satu pemain ini yaitu Menor. Atau di Menor maksud saya. Sudah habis pelurunya, menyisakan hanya 16 peluru saja. Tidak ada reload untuk dirinya. Kita kembali menuju ke posisi dari Kups. POV.
Awas,
pemain yang paling diandalkan dari Nigma Galaxy. Pemain yang memaksakan pemain Nigma Galaxy menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Tapi Kups juga tumbang. Confirm sudah. Harusnya WWCD didapatkan oleh Zebra Master. Ya betul saja Zebra Master. Mendapatkan winner chicken dinner yang pertama. Tim Brazil langsung menggila.
15 eliminasi berhasil mereka dapatkan di match yang pertama. Congratulations untuk Zebra Master 2373 damage.
Zebra Master adalah tim dengan achievement paling bagus ya. Baru saja berada di peringkat keempat Qualifier PMSL 2024 Spring Brazil.
Wow Dona. Gua kira Dona sudah di open, ternyata belum ya.
Ya.
Ada sedikit miss yang terjadi di sini. Tapi welcome back Dona Miska.
Ya, terima kasih ya. Wah, gokil. Ini game yang pertama sudah begitu cepat gue rasakan ya pace-nya. Ya apalagi kita bermain di Sunhawk, tapi memang terbukti nyata ada beberapa tim-tim besar yang ya lu bawa nama organisasi besar, belum tentu lu bisa besar untuk di kesempatan kali ini, khususnya di PMGO. Terbukti merintis dulu, terbukti juga dengan VP dan juga Navi yang sempat vakum kemarin harus tusun di sini. Tapi siapa sangka Zebra Master yang sebenarnya datang dari Qualifier, mereka bisa untuk mendapatkan winner chicken dinner di kesempatan game yang pertama. Dan fun fact-nya adalah Falcon, versi dari tim partnership ya. Top 2-nya lah untuk kali ini ya. Falcons dan juga dari tim Zebra Master. Mereka datang dari Qualifier kemarin yang kita akan lihat lagi. Ini dia keseruan di game yang pertama yang sudah cukup chaos. Memang ada beberapa tabrakan-tabrakan yang terjadi di awal-awal seperti ini untuk memperebutkan drop zone-nya. Tim Liquid despite mereka tim bisa dibilang tanda kutip baru, walaupun memang nama-namanya juga tidak terlalu baru-baru banget untuk kesemuanya, tapi mereka sudah bisa berani untuk mengamankan drop zone yang paling hot di seantero Sunhawk, yakni di Painan. Walaupun mereka harus berhadapan dengan tim yang lainnya, tapi mereka bisa untuk mempertahankan drop zone tersebut. Yang gue salut di sini adalah Zebra Master sebenarnya. Mereka dapetin winner chicken dinner, tapi sebenarnya perjalanan mereka itu tidak yang kayak gue dapetin zona terus-terusan. Gak seperti The Xavier yang bisa dapetin pertigaan, compound, masih penuh, masih bertiga. Tim Falcons juga keluar dari Paradise Resort, gak harus kemana-mana. Mereka cuma tinggal split 3-1 aja dan jagain mungkin sekitar seperempat dari circle terakhir tadi. Tapi dari Zebra Master ini sendiri mereka harus keluar dari ban, terus harus jalan dari bagian Tenggara, masuk, dan dengan demikian mereka bisa ngelibas habis tim-tim yang lainnya yang mereka temui dalam perjalanan rotasi mereka. Maka dari itu eliminasi poin mereka sangat memukau untuk di Sunhawk. 15 totalnya. Semua tim Nigma Galaxy, Falcon, Xavier, Inco, and Hyper, Insanity Sports, dan juga tim Liquid nggak dikasih sama sekali. Tapi anyway, dari tim Liquid gue sangat salutnya karena memang mereka rebutan drop zone tadi di Painan. Jadi dari awal sampai ke mid gamenya mungkin mereka bisa untuk dapetin eliminasi poin. Dan sudah mengantongi total 7 untuk di game yang pertama ini. Tapi dari Navi dan juga VP atau Virtus Pro yang mungkin memang banyak mata menuju ke arah mereka, walaupun despite mereka harus tusun, mereka sudah bisa mengantongi total 1 eliminasi poin. Ya lumayan lah, ya nggak malu-malu banget Saskuy.
Ya betul sekali ya, setidaknya ada poin lah yang didapatkan oleh dua tim tersebut. Dan juga kalau kita lihat sepanjang match pertama, kita belum bisa lebih tepatnya menarik sebuah kesimpulan permainan dari masing-masing tim. Karena ini lagi-lagi turnamennya begitu besar. Ini baru match yang pertama. Biasanya match pertama seperti ini dijadikan sebuah match tumbal untuk mendapatkan informasi dulu. Untuk akhirnya mengetahui ritmenya, temponya seperti apa. Karena lagi-lagi mereka memiliki kesempatan yang cukup besar. Apalagi untuk grup B besok mereka masih akan main lagi. Grup C lusa masih akan main lagi. Atau grup A lusa akan main lagi.
A, B, B, C, A, C.
Lusa
itu dia.
Dan sebenarnya ya kalau gue komentar kenapa dari ZM nih atau Zebra ini bisa main bagus banget. Padahal tadi Donald bilang ini adalah tim yang datang dari babak qualifier. Karena data yang bisa didapatkan oleh tim-tim lain itu mungkin nggak sebanyak yang bisa didapetin oleh Zebra ke arah tim lain gitu. Karena mereka datang dari qualifier, nggak banyak mata bertuju ke mereka. Mungkin dari segi streaming dan segala macamnya juga sedikit untuk bisa mencari drop zone, cara rotasi mereka, checkpointnya mereka. Ini juga sebenarnya terjadi di Void gitu. Ketika Void dapetin chance-nya mereka untuk main di PMSL pertama kali.
Di minggu-minggu pertama
Yes,
ya.
betul.
Mereka berhasil untuk keluar dan juga mendobrak dan memukau mungkin banyak mata yang memandang ke arah PMSL ini. Jadi intinya adalah atau TLDR-nya adalah ya there's always two sides of a coin. Tapi anyway Zebra Masters keluar sebagai pemenang WWCD untuk kesempatan di game yang pertama ini. Nilzada 4-3 lah yang berhasil untuk menjadi MVP. Yang gue seneng ya kalau misalnya dari tim-tim Brazil itu fotonya sangat memukau coy. Ini kayak abang-abangan Brazil banget.
Iya, itu kalau di kita udah kayak abang-abangan fastur kayaknya.
No Mercy.
Itu lawan No Mercy. Kalau No Mercy tatap mata Peko atau Megazord kita. Ini tatap alis saya.
Bener ya, emang lagi ngetren banget di Nah ini dia momen-momen di mana memang seorang Melzada ini berhasil untuk memberikan impact-impact yang luar biasa untuk tim Zebra Master yang sudah mendapatkan winner chicken dinner di Sunhawk. Balik lagi, ini adalah Sunhawk pertama. Dan masing-masing tim yang berada di grup A, B, dan juga C hanya akan bermain 2 kali Sunhawk untuk total 3 hari dari prelims ini. Jadi mungkin untuk mayoritas tim-tim ya udahlah ya Sunhawk tinggal tutup mata aja. The real deal-nya nanti 3 kali E-Rangel yang akan kita lihat sesaat lagi sesuai dengan jadwal nantinya. Dan kayaknya sih menurut gue bakalan tetap ada lah ya namanya tabrak-tabrakan drop zone. Dan gue senengnya ya dari mayoritas tim-tim di PMGO ini, gue melihat kayak mereka tuh sangat-sangat tidak ragu untuk tabrakan drop zone loh.
Itu yang sebenarnya bikin ini tuh menarik gitu loh. Karena emang ini baru pertama kali ada PMGO, kali pertamanya yang dibilang sama Sansku tadi, international match yang pertama kali ada di awal tahun gitu kan. Terus ngasih wadah buat sangat diuntungkan buat daerah Brazil.
Middle East, Brazil to West lah
itu
ya.
banyak banget keuntungan buat mereka. Jadi akhirnya kita bisa ngelihat, oh ini loh ternyata Brazil tuh punya tim PUBG Mobile tuh banyak.
Betul.
Dan akhirnya menjadi daya tarik dari tim-tim yang kita bisa bilang kayak old timnya e-sport lah kayak BP, Navi, terus tadi ada tim Liquid juga. Cuman tinggal ngelihat perkembangannya aja nanti bakal seperti apa.
Nah itu dia yang sangat-sangat gue tunggu untuk gue tonton di kesempatan seluruh pagelaran PMGO dari awal sampai akhir nanti di grand finalnya. Karena pastinya masih banyak sekali atau masih panjang juga perjalanan apalagi di prelims ini. Hari ini masih ada 5 kali kesempatan game dipermainkan, prelimsnya masih ada 3 hari dan nantinya di grand final mereka akan bertemu dengan tim-tim juara dari PMSL region masing-masing dari Southeast Asia juga contohnya ada Bumi Sports yang sempat tadi kita juga mention sedikit. Tapi Sanskuy, hot take saja mungkin kita bakalan ngobrol cepat aja sebelum mungkin kita bakalan move on menuju ke arah interview yang akan diadakan di venue nantinya. Red dari lu di Sunhawk barusan.
Sunhawk barusan.
Ayo Mas Sanskuy.
Gua cuma bisa ngasih ya 70 lah.
70 dari?
70 per 1000.
11 per 100. 70 per 100 ya.
Sama aja.
70 per 100.
70 per 100 ya. Banyak banget 7 per 10 kek.
7 per 10.
7 per 10.
Ya.
Tapi kita lihat terlebih dahulu ini dia interview yang akan kita saksikan live dari Sao Paulo, Brazil. Let's take a look.
Zebra Master Team Bushazin. First of all, congratulations on this winning. And I'm here with the translator for him. And I have a couple questions about the last match. So, are there any particular opponent or team you are looking for to face in the future matches?
Então, algumas perguntas para você. Primeiramente, tem algum time ou oponente que você queria enfrentar no futuro?
Acredito que eu queria enfrentar a Bra.
Bra. He believes that he would like to play with Como foi?
Bra.
Bra.
Awesome. Okay, so this last match was quite impressive. So how does the win, the first match, impact the team confidence for the next matches?
Como influenciar essa ganância no primeiro jogo o seu equipe? Como será os seus sentimentos?
Acredito que nós vamos ganhar muita confiança para o próximo mapa e com isso acredito que vamos terminar o dia bem.
They believe that they will finish the day well and that it will increase their confidence, has already increased.
Yeah, all right. So I want to know the expectations for the next match. will be in Erangel map. So the team Zebra Master managed to go well, to go good in the Erangel map.
E as expectativas para o próximo jogo, o Zebra Master vai ficar. Como vocês vão ir? Como são as expectativas?
Então, nós estudamos muitos dos times e com essa confiança acredito que podemos buscar mais uma vitória.
They have studied other teams very well, so they believe it will be a nice games for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck in the next map.
Thank you.
How to be a portrait master.
semuanya, selamat datang kembali di PMGO 2024 berhasil menyiarkan langsung dari studio Jakarta, Indonesia. Inilah dia match kedua kita, back to the OG map Irengel.
Pesawat mengudara datang dari Primors menuju Lipovka. Terlihat dengan jelas Vitali dari tim Inco bisa langsung turun menuju ke drop zone-nya. Satu hal yang menarik dari tim Zebra Master, tim yang baru saja melakukan atau mendapatkan WWCD, melakukan sebuah agresivitas yang sangat luar biasa. 15 elimination mereka kumpulkan di match yang pertama. Langsung melambungkan namanya dan juga membuat namanya dilirik oleh dunia. Karena ini adalah turnamen global pertama yang dijalani oleh Zebra Master. Tapi pemain yang mendapatkan MVP, pemain penting untuk mereka yaitu Neilzada, adalah pemain yang sebenarnya cukup lama membela Zebra Master. Neilzada sudah bergabung bersama Zebra Master. Susah banget sih namanya orang.
Kok marah?
Ada caster emosi.
Kok ngamuk ya?
Neilzada ini sudah bergabung bersama Zebra Master dari Juni 2022. Sehingga sudah cukup panjang perjalanannya bersama Zebra Master. Dan kita akan melihat kembali saat ini Insanity berhadapan dengan salah satu tim di Verifier.
Yap, sudah mulai bertegur sapa. Mereka sudah mulai ada tembakan yang terjadi. Belum ada knockdown yang mereka lakukan juga. Terlihat di arah bawah sana menembak menuju ke arah kandang kuda. Ditembak kembali tapi tidak bisa ditembus, Bang. Gak bisa ditembus, Bang. Itu kayunya, Bang. Masih dicoba tapi timingnya hampir dapat. Ada sebuah lemparan utility namun tidak berbahaya karena smoke yang dilempar ke arah atas. Tapi dari arah garasi memantulkan granatnya, tertakedown satu pemain dari arah luar tadi. Satu knockdown berhasil mereka dapatkan. Sudah mendapatkan satu eliminasi. Akan langsung didobrak begitu saja. NRX semakin maju, semakin mendekat dan semakin banyak mendapatkan poin. Bahkan pemain ketiga juga berhasil mereka amankan. Akankah disapu bersih seluruh pemain yang mengganggu drop zone mereka? Last man standing langsung ngacir dan bersembunyi.
Ya, sebuah kandang kuda yang menjadi cukup menarik. Bro-Pasta tadi menyebutkan tidak bisa ditembus dengan peluru karena memang satu-satunya compound yang bisa ditembus dengan peluru hanya ada di Karakin. Compound Karakin ada beberapa yang memungkinkan peluru bisa menembusnya, itu compound yang kalau kalian lihat agak sedikit bolong-bolong dari segi temboknya. Hanya itu saja di PUBG Mobile yang bisa tembus dengan peluru. Selebihnya tidak bisa, walaupun kayu tidak bisa ditembus dengan peluru kecuali kalian bermain di Karakin. Tapi sayangnya Karakin tidak dimainkan di turnamen global ataupun di skena kompetitif karena mapnya terlalu kecil. Seperti halnya Nusa dan juga Livi. Kita kembali menuju ke area yang berbeda. Saat ini N-Hyper yang sedang kita saksikan, salah satu tim partnership yang bermain di prelims, di mana mereka sudah mengetahui ada Virtus Pro di depan sana. VP yang pulang dengan cepat, hanya satu elimination saja di match yang pertama. Bisa mereka melakukan hal tersebut kembali atau mengalami hal tersebut kembali. Jejavu bisa dialami oleh Virtus Pro.
Masa ya 2 kali pulang ke arah lobby dengan cepat sih? Masa iya? Jadi 3 tim pertama yang dipulangkan ke arah lobby, karena sejauh ini yang udah dipulangkan adalah INS. Selesai mereka dipulangkan menuju ke arah lobby. Tapi lihat dari Virtus Pro, mereka berusaha untuk memberikan counter ke arah NHP. Granat sudah mulai dilempar karena dia mendekat, tapi ternyata dia ready dengan sebuah weapon. Namun ternyata Korka masih bisa cepat responnya untuk bisa mendapatkan sebuah knockdown. Dreadnought memang terjadi, tapi tumbang juga pemain dari VP. 2 pemain terakhir akan dijiggle begitu saja. Karpri masuk maksud gua. Waduh, namanya agak sulit dibaca memang ya. Tapi ternyata Korka masih bisa menggocek. Dia mundur ke arah belakang sana. Ada satu pergerakan di bagian sebelah kanan. Akankah dia berfokus? Karena dari VP mereka kalah jumlah. Revive sudah berhasil tadi. Berarti 3 pemain sudah mulai bangkit. Akankah mereka membalikan keadaan? Awas, tidak sadar ada yang ada di balik sebuah broken wall. Tapi ternyata respon cepat tadi gagal untuk bisa mendapatkan korban berikutnya.
Maloy yang menjadi pemain.
Temal, dia pemaloy.
Maloy. Yang menggunakan sebuah DBS. Tapi kita kembali menuju ke arah yang lain. Drone view sudah terlihat, bahkan Milky Way yang mendapatkannya menuju satu pemain dari tim NHP yang ada di depan sana. Tapi Caprice melakukan tembakan balasan. Caprice adalah pemain yang berasal dari Ukraina, di mana untuk organisasinya N-Hyper mewakili Kanada dan Amerika Serikat. Mereka memiliki 2 pemain China di tim N-Hyper. Salah satunya adalah FS yang sedang kita saksikan ini.
Yep, masih ada di balik sebuah broken wall. Bermain sabar mereka. VP sudah mulai bisa mengatasi fight di arah Lipovka ini, tapi satu anggota mereka tadi yang tertakedown tidak bisa diselamatkan, harus direlakan begitu saja. Namun kedua tim ini masih bertukar eliminasi. Sama-sama kehilangan 1 dan sama-sama mendapatkan 1 poin eliminasi. Maloy Tidak keluar dari arah perumahan, tetapi lihat sebuah pergerakan dari Milky Way. Sebuah flank dilakukan, satu berhasil dipanis, dan VP unggul dari segi jumlah. 3 melawan 2 kali ini di bagian Lipovka. Masih mencari keberadaan Capri tentunya pemain-pemain dari tim VP. Milky Way yang masih melakukan sebuah flank sudah mulai dipantau oleh seorang Capri.
Pemain-pemain dari Virtus Pro adalah mantan pemain dari The Muerte. The Muerte sempat kita lihat permainannya di PMGC 2023 kemarin. Tapi mereka tidak bisa menuju Grand Final. Milky Way di Eropa cukup terkenal namanya karena beberapa kali dia mendapatkan montage saat bermain di PMPL Europe. Tapi apa daya saat bermain di turnamen yang lebih tinggi lagi, kancah global, selalu tidak bisa maksimal.
Wah, sayang banget tadi Milky Way-nya tertangkap oleh Capri. Dan ada gangguan yang datang, third party join kali ini. Furia mulai melihat, mulai tertarik dengan apa yang terjadi di bagian Lipovka. Tapi apakah mereka bakal komit untuk bisa mendapatkan tim yang terjebak di area Lipovka? 2 tim bersemayam dan terjebak untuk kali ini. Ada NHP atau NHP dan juga tim VP yang masih menyisakan 2 anggota untuk masing-masing timnya. Dan sebenarnya ini daerah yang harus segera dihindarin karena tidak masuk ke dalam zona. Tapi ternyata yang harus dihindarin pertama kali ini bukan zonanya, tapi peluru panas dari Furia karena Arthur mengincar pemain dari VP. Maloy pun tumbang, last man standing untuk VP kali ini. Tapi Nigma dan The Xavier ternyata 2 tim ini masih memperebutkan Pochinki.
Furia adalah tim yang tadi sempat saya sebutkan. Sebenarnya saya lebih ingin melihat Furia dibandingkan tim-tim Brazil yang lain. Karena persiapan mereka mendatangkan pemain-pemain berpengalaman dikumpulkan menjadi satu di tim Furia. Ini cukup menarik. Nanti akan kita lihat perjalanannya seperti apa. Karena sejauh ini Furia terlalu sulit posisinya, terseok-seok. Berada di peringkat 15 bahkan hanya baru 1 elimination. Itu pun terjadi di match ini.
Yap, dan lihat The Xavier pun bermain bersabar. Kita tahu The Xavier adalah salah satu tim yang paling ngotot kalau misalkan drop zona diganggu oleh tim lain. Tidak dibiarkan mudah untuk didapatkan begitu saja. Bahkan mereka nggak takut gitu. Mau bertemu berkali-kali pun, mau kalah pun mereka bakal tetap ngotot untuk memperebutkan drop zone utama mereka.
Drop zone utama mereka kalau kita ngomongin Irangel adalah Pochinki. Dan kalau kita ngomongin Miramar adalah El Pozo. Yang menjadi menarik lawan mereka adalah Nigma Galaxy yang juga sama karakternya ngotot untuk mempertahankan drop zone-nya. Drop zone Nigma Galaxy di Irangel adalah Pochinki. Drop zone Nigma Galaxy di Miramar adalah El Pozo yang mana berarti Irangel dan Miramar, Xavier dan juga Nigma Galaxy akan berseteru. Ini bukan pertama kalinya mereka bertemu karena Nigma Galaxy dan juga Xavier sudah sering melakukan hal ini di PMGC. 2 tahun berturut-turut kalau tidak salah, Xavier dan juga Nigma Galaxy selalu melakukan hal ini dan PMGO kayak gini lagi.
Ya, inilah dia yang terjadi di antara kedua tim ini, sama-sama ngotot untuk mempertahankan drop zone mereka. Tapi sebuah smoke sudah mulai diciptakan namun ternyata ada sedikit bolong. Dimanfaatkan oleh seorang Parajin namun masih belum maksimal. Parajin masih belum bisa mendapatkan knockdown karena pemain dari tim Nigma lolos 1 intayan tadi. Masih harus menunggu momentum yang berikutnya dan Freak benar-benar tipis tadi bleedingnya. Untung masih bisa di-up lagi oleh rekannya.
Lord berada di atap. Klasik permainan Pochinki. Selalu seperti ini, selalu berada di atap, berpindah dari satu atap menuju ke atap yang lain. Biasanya memang berada di rumah orang kaya, tempat yang sedang didiami oleh Lord. Tapi kita juga harus melihat bagaimana circle terbuka dan area sebelah kiri dari hospital sangat kosong. Itu ada 1 jalan lurus yang bisa diisi oleh siapapun, banyak compound di sana.
Ya, tapi ini daerah yang benar-benar melompong banget sih gue. Kayak daerah barat itu masih benar-benar kosong banget dari circle yang pertama karena masih pada nahan semua di bagian blue zone-nya, apalagi di arah Lipovka masih ada 2 tim yang saling melakukan lock angle antara VP dan juga NHP. Walaupun akhirnya Korka harus melipir jauh karena tinggal sendirian. Tadi satu anggota mereka sempat terculik ketika adanya Furia yang datang untuk mengganggu fight yang sedang dilakukan oleh NHP dan juga tim VP. Xavier masih cukup nyaman di posisi mereka saat ini, tapi Navi yang tadi ngelewatin Pochinki malah tertangkap oleh tim Smoke Gaming. 1 anggota Navi langsung terpunish begitu saja. Poin demi poin mereka kumpulkan, bahkan Smoke Gaming ingin langsung tabrak untuk mendapatkan yang kedua. Knockdown sudah diamankan, tinggal dilindas Gaming saja. Poin kedua akan segera masuk menuju ke arah Smoke Gaming kalau mereka mau ngotot untuk bisa mendapatkan pemain dari tim Navi. Tapi ternyata jump shot dilakukan dan Navi gagal. Ada pertemuan 3-way showdown yang akhirnya merugikan Navi. Navi pun pulang kembali ke arah lobby. Belum banyak poin yang bisa diciptakan Navi di 2 match berturut-turut.
Ya, Navi yang sebelumnya mengambil atau saat ini mengambil pemain-pemain dari Titan Gaming. ternyata tidak bisa melakukan banyak hal. Mungkin benar apa yang dikatakan oleh banyak orang-orang di internet bahwa lebih jago RRQ dibanding Navi. Karena 2 match Navi pulang. Kalau yang main RRQ mungkin poinnya lebih tinggi.
RRQ PUBG Mobile kan?
RRQ PUBG Mobile sudah pasti.
Betul sekali, karena RRQ PUBG Mobile kemarin kalau kita lihat di PMSL, week awal mereka benar-benar gila banget.
Ya, itulah dia. Justru Navi terlihat hanya 1 poin di 2 match saja. Ini membuat Navi kemungkinan besar akan menjadi tim dengan peringkat paling bawah setelah match ini kalau si Branya nambah poin. Karena kemungkinan besar yang bawah ini masih sangat-sangat bisa menambah jumlah elimination, jumlah poin. Saya justru lebih khawatir dengan apa yang sedang kita saksikan saat ini, yaitu perseteruan panas yang ada di Pochinki. Pertemuan antara Xavier dan juga Nigma Galaxy ini akan terus terjadi sampai, ya menurut saya,
sampai PMGO nantilah.
Enggak.
Kalau misalkan dua-duanya lolos ke PMGO.
Ya, menurut saya ini akan terus
PMGO, PMGC.
Ya, akan terus terjadi sampai setelah match ini juga akan lagi nih Rangel selanjutnya.
Ya, sebenarnya yang bikin seru tuh tim-tim yang ngotot kayak gini gitu, yang nggak mau ngelepas drop zone mereka, yang masih bertarung dengan gengsi karena pride yang mereka bawa tentunya. Dan kalau dilihat dari tadi lootingan mereka bener-bener low parah kuy. Cuma punya 2 smoke, nggak ada healing yang sangat menghuni gitu kan. Hanya ada beberapa boosting yang mereka punya juga. Jadi emang bener-bener rugi banget gitu saling lockdown di arah Pochinkinya sendiri. Rebutan vehicle juga mereka lakukan. Merugikan juga karena sekarang mereka masih ada di blue zone untuk hampir masuknya ke zona yang ketiga.
Ya, walaupun memang pepatah dari Jerman pernah menyebutkan,
wah, ini suka gue nih,
makan nasi pakai bakwan, kalau ngikutin gengsi bikin poin hancur kawan.
Sejak kapan bahasa Jerman ada bakwannya?
Itu bahasanya Adolf Hitler kayak gitu.
Oh begitu.
Nah, waktu zamannya Thomas Muller agak sedikit beda.
Gimana tuh kalau Thomas Muller?
Aduh, pakai nyebut lagi saya belum mikir nih. Langsung aja nih ke yang lainnya, jangan bahas itu lagi, saya belum mikir selanjutnya soalnya.
Oke. Kita melihat langkah selanjutnya dari The Xavier daripada menunggu Sanskui untuk memikirkan langkah-langkah bahasa berikutnya. Sebuah granat percobaan dilakukan tadi dilemparkan ke arah jendela, tapi Vrick ada di bagian titik lain. Bahkan ada split yang dilakukan juga oleh 2 pemain Nigma yang lainnya. Sudah berada di bagian gereja. Bahkan 1 pemain dari Nigma udah mulai ngeflank. Berusaha untuk mendapatkan sebuah titik buta untuk bisa mendapatkan pemain dari The Xavier.
Ya, circle tidak ada di sana. Xavier, Nigma Galaxy harus segera memutuskan apa yang mereka lakukan. Oh ya, Kups tadi ya sudah
yang agak
menjauh
ngeflank.
Tapi ternyata flanker yang dimiliki oleh Nigma Galaxy langsung ditumbangkan oleh anti flank yang dimiliki oleh Xavier, yaitu Nadeti. Pemain baru, pemain yang dihadirkan dalam persiapan PMSL namun ternyata berguna di PMGO.
Ini dia pergerakan demi pergerakan yang bakal dilakukan, tapi ada pergerakan juga dari Vrick. Memasak granat, Parajin juga memasak granat, di cancel tapi Parajin meng-cancel granatnya, lebih memilih untuk berpindah ke tempat yang lebih aman lagi. Namun ada Molotov yang dilemparkan berpindah menuju ke arah jendela lain, dipantulkan granatnya namun Vrick sudah mulai berpindah, tapi Parajin ternyata granatnya terpantul karena sebuah pergerakan Vrick yang akhirnya membuat pemain-pemain itu panik dan Vrick kenok karena Molotovnya sendiri. What happened ayah naon kumaha damang dengan 2 pemain ini dan dua-duanya lagi curhat.
Ya, inilah dia dark system ketemu dark system. Bertemu di satu compound yang sama.
Lucu banget.
Satu kena granat sendiri, satu kena molotov sendiri. Nah, ini yang terjadi kalau sama-sama memperjuangkan gengsi. Bikin poin hancur, bikin justru malah tidak maksimal permainannya.
Ya, apalagi pergerakan mereka sekarang masih tertahan sama Blue Zone. Ada 1 lagi yang ter-take down dari arah tim Nigma yang belum diselamatkan karena tadi ada sebuah anti-flank yang dilakukan oleh The Xavier. 1 pemain ini masih belum di-up kembali. Kups masih menunggu untuk diselamatkan. Tapi tembakan dari bagian atas gereja, Lord bisa mendapatkan 1 pemain kembali. Kondisi malah dibuat imbang lagi oleh tim Nigma. Berapa lama momen ini bakal bertahan dan masih dilanjutkan. Lord punya sebuah angle untuk hampir saja bisa mendapatkan seorang Nadeti. Tapi Nadeti sedang memasak sebuah granat, dilemparkan tidak sampai. Tapi granat dari Parajin connect. Lord pun tumbang, tercounter kembali posisi dari arah tim Nigma.
Di saat Bro Pasta sibuk dengan Nigma Galaxy, sibuk dengan Xavier, kita melihat bersama bagaimana Virtus Pro VP pun pulang menuju lobby. VP dan juga Navi nampaknya terlalu besar nama yang mereka bawa sehingga pundaknya ini keberatan nama ini. Ini kalau kata orang Jawa harus dikasih bubur merah putih ganti nama.
Harus mandi bunga 7 rupa dulu.
Karena keberatan
itu
nama.
dia.
Kan ada teman-teman kita yang namanya terlalu bagus berat terus akhirnya diganti
Betul,
namanya. Gitu.
ganti nama.
Ganti nama.
Gitu
Nah,
kan.
kayaknya nih Navi sama VP nih membawa organisasi yang terlalu berat sehingga mereka keberatan nama itu tadi.
Atau karena kentalnya magis di Indonesia ini, harus ada ritual-ritual tersendiri. Kalau nggak mau ganti nama untuk bisa membuat hidupnya jadi wangi. Dan ini dia Rauf yang ditinggalkan sendiri oleh anggota Nikmah yang lainnya. Akan bertegur sapa, dikejar. Udah bener di balik pohon, dia pakai melipir ke arah kanan.
Ya, sehingga Scream Zoo bisa melakukan tabrakan. Selesai sudah, pulang menuju lobby. Xavier justru yang masih bertahan dengan 2 pemainnya, tapi bertahan dengan 2 pemain pun pasti begitu sulit mendapatkan WWCD. Kita menyaksikan Zebra Master lengkap dengan 4 player. Nikma Galaxy hilang semuanya. Kesempatan dimiliki oleh Falcon justru. Saya melihat Falcon punya kesempatan untuk berada di peringkat pertama di match selanjutnya. Karena mereka sudah berada di area yang harusnya cukup enak. Dan sejauh ini belum ketahuan posisi dari Falcon untuk melakukan tembakan. Nah, ada di seberang sana.
Ya, tapi puncak tertinggi, vision tertinggi, terenak yang sekarang ada di arah Gergopol sudah dikuasai oleh tim Royals of War yang sudah menunggu di atas Gunung Gergopol. Tapi perang terjadi kembali. Ada RCB yang sedang berkolaborasi di PMGO. Kali ini mereka sedang bertegur sapa, bahkan langsung menerabas masuk begitu aja. Bahkan Molotov ditabrak. Gua nggak ngerti apa yang terjadi, tiba-tiba membuat RCB juga dipulangkan ke arah lobby. Pemain terakhirnya masuk ke dalam, terkena Molotov, dan selesai sudah.
Lagi-lagi pemeran antagonisnya yang datang dari Liquid atau pemeran protagonis untuk Liquid adalah Mythic. Dia yang menjadi pemain paling berbahaya di tim Liquid. Di match sebelumnya pun pemain ini yang menyelamatkan Liquid untuk memenangkan fight di early game. Dan di match kedua kembali sama ceritanya, kita harus berpindah menuju tempat yang berbeda. Oh, Zebra Master berhadapan dengan tim asal Turki yaitu Next Ruya yang saat ini memiliki nama depan IW menjadi IWNXA. Bener susah namanya untuk disebutkan. Sehingga kita langsung saja melihat bagaimana ternyata jump shoot dilakukan dan langsung pulang satu pemain dari Zebra Master. Yang kedua sedang diincar, di spam S12K, tapi justru Zebra Master rata.
Dipulangkan mereka dengan hanya 1 eliminasi. Habis chicken, terbitlah Tusun. Itulah yang terjadi oleh Zebra Master karena hashtag 10 tidak mendapatkan poin placement sama sekali. Ujung dari arah gunung ini sudah mulai kedatangan tamu. Sudah mulai diganggu. Falcon mulai naik, granat dia lemparkan, split dilakukan oleh tim SM namun masih belum terlalu efektif. Malah satu tertangkap di bagian kanan dan 1 orang lagi. Chunha juga tertangkap di arah atas. Membuat kerugian begitu besar bertukar Smoke Gaming. Tinggal seorang mid yang tersisa di berondong peluru panas, split yang begitu brilian, dan Falcon menang tanpa korban jiwa.
Ini yang saya katakan tadi, saya justru mencium bau-bau Falcon akan peringkat pertama.
Baunya apa
di
itu?
match selanjutnya. Karena bau-bau kemenangan seperti tadi yang sudah dilakukan oleh Falcon. Smoke Gaming, nampaknya mereka lupa namanya Smoke. Tidak ada smoke di area mereka tadi.
Anda salah.
Nah, kenapa tuh?
Karena namanya smoke, gak butuh smoke. Karena sudah tertutup dengan nama smoke-nya.
Nah itu juga yang membuat mereka rata justru karena mereka lupa dengan yang namanya smoke. Itu yang akhirnya membuat Falcon terlalu mudah untuk melihat ke atas, terlalu mudah untuk melihat pemain yang tadi ngeflank. Maksudnya bagus untuk ngeflank tapi tidak bisa melawan kekuatan dari IC. Pemain Excalibur IC menghadapi Smoke Gaming nampaknya terlalu mudah untuk dia. Dan kita akan melanjutkannya dengan pemain-pemain Falcon yang masih ada. Saya sudah menyebutkannya, ini Falcon akan berkat 1 karena Zebra Master juga sudah tumbang. Sebenarnya Falcon juga tidak perlu capek-capek main di sini kalau di match terakhir kualifikasi kemarin mereka tidak ditabrak. Tapi sayangnya mereka ditabrak dan sebenarnya tabrakan itu sengaja ya supaya hari ini banyak yang nonton.
Biar ada penonton lebih banyak ya. Gua tahu tuh kayak waktu itu ya. Sengaja masuk babak-babak yang krusial supaya yang nonton jadi makin banyak gitu. Ya, sering terjadi memang di kota-kota besar tentunya. Dan perebutan arah Gunung Gergopol ini masih terjadi. Kalau tadi kita ngelihat hanya Smoke Gaming, tapi sekarang sudah mulai ada 3 tim yang mengincar bagian atas ini. Bakal dikasih happy birthday sepertinya. 9Z naik tanpa permisi, sudah ditunggu oleh ROW di arah atas. Granat cukup dekat, akan dilempar cukup matang. Lempar ke bagian bawah, meletup balon hijau harusnya. Tapi tidak mendapatkan knockdown sama sekali. Hanya sekedar peringatan saja. Splash damage pun bahkan nggak masuk gue.
Ya tidak ada sebuah damage dan akhirnya ada walaupun memang lagi-lagi hanya sedikit saja. Bahkan Falcon justru yang memantau burung hijau yang ada di belakang. Kepakan berburu Falcon. Bisa langsung mendapatkan, oh justru Inko. Entah Inko ada di mana. Tidak dalam pemantauan saya, tidak dalam pemantauan kita. Justru tim yang didapatkan adalah Inko di bawah harusnya.
Ya, gue bingung dengan apa yang terjadi karena Falcon tiba-tiba nggak masuk loh. Falcon benar-benar nunggu momentum yang tepat banget untuk mengganggu perang ini. Dan Royals of War semakin memberikan tekanan, tapi granat dilemparkan. Splash damage yang masuk, untung cuma splash damage, tidak memberikan damage yang terlalu signifikan. Dan Raw sebenarnya paling rugi. Kalau mereka terlalu fokus ke arah 9Z, Falcon bisa aja menjadi pengganggu pertama untuk tim ROW atau pengganggu yang kedua. Tapi granat dari Coco masuk, satu tumbang. Ada lemparan granat yang berikutnya. Terlihat di arah depan sana namun belum ada yang muncul dari arah 9Z. Dia menunggu momentum banget namun Tretok terjadi. Salah satu dipulangkan sudah menuju ke arah lobby tapi ternyata Simple juga tertangkap. 9Z hanya menyisakan last man standing mereka di bagian kanan dari ROW.
Ya, akan kita lihat kembali. Saya penasaran kapan Falcon akan masuk karena sebenarnya fight ini akan segera selesai dengan adanya satu pemain di bawah. Tinggal satu pemain tersebut saja yang diincar. Smoke-nya sudah ditembak dengan DBS. Belum berhasil. Koko akan kemana Koko? Mungkin dia coba untuk turun mencari tempat yang lain. Dan saat ini Rivas sedang bergerak mencari melakukan sweeping di area bebukitan atau di area Gunung Sketa, Gunung Gergopol dan juga Gunung Hospital. Inko betul saja ada di bawah. Falcon memiliki angle menuju ke pemain Inko. Walaupun mereka juga sudah membentengi areanya dengan sebuah smoke. Ada tercatat dalam hitungan saya ada 3-4 smoke tadi.
Yang dimiliki sama Inko.
Yang sudah di pop up oleh Inko.
Oh, yang udah di pop up sama Inko. Tapi kalau yang dipunya sama IC masih ada 6 yang belum dia pop up sama sekali. Dan ROW ini gue penasaran banget gitu. Kapan mereka bakal komit ke arah tim Falcon atau kapan kedua tim ini bakal komit untuk nembakin tim Inko. Karena itu bisa aja terjadi gitu. Dua tim yang ada di bagian atas gunung nembak menuju ke arah Inko yang ada di bagian bawah gunungnya. Tapi belum terjadi sama sekali untuk saat ini. Sementara ini masih berbagi area saja antara Falcon dan juga ROW-nya. Malah Falcon bakal memfokuskan angle mereka menuju ke arah tim NR yang ada di bagian bawah sana. Bagi bakal mereka incar. Trabas masuk menuju ke arah pertahanan dari arah tim Falcon. Begitu bebas pergerakannya. Begitu bebas arah tembakannya. Sebuah angle yang langsung dimaksimalkan oleh Falcon berhasil menambah pundi elimnya mereka.
IC bertahan di atas. Kita juga berpindah menuju ke ROW. Tembakan akan dilakukan kembali. Satu pemain ini. Dimana Colgot yang berada di posisi enak. Tapi pelurunya tinggal 33 di tas. Sehingga harus sharing looting atau harus melakukan lootingan di bawah. Kita belum mengetahui apa yang akan coba dilakukan kembali oleh Colgot di area ini. Karena nampaknya belum ada sebuah pergerakan lanjutan yang bisa kita ketahui Bro Pastan.
Ya, tapi kayaknya kalau dilihat ya, angle ini udah mulai mengarah menuju ke arah tim Falcon. ROW sama Falcon sudah mulai saling tatap-tatapan dan gue yakin kalau kedua tim ini komit gak akan ada yang mengganggu. Karena Inko hanya ada di bagian bawah doang gue.
Oh, emang begitu Bro Pasta?
Betul.
Tapi nampaknya Colgot ini adalah pemain yang sangat luar biasa menurut Anda gimana?
Iya, betul banget. Karena Colgot selalu punya timing yang tepat, positioningnya dia juga begitu tepat, dan pergerakan mereka ini udah mulai ketahuan juga. Tapi kayaknya belum ada gontok-gontokan banget antara ROW dan juga tim Falcon. Karena yang kita pantau dari tadi adalah lemparan utility dari arah Furia menuju ke arah tim Liquid.
Mythic tumbang, pemain yang sebenarnya menjadi pahlawan untuk Liquid. Namun apa daya, tim Liquid saat ini bukan menjadi tim Liquid tapi menjadi tim lumping. Karena mereka jadi kuda lumping untuk sementara waktu.
Bukan makan beling tapi makan granat.
Makan granat, hilang satu pemainnya. Kita berpindah kembali menuju ke arah yang lain. Mungkin bling yang dibutuhkan oleh lumpingnya Liquid adalah bling-bling dari Molotov. Karena Molotov kalau dipecahin kan botolnya jadi bling.
Iya, betul sekali. Bling-bling berminyak ya.
Nice.
Karena isinya Molotov adalah api dan minyak. Itu dia. Raw. Dari tadi mereka masih ada berdekatan dengan tim Falcon. Tapi fight yang terjadi malah di arah bawah gunung. Ayala akan membalaskan dendam atas kematian rekan-rekannya. Tapi gimana cara membalaskan dendam tanpa rasa was-was? Mengingat Ayala hanya sendirian kali ini. Melihat sebuah angle, harusnya bisa mendapatkan confirm elimination. Lumayan, masuk 5 poin elim kalau bisa, tapi ternyata offside position membuat dia rugi. Furia mendekat 1 lawan 1, tapi low HP untuk seorang Ayala. Yang dipunya Ayala hanyalah mental yang begitu tinggi, kali ini mental yang begitu keras, tapi dua pemain loh. Mentalnya kuat ngadepin satu, tapi kalau dua, ya hancur nyawanya cuy.
Ya, doa orang tua yang nampaknya belum dijabah di posisi Ayala. Golazo Ayala nama lengkapnya, pemain asal Argentina. Saya dengar rumahnya di sebelah
Ankara Messi.
Ya, saya dengar rumahnya memang di sebelah kanan rumah dari Lionel Messi.
Wow.
Di Rosario.
Itu wifi-nya sendiri-sendiri apa sharing?
Bisa langsung pinjam punya Messi ya.
Oh, pinjam.
Iya, langsung. Karena kan punya Messi masa wifi-nya nggak sampai ke tangga gitu.
Routernya pasti mahal ya?
Seperti halnya turnamen ini yang dilaksanakan di sebelah kanan rumahnya Neymar.
Loh, itu dia.
Nah, itulah dia. Sebelah kanan rumah Neymar dan belakangnya rumah Ronaldinho.
Nah, sebelah kirinya rumah Ronaldo.
Itulah dia, Ronaldo Brazil.
Lu tahu depannya seberang jalan rumahnya kakak.
Nah, ini emang turnamen yang dilaksanakan, venue-nya itu di tengah-tengah rumah-rumah pesepak bola.
Betul, yang punya prestasi di Piala Dunia waktu itu.
Benar, kita akan kembali memantau. Walaupun memang yang kita sebutkan dari tadi adalah pemain-pemain berprestasi di sepak bola, nampaknya di match ini yang akan berprestasi adalah Valcon dengan 10 elimination. Mereka meninggalkan yang lainnya. Furia masih dengan 3 elimination saja. Raw memang sudah 4, namun posisinya tidak terlalu nikmat.
Wow, tidak terlalu nikmat memang posisinya Raw dari tadi. Harus bergerak lagi dia untuk mengamankan zonanya. Dan Top sendiri sudah mendapatkan 5 eliminasi. Rampage dia dapatkan untuk di match kali ini. Falcon memantau ke arah bawah. Menyisiri daerah pepohonan, melihat ke arah belakang sebuah batu. Furia mungkin bakal menjadi incaran berikutnya bagi seorang Top. Sebuah tapping fire dengan menggunakan mini 14-nya. Memberikan damage yang begitu dalam menuju ke arah pemain dari Furia, namun masih belum bisa mendapatkan sebuah knockdown. Tapi di bagian kiri, satu orang berhasil terspot begitu saja. Chowski menjadi korban. Tembakan peluru panas yang datang dari ROW. Belum kelihatan kembali untuk bisa dipulangkan. Tapi Coco masih bertahan seorang diri sedari tadi.
Ya, Koko yang ada di bawah, dia menyelinap tanpa ketahuan. Ini berbahaya karena justru bisa ada plot twist, tapi inilah dia action. Dua pemain mampu dia dapatkan dengan granat-granat yang dia prediksi menuju ke pemain-pemain dari ROW. Ini yang saya katakan, walaupun ROW sudah mendapatkan 4 elimination, tapi posisinya tidak nikmat karena bisa dijangkau oleh Valcon.
Ya, dan tiba-tiba Koko atau Coco tiba-tiba bisa ada di bagian belakang dari tim Falcon, dan sepertinya ROW gak punya ruang yang lebih banyak lagi. Mereka pun dipulangkan 3 tim tersisa. Masih ada tim Falcon, masih ada tim 9Z sama satu lagi masih ada Furia yang masih berempat. 4-1-3 dengan kondisi dari 3 tim yang tersisa ini. Agus, bukan Agus Junior tentunya, masih bertahan dia. Melihat ke arah atas tapi Arthur tertangkap. Satu orang pemain yang sudah menyumbangkan 2 eliminasi tertangkap dengan tembakan dari seorang action. Satu sudah mulai tumbang, semakin terkikis jumlah player yang dimiliki oleh Furia.
Koko belum ketahuan, pemain yang memang bercita-cita ingin menjadi penyanyi seperti idolanya, Ernesto de la Cruz. Namun nampaknya belum mampu untuk melakukan genjrengan gitarnya. Tembakan dilakukan kembali oleh Top menuju satu pemain yang meledak sudah. Satu pemain dari Furia, tuan rumah tidak baik-baik saja.
Itu dia sebuah kondisi yang tidak menguntungkan untuk Furia tentunya. Satu sudah berhasil diamankan granat dari seorang IC. 2 granat dia lemparkan ke arah bawah sana karena sudah mulai kelihatan. Sudah mulai terspot posisi dari arah Furia. Mau bergerak ke arah mana lagi, sayang banget granatnya terpantul. Tidak langsung fokus, tidak langsung menuju ke arah pemain terakhir dari tim Furia. Ingin dipulangkan terlebih dahulu. Agus sudah dipulangkan dan satu orang terspot. Cicilan damage sudah diberikan, tapi sayang sekali masih belum bisa mendapatkan finishing point ini. Adrian bakal dicari, granat terus-terusan bakal dilemparkan. IC menggeser granat berikutnya, DBS bakal dimainkan kali ini. Maju ke arah depan sana begitu berani tanpa obstacle, namun ternyata IC tumbang, IC terpanis, IC dipulangkan. Close combat bakal terjadi dan ini dia. 2 tim tersisa, Furia dipulangkan. 4 eliminasi dibawa oleh Furia. 3 melawan 1 antara 9Z versus tim Falcon.
Ketahuan satu pemain, 9Z, Koko sudah melakukan tembakan pertamanya. Berganti dengan sebuah DBS, mencoba untuk melakukan close combat, tapi apa daya terlalu sulit. Selesai sudah Falcon mengepakkan sayapnya, dan harusnya Falcon yang akan mendapatkan winner chicken dinner.
Congratulations, Falcon bisa mendapatkan winner chicken dinner. Manajemen baru, old man, tapi mereka masih dengan kualitas yang sangat sama.
Yap, dan itu dia game yang kedua yang dimenangkan ujung-ujungnya untuk tim Falcons. Dan kalau misalnya kalian agak-agak rindu ya dengan wajah-wajah STE, nah itu dia barusan kelihatan lagi akhirnya mendapatkan winner chicken dinner. Setelah tadi mereka, kenapa sih nyengir lu kayak gitu banget?
Terakhir gua ngeliat mereka sih lagi nangis di Turki.
Karena gagal juara.
Karena ditikung sama IHC. Lucu banget. Ya kan?
Tapi iya betul. Tapi
Tahu
anyway,
nggak kenapa Sasuke bilang gitu?
Kenapa?
Karena mau ngajak foto, tapi kita bilang jangan kui lagi sedih, jangan kui lagi sedih.
Parah banget lu, nggak boleh lu.
Ketemu top, kepingin gitu.
Terus akhirnya lo
Ya tapi tunggu momen dong, tunggu momen.
Nggak jadi foto.
Gak bisa dong.
Gara-gara
Abis
dia.
itu kan udah kelar dong.
Iya.
Ya kan? Ya udahlah itu dia ujung-ujungnya Falcons atau ujung-ujungnya XSTE yang dimana mereka berhasil untuk mendapatkan bagian dari Gunung Hospital Georgia Paul ini. Tapi tadi ngomong-ngomong soal Navi, yang bisa gue beritahu adalah Navi tim apaan? Mending RRQ punya Nerpehko, jago ngerush.
Nice. Karena tadi kita sempat
Sebuah kalimat
mendiskusikannya juga.
Iya benar.
Kayaknya mendingan RRQ yang main di sini.
Iya kan, mendingan dikit lah. Tapi ya udah 2 game sih. Tapi
Masa tiba-tiba game ketiga Navi ganti RRQ.
Sama-sama kuning gak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa ya.
Oren.
Oh iya.
Oren.
Ya bisa lah, nyamar-nyamar dikit.
Ya boleh lah.
Apa tuh gelang?
Gelang gua RRQ.
Ih, anak RRQ banget.
RRQ sejak lahir ya?
RRQ sejak lahir gua.
Tapi anyway ini dia posisi kemenangan dari tim Falcons. Lu lihat mereka didatengin sama Smoke Gaming, didatengin sama ROW, sebelahan sama 9Z. Mereka sama sekali tidak bergeming. Kayak gue melihat vibes atau gue melihat identity dari Falcons untuk di kesempatan prelims ini. Mereka tuh kayak yang udah dewasa banget cuy. Kayak anak-anak gede gitu yang kayak ya udahlah ribut aja lu semuanya sana gitu. Nanti gue tinggal nunggu aja. Dan disiplin hal yang mereka lakukan sedari tadi. Lu lihat selama mereka mempunyai utility, selama mereka masih bisa untuk menjaga jarak antara lawan-lawannya baik 9Z, ROW dan juga tadi ada tim yang lainnya juga. Mereka sebisa mungkin tidak terlalu mau untuk melakukan fight yang terlalu frontal sehingga mungkin nanti bisa memberikan mereka hal-hal yang tidak mereka inginkan atau crumbling down lebih tepatnya untuk tim Falcon sendiri yang sudah mendapatkan 18 total eliminasi poin. Mereka cuman tinggal stay di bagian gunung tersebut tadi nungguin tim Fury yang datang menuju ke arah gunung tersebut ke kaki gunung yang keluar dari bagian Georgiopol sehingga kesulitan hal yang harus dihadapi oleh Furia sendiri. Inko pun juga demikian. Inko juga tertatih-tatih sekali langkah mereka sehingga mereka harus kehilangan 3 punggawa dan pas touchdown di bagian kaki gunung mereka tinggal sendiri yakni masih ada Vitali sebagai last man standing tapi anyway itu dia game yang kedua kita teman-teman sekalian yang telah dimenangkan oleh tim Falcons dan kayaknya ya ngomong-ngomong soal vibes tadi yang gue rasakan dari tim Falcons ini mereka nggak mau melakukan hal yang sama. Mereka tidak mau mencicipi kekalahan lagi. Tiba-tiba saja mereka crumbling down dan mereka tidak bisa untuk menuju ke arah grand final nantinya itu pasti tidak diinginkan oleh mereka semuanya. Tapi anyway ini dia didominasi oleh 3 muka sekaligus dari tim Falcons yang of course dari MVP-nya adalah seorang Action dengan 6 total eliminasi poin 1200-an damage sudah disumbangsikan oleh Action menuju ke Falcons dan juga menuju ke arah lawan-lawannya tadi. Masih ya dengan Action dari dulu gua kayak mengingat-ingat di awal-awal STE muncul di hadapan kita semuanya Action dan juga Top pastinya yang dimana para caster kita menyebutkan Top Action antara 2 pemain ini masih terus-terusan di bawah sampai saat ini dan sekali lagi 18 total eliminasi poin sudah mereka kantongi. Ini pastinya akan menjadi poin yang akan memboosting posisi mereka nanti di klasemen sementara dan yang harus dilakukan oleh tim Falcons untuk kesempatan prelims ini menurut gue ya udah cuman main kayak gini aja. Be Falcons, be STM mungkin ya atau Steward atau yang lainnya lah. Pokoknya be 4 player ini. Jadi 4 player ini terus-terusan untuk mendapatkan poin untuk bisa bertahan di top. Karena balik lagi yang akan diambil untuk menuju ke arah grand final nantinya adalah 8 tim teratas. Dan bagi gua untuk Falcons ini bukanlah hal yang berat untuk mereka lakukan.
Yang berat sebenarnya buat Xavier sama buat Nikma sih.
Yeah.
Gue nggak ngerti apa yang terjadi sama Parajin tadi. Parajin kenok sama granatnya sendiri, terus pemain Nikma kenok gara-gara molotovnya sendiri. Kok bisa gitu loh seperti itu. Yang akhirnya ngebuat mereka nggak ngedapetin poin sama sekali. Tapi di luar dari Falcon ya, gue sangat mengacungi 4 jempol gue. 2 atas dan 2 bawah.
Waduh.
Kepada jempol tangan dan jempol kaki.
Iya betul.
Itu kepada last man-nya tim 9Z tadi kalau nggak salah.
Coco
atau Choco.
Koko.
Ya, Choco, Koko, Coco. Nah, intinya seperti itu. Gua amazing banget dengan yang dia lakukan, kesabarannya dia, disiplinnya dia sampai akhirnya bisa finish di hashtag 2.
Dan gua kira yang tadinya itu bakalan finish menjadi top 2 itu adalah Furia loh,
yang di bawah kan?
Iya, yang di bawah di bagian kaki gunung dari hospital tersebut. Karena kan dari segi jumlah pemain mereka lebih diuntungkan dibandingkan dengan 9Z. Tapi balik lagi karena mungkin si Choco ini lebih pintar lagi untuk bisa bermain di bagian tiran pergunungan dari hospital sehingga dia masih bisa bertahan. Dan Furia tadi mungkin memang melakukan beberapa blunder in terms of posisinya sehingga kelihatan oleh tim Falcon sendiri dan bisa langsung didepak habis satu persatu pemain-pemain dari tim Furia ini sendiri. Tapi ini dia teman-teman hasil dari kedua game atau map untuk pertandingan hari ini. Zebra Masters dan juga Falcon setelah mencicipi winner-winner chicken dinner untuk di hari yang pertama pertemuan antara grup A dan juga grup B ini. Sanskoy! Bagaimana melihat game yang barusan tadi?
Kenapa tuh kaget? Tiba-tiba kaget ada korban.
Gue nggak lama nggak sama Dona nge-host gini. Nge-hostnya dia tuh bikin kita kejang-kejang.
Tapi kalau ngomongin game yang kedua, gue sudah mulai melihat ini sih harusnya menjadi prelims untuk si Falcon, satu lagi untuk Furia, untuk tim tuan rumahnya. Di awal kita memang kaget dengan Zebra Master, gue kira Zebra Master akan sama seperti itu, tapi ternyata enggak. Furia harusnya yang nanti akan melejit dari Brazil.
Untuk Falcons ya, tidak untuk Navi berarti.
Aduh, gimana?
Ya udah, nanti aja lah ya dibahas. Kayak kita tuh masih mempunyai atau masih membutuhkan lebih tepatnya beberapa game yang harus kita saksikan untuk bisa melihat nama-nama besar di PMGO ini. Apakah mereka bisa membuktikan nama mereka atau justru mereka merosot in terms of performanya selama di pagelaran PUBG Mobile Global Open yang pertama di tahun 2024 ini. Tapi sesaat lagi kita akan menuju ke arah game yang ketiga, masih di E-Rangel. Ini akan menjadi E-Rangel yang kedua. Ini akan menjadi rematch untuk tim-tim yang mungkin tadi bertemu satu sama lain di drop zone awal-awal atau di jalur rotasi mereka juga. Sehingga mungkin mereka masih bisa untuk memperbaiki beberapa kesalahan-kesalahan mereka dan juga blunder-blunder yang mereka lakukan di E-Rangel sebelumnya. Sekali lagi ini akan menjadi kesempatan kedua dan mungkin akan menjadi penentu. Kalau tadi dimention oleh seorang Sanskoy bilang udah mulai bisa memetakan gitu kan. Nah ini dia nih the real deal-nya menurut gua di E-Rangel yang kedua ini. Tapi ngomong-ngomong soal action Bro Pasta, lu ada ngelihat kayak perubahan gak sih dari performa action ini sendiri atau ya udah gitu-gitu aja, action being action?
Gua rasa malah makin bagus gitu, kayak kesabarannya dia, decisionnya dia juga, dan pindahnya STE ke manajemen Falcon ini malah mungkin ngebuat mereka semakin termotivasi. Karena biasanya kan kayak kita baru ngelihat sebuah tim yang diakuisisi oleh tim lain secara satu keseluruhan tim tersebut pasti agak ngeflop. Pasti kayak gameplaynya agak berubah lah, terus mereka harus penyesuaian lagi dengan mungkin gaming house yang baru, menyesuaikan lagi dengan manajemen yang baru juga. Tapi dengan yang dilakuin sama Action Top dan kawan-kawannya nggak menunjukkan hal itu. Gue malah lebih penasaran itu ke Lipovka. Kan dua tim tadi masih gotok-gotokan ya. Sama Nikma sama Xavier. Ini kira-kira apa yang bakal dilakuin sama 4 tim ini gitu.
Iya, apalagi ada beberapa momen-momen kocak juga kalau misalnya kata teman-teman semua di kolom komentar tadi ya. Yang terjadi
di Sanskoy apa? Dark System.
Dark System.
Dark System ketemu ke Dark System. Karena dua-duanya
ada ya? Dark System ya.
Gak ada yang dapat elim akhirnya kan. Betul. Dua-duanya.
Gitu. Tapi anyway kita bakalan melihat terlebih dahulu interview berikut ini.
Right now we are going to have an interview with him and have him his translator here with me. Okay, so last year you guys were in the top 2 and then you came to the qualifiers. So right now, what's your expectations for the prelims stage?
So
түрүү жил 2-т орсон. Энэ жил одоо ингээд ахаад эхнээс нь эхэлж байгаа. Тэрний талаар юу гэж бодож байна вэ?
Эхнээс нь энэ жил тэгээд ер нь 2-т орсон. Тэгээд тэр алдаагаа засаад одоо энэ жил ер нь бүх аварга авна гэж бодож байгаа.
Last year we were in a second place, but for this year we expecting to be first, not a second again.
Okay, first place for Team Falcons. Let's see. Okay, so only 10 teams advanced to the main event. Are you guys setting any strategy to put your spot possibly to the main event?
Ямар нэгэн стратеги юу вэ? Стратеги одоо team стратеги ямар байна уу?
Ер нь тоглолтгоороо тоглоод ер нь тэгээд ер нь communication сайн болгоод тэгээд ер нь тийм л юм.
We play what we do, and then we try to better communication with team, and then that's it.
Okay, communication is very important, really. Okay, so for the last question, I want to know what do you think were the key factors that led your team's success in Erangel map?
Erangel map at a good position эзэлж байгаа. Тэрний талаар хамгийн одоо тэрж байгаа шалтгаан юу вэ?
Шалтгаан гэвэл ер нь хүн болгонд ер нь дүгэлээ аваад ер нь хувийн скиллээрээ тоглоо. Тэгээд ер нь communication-ээрээ яваад ер нь байгаа гэж.
Everyone with their skills, and then most important is the communication. And
okay, awesome. I think 9Z were pretty much angry with the guys. So do you think 9Z will come for you in the next map?
9Z ууртаа харагдсан. Тэгээ та нарын араас ирнэ гэж бодож байна уу ер нь?
Хүрээд лээ та.
Yes, come for us.
Yo.
We'll be waiting.
Okay, so 9Z, watch out. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you.
PMGO นะครับก็เซตแรกของไพ่เป็นเซตจุใจครับก็ M4 มินิครับเอาไว้เคาะในมิราม่าครับแล้วก็ต่อไปเซตบ้าพลัง DBS M4 ครับเอาไว้เล่นในรังเกลก่อนทันครับ
ครับเลยครับผมมีบีมูซีนะก็วันนี้จะมาแนะนำเกี่ยวกับการแข่งขันในแบบข้อแนะนำของในการ PMGO นะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการสื่อสารภายในทีมครับก็สำหรับการสื่อสารภายในทีมก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบตั้งแต่เราฝึกซ้อมแล้วก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบเราคุยกันว่าในช็อตที่เราจะทำยังไงครับมีหน้าที่แต่ละคนมีหน้าที่อะไรบ้างอะไรเงี้ยเช่นในการเข้าทำไฟแล้วก็สื่อสารกับเพื่อนครับว่าเราจะไปทำไฟอย่างงานระเบิดหรือว่าปาอะไรเงี้ยเราแค่สื่อสารกับเพื่อนบอกหรือว่าอยากให้เพื่อนค้ำเราแค่ต้องคอกลับไปหาเพื่อนว่าแบบเพื่อนสามารถคอเราได้หรือเปล่าอะไรเงี้ยก็เป็นการสื่อสารกันก็ประมาณนี้ครับ
Look,
Zebra Masters dan juga Falcon sudah mencicipi winner-winner chicken dinner di pagelaran global yang pertama dari PUBG Mobile di 2024. Dan sesaat lagi kita akan menuju ke arah map yang ketiga untuk hari ini. Erangel yang akan langsung saja kita saksikan. Untuk kita lihat siapakah yang mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner yang akan dibawakan oleh Sanskoy dan juga Bro Pasta.
Ya, kembali kita lihat saat ini pesawat sudah langsung mengudara datang dari area Kameski menuju ke sebelah kiri Gatka. Inko langsung turun dengan begitu cepat. Kenapa saya berulang kali menyebutkan bahwa ini harusnya menjadi sebuah turnamen. Harusnya menjadi sebuah...
Gue lagi manggil Dona, gue lupa.
Ya, menjadi sebuah turnamen untuk Furia dan juga menjadi sebuah turnamen untuk Falcon di babak prelims. Karena Falcon kita tahu memiliki pemain-pemain yang berasal dari Stalwart. Itu adalah para pemain bintang di PUBG Mobile saat ini. Di sisi lain dari Furia mereka memiliki Batchcare yang sebelumnya ada di Loops. Setelah Loops dia sempat membela Inko. Lalu juga ada tim Intense Gaming, salah satu pemainnya yaitu Adrian, mantan pemain Intense Gaming yang sempat mencicipi PMGC. Ini pemain-pemain yang udah sempat main PMGC, jadi yang membuat saya melihat Furia akan menjadi sesuatu yang spesial di turnamen ini. Artuzin juga
zonanya gue
mantan pemain Queso untuk pertama kalinya ke selatan.
Ya, dan zonanya benar-benar gila banget, di mana Flagpad agak menuju ke arah utara tapi tiba-tiba zonanya membanting menuju ke arah selatan. Dan The Xavier, Nigma masih gontok-gontokan mereka untuk memperebutkan daerah Pochinki. Sama-sama turun, ada yang saling melakukan lockdown juga 2 lawan 2 di arah perkomplekan sebelah kanan. Akankah dimenangkan oleh The Xavier karena Chua sudah mulai memasak granat yang akan dilemparkan ke arah seorang Rauf, tapi ternyata tidak terkonek sama sekali. Rauf masih berada di posisi yang cukup aman. Kups akan membackup dari rumah sebelah kanan Rauf, tapi Nadeti masih dalam posisi yang tidak terdeteksi. Rauf akan membalaskan granat yang menuju ke arah seorang Chua, tapi Chua juga bakal memasak granat, tapi ternyata Chua tertangkap terlebih dahulu. Kups bisa mendapatkan pemain pertama untuk The Xavier, langsung diamankan begitu saja, namun trade-knock terjadi karena Kups juga berhasil diamankan.
Saya sudah mengatakannya di match yang sebelumnya bahwa kalau kata orang-orang makan nasi pakai bakwan, kalau ngikutin gengsi bikin poin hancur kawan. Nampaknya Dingos, Xavier dan juga Nigma Galaxy tidak ingin berkawan di sini. Tembakan kembali dilakukan, bahkan Nadeti dengan sebuah shotgunnya dia low HP. Rauf bertahan dengan mininya, tembakan dilakukan tapi Rauf apa daya, 2 pemain yang dilawan sehingga sangat sulit untuk dia bertahan. Lewis pun saat ini akan menghadapi satu pemain lagi yang sedang dia incar, terus berputar-putar. Ada di seberang, berada di rumah orang kaya sebutannya kalau di PUBG Mobile.
Dan kalau misalkan Nigma dikalahkan di sini, kondisinya harusnya bisa dibilang 2-0 lah ya. Antara The Xavier dan juga tim Nigma, tapi kayaknya dari Kups sendiri berhasil diselamatkan. Kondisi ini kembali lagi berimbang menjadi 3 lawan 3. Masih belum ada yang bonyok, benar-benar bonyok di arah Pochinki antara Nigma dan juga The Xavier. Malah yang ada di Lipovka, gue nggak ngelihat ada pertempuran di antara kedua tim ini.
Mereka nampaknya sudah
Tadi
bersepakat.
NZ sama NHP kan ya? Yang di arah Lipovka kalau gue nggak salah.
Saya lupa lagi.
Ya antara itulah pokoknya ya.
Ya harusnya.
Dan kayaknya pertemuan mereka kali ini tidak berujung memanas. Hanya berbagi daerah looting saja di arah Lipovka. Padahal kan Lipovka kecil ya. Kalau berbagi looting sih sekaya apa itu keluar dari Lipovka?
Mungkin itu alasannya. Karena kecil sehingga untuk bertemu di Lipovka kedua kalinya di 2 Erangel yang tersedia di hari ini tidak terlalu bijak ya. Sebenarnya kalau ngomongin Pochinki juga tidak bijak ya untuk bertemu di dua Pochinki.
Yasnaya baru bijak.
Ya, Yasnaya bisa untuk terus-terusan. Atau Gergopol itu juga bisa untuk terus-terusan. Tapi Pochinki sulit nampaknya untuk bisa dikuasai oleh 2 tim. Salah satu pemain dari Bra nampaknya tumbang, dan ternyata pertemuan saat ini sedang dialami oleh 2 tim asal Brazil, yaitu tim Lumping dan juga Inco.
Ya, itu dia. Tim Lumping dan juga Inco ya, yang sudah mulai bertegur sapa juga di arah SMB. Karena udah banyak banget loh yang nyebrang ke arah kepulauan SMB. Beberapa yang kita lihat adalah tim Liquid yang udah menyeberang juga menuju ke arah SMB. Inco juga sudah mulai menyeberang menuju ke arah SMB. Bahkan VP mereka menyeberang melalui jalur Milta Power dengan jalur air. Dengan kapal mereka nyebrang menuju ke arah Novo. Navi juga sudah menyeberang dengan sangat cepat. Kalau misalkan mapnya dibuka nanti kita bakal melihat tim-tim yang sudah menyeberang terlebih dahulu untuk menghindari resiko begal gaming.
Ya kembali nampaknya berada di area gorong-gorong atau berada di area goa maksud saya. Pemain dari Liquid tadi. Padahal itu adalah area yang agak selatan di SMB. Masih terlalu banyak tempat bisa diambil oleh Liquid, tapi mereka memilih tempat tersebut. Mungkin mereka memiliki pandangan bahwa circle akan terus menuju ke selatan, bahkan sampai ke selatan dari SMB. Karena terlalu bold menurut saya rotasi yang diambil oleh Liquid. Dan kembali saat ini kita harus menghadapi sebuah kenyataan bahwa pertemuan masih akan terjadi. Nadeti mantau, Nadeti mengetahui setup yang sangat wajar, yang sangat umum berada di atap memainkan tupai gaming atau monyet gaming beberapa orang menyebutnya.
Ya, bisa gorilla gaming juga tentunya. Ini dilakukan oleh Nadeti.
Wah, tapi kalau gorilla di atap sih jebol.
Oh, ini anak gorila. Anak gorila.
Anak gorila boleh.
Jadi gak berat-berat banget.
Young gorila.
Yang berat sekarang malah dari VP. Bukan gorila tapi beruang putih. Yang sedang menjadi pantauan dari arah tim Navi. Tim kuning yang akan digantikan oleh RRQ kalau kata Sanskui. Tapi belum ada tembakan dari arah tim Navi. Masih mencari-cari kesempatan. Tapi angle-nya sudah sangat prima. Sudah sangat siap untuk bisa berburu beruang. Di arah pinggiran pantai, di arah pinggiran dermaga. 4 sisi. Tidak tanggung-tanggung dikontrol oleh pemain-pemain Navi untuk bisa mendapatkan VP.
Masih memantau saja tapi di arah yang berbeda. Akhirnya tembakan kembali dilakukan. Dua tim yang sedang dalam kondisi gonjang-ganjing dan nampaknya satu pemain VP tumbang duluan. VP kehilangan pemainnya. Berenang pemain VP yang lain. Ya yang renang yang lain juga nasibnya akan sama harusnya karena tetap saja untuk berada di area Novorepnoye ini sudah pasti dalam penguasaan dari Puncher King dan juga ada Axer di tempat yang lain.
Yep, udah terpantau soalnya karena Navi melakukan split menuju ke arah 4 titik yang berbeda supaya mereka bisa mendapatkan informasi di manakah pergerakan-pergerakan dari arah tim VP yang masih berada di arah perairan. Kayaknya lama banget dah kalau mantau sampai VP semuanya dipulangin ke arah lobby. Kita juga masih menunggu gitu. Tim lain mana yang udah mulai bertetanggaan, tim lain mana yang sudah mulai bertegur sapa juga. Yang jelas Navi nggak akan melepaskan VP karena ini bakal menjadi santapan poin lezat buat Navi. Navi butuh poin, mereka belum mendapatkan poin yang banyak. Mereka masih bisa dibilang tusun dalam 2 match awal tadi. Untuk Sunhawk dan juga Irangler pertama. Masa iya mereka ngebuang kesempatan lagi untuk bisa mendapatkan poin?
Ya kalau memang kehilangan poin lagi sih nampaknya bos mereka akan marah ini karena untuk debut VP di sebuah turnamen global nampaknya menjadi sebuah pemain yang atau menjadi tim yang jadi bulan-bulanan warga tidak bisa melakukan balasan. Dan kalau kalian mencari apakah tim Indonesia bermain atau tidak, memang tidak ada tim Indonesia bermain di babak prelims ini untuk 3 hari pertama penyelenggaraan PMGO. Indonesia baru akan mengirimkan wakilnya di babak grand final atau di main event nanti yang akan dilaksanakan di tanggal 5, 6 dan juga 7. Membanggakan Indonesia memiliki Boom Esports yang walaupun memang mereka ke Brazil, informasi yang saya dapat dari Instagram Boom Esports tidak menyertakan Yami dan juga Ken ke Brazil. Katanya sih kayak gitu. Banyak yang beranggapan itu hanyalah sebuah April mob karena di-upload di 1 April. Tapi saya melihat informasi...
Tayangan ini April mob. Besok hari pertama.
Gitu ya?
Ini April mob. Besok baru hari pertama kuy.
Masuk akal juga tapi...
Ini rehearsal.
Di story-nya Jessica Jelly katanya dia udah nanya ke Bang Kibo kalau emang Yami sama Ken nggak ikutan beneran ke Brazil. Mungkin visa atau yang lainnya mungkin ya.
Tapi karena infonya dari Jelly ya kita tahu Jelly gampang percaya ya. Jadi harus kita cross check terlebih dahulu. Yang harus di cross check juga adalah pertemuan di bagian Pochinki. Semakin memanas tentunya karena Nikma akhirnya bisa mendapatkan satu pemain kembali ke arah Nadeti yang tadi nangkring di bagian atap. Sudah diamankan para Jin. Cukup tercicil pixel HP dia. Berusaha untuk kabur. Loh. Terbatas dengan adanya blue zone. Karena sudah mulai tercicil. Darah sudah mulai merah juga belum heal up untuk seorang para Jin. Sementara Kups akan memutar. Lord juga bakal memantau pergerakan dari para Jin. Tidak dibiarkan lewat begitu aja. Tapi Levis dari arah Xavier siap memberikan backup kalau ada pergerakan offside dari tim Nigma.
Sudah mulai diselimuti oleh blue zone sebenarnya. Area ini bukanlah area yang safe. Kalaupun memang sudah menang, Apa yang dicari setelah itu? Karena sudah bonyok bahkan ya, tidak ada pemenang di fight ini menurut saya. Sudah mulai hilang satu lagi pemain dari salah satu tim, yaitu Xavier. Yang membuat Xavier menyisakan satu yang terakhir yang membuat Nigma Galaxy berada di atas angin saat ini. Karena Nigma Galaxy memiliki 3 pemain yang masih aktif justru di tempat yang berbeda. Virtus Pro atau VP kembali terpantau. Di belakang VP ada NHP.
Itu dia, makin numpuk ternyata untuk tim-tim yang bakal masuk dari bagian Novo. Setelah Navi, datang VP, datang NHP juga kali ini yang bakal menyusul di bagian belakang sana. Melakukan renang-renang ke tepian menuju ke arah titik-titik yang berbeda. Satu sudah mulai terspot, mancing mania dari tim Navi.
Sudah memulangkan Xavier, berhasil. Misi yang sedang dikerjakan oleh Nigma Galaxy. Tapi misi selanjutnya, hal yang perlu dipikirkan oleh Nigma Galaxy setelah mereka memenangkan Pochinki adalah rotasinya. Akan seperti apa? Apakah cukup waktu yang dimiliki oleh mereka? Apakah pencarian kendaraan bisa mereka lakukan? Dan juga apakah lootingannya mampu membawa Nigma Galaxy sampai ke late game? Walaupun tetap saja saya memiliki pandangan lain dari pertemuan di Pochinki 2 kali di hari ini. Mereka mempersiapkan itu untuk Grand Final, Bro Pasta. Karena nantinya Grand Final mereka kemungkinan besar akan bertemu lagi. Nigma Galaxy ada di 4, Xavier ada di 7. Tapi Grand Final juga sudah mulai ada tim atau ada 8 tim yang menunggu.
Betul.
Siapa tahu salah satu dari 8 udah punya Pochinki juga.
Ya bahkan salah satunya menurut gua yang turun di arah Rozok nantinya kalau misalkan mereka lolos, mereka juga bakal rebutan sama Bumi Sport. Bumi kan sekarang turun di bagian Rozok gitu. Bahkan mereka sampai ngambil ke arah rumah banjir. Dan itu harus dipertimbangkan juga untuk Bumi Sport. Apakah mereka bakal komit untuk melakukan fight untuk memperebutkan Rozok atau mereka bakal memilih opsi yang lain lagi. Tapi udah gak ada opsi lagi untuk di titik ini. Navi benar-benar menjadi tim yang paling diuntungkan, yang paling diunggulkan karena mereka punya kontrol dari daratannya. Mereka bisa mengusir mereka bisa mengusir VP, mereka bisa mengusir NHP. Dua tim ini bakal menjadi santapan bagi tim Navi kalau Navi tidak offside. Dan terbukti.
Betul saja. Nampaknya NHP tertangkap satu pemainnya. Walaupun Navi juga harus sedikit memikirkan ada investasi yang harus dilakukan oleh mereka, yaitu mengirimkan satu orang menuju zona. Areanya tidak zona tadi kalau tidak salah saya lihat di minimapnya. Karena saat ini kita harus sedikit berfokus menuju tempat yang berbeda. Nampaknya Bra yang kelihatan tapi Navi Milky Way gagal mengerjakan tugasnya. Tidak seperti Milky Way yang kita kenal karena di tim sebelumnya di The Muerte ini adalah pemain yang paling ngegendong.
Wah, si paling kenal banget Sanskui dengan gaya main dari Milky Way tadi. Atau dari pemain-pemain yang mendapatkan kesempatan, pemain yang mendapatkan chance untuk bisa mendapatkan knockdown. Navi tadi selamat dari kekeran mangsanya. Navi langsung bergerak menuju ke arah checkpoint berikutnya. Karena mereka tahu tempat ini udah gak worth it lagi. Tempat ini sudah ditinggalkan oleh circle yang ketiga. Mereka bergerak. Ada pergerakan juga dari arah tim VP. Mulai bertemu kembali Milky Way. 1 lawan 2, 1 lawan 3. Harusnya nanti bakal segera menyusul juga. Ada sebuah granat yang dilemparkan namun masih belum bisa mendapatkan. Pemain dari tim VP berpindah dia ke tempat yang lebih aman. Tapi Nigma juga dipulangkan. Mereka bertemu dengan Inko dan mereka dipulangkan ke arah lobby.
Ya mungkin saja kenapa VP akhirnya memanggil Milky Way dan pemain-pemain dari The Muerte. Kenapa diakuisisi? Karena memang The Muerte di akhir tahun yang lalu di Fall 2023 mereka adalah juara PMPL Europe. Itu yang menjadi alasan. Itu adalah CV yang dipercaya oleh Virtus Pro. Tapi ternyata nampaknya Virtus Pro kemakan investasi bodong.
Waduh, investasi bodong memang lagi sering dan marak terjadi untuk di tahun ini. Tapi Navi benar-benar tahu gimana caranya mereka bisa lockdown habis area out dari arah Novo. Perpindahan dari Navi ini selalu bisa memotong. Tadi VP kepotong, sekarang NHP juga kepotong. Bahkan NHP hanya menyisakan last man standing mereka yang entah ada di bagian mana. Harusnya pemain terakhir ini masih ada di sekitarannya Novo. Karena masih ada di arah Blue Zone untuk kondisinya saat ini. 13 tim, tersisa 46 orang yang masih bermain dan Liquid. Enak mereka, ada di pinggiran tebing, mereka juga punya compound dan mereka sudah mengamankan kurang lebih seperempat dari circle. Yang ketiga, menunggu update circle berikutnya, 9Z harus menyeberang dan akan bertemu dengan Zebra.
Tapi di tempat yang berbeda, Falcon nampaknya berhadapan dengan Furia. Ini adalah dua tim yang bertemu di late game match sebelumnya. Namun terlalu cepat pertemuan ini terjadi karena satu sudah hilang. dari tim Valkon. Kalau tidak salah bahkan ada sebuah tembakan yang dilakukan kembali. Oh, belum hilang ternyata Valkon, baru knockdown saja dan bisa untuk dibalikan kembali clean tanpa adanya yang pulang ke lobby dari tim Valkon.
Ya, gak ada korban jiwa yang dirasakan oleh Valkon, langsung dipulangkan begitu saja Furia menuju ke lobby. Valkon masih cukup stabil, bahkan saat ini mereka sudah mendapatkan 4 eliminasi, tapi Liquid mereka mendapatkan sebuah tantangan baru karena 9Z langsung menabrak begitu saja. Mereka ingin mendapatkan retake tempat ini, mereka ingin berusaha untuk meretake tempat ini. Liquid tumbang satu orang juga terspot. Mythic sudah diamankan juga. Oh my god, tumbang satu persatu, bahkan Mythic sudah dipulangkan ke lobby. Tapi belum enak posisi 9Z karena masih ada bayang-bayang dari arah tim SM.
Liquid nampaknya selesai sudah kembali menjadi tim lumping karena permainannya tidak terlalu memukau di match yang sudah mereka lalui. Bahkan tidak mendapatkan elimination sama sekali, tidak ada poin yang mereka tambah di match ini. Action tumbang karena ada Next Ruya di area tersebut. Kita belum mengetahui apa yang sedang terjadi, apa yang sedang melibatkan Valkon dan juga Next Ruya. Tapi yang sudah pasti, satu pemain Valkon hilang, 4 elimination sudah mereka kumpulkan.
Action berarti ada yang hilang ya? Yang langsung di knock end begitu saja, berarti poin masuk menuju ke arah Next Ruya. Dan kondisi tiba-tiba hening karena belum ada yang gotok-gotokan lagi. Sementara ini 10 tim yang tersisa kayaknya mereka memiliki daerah compound yang begitu enak. Punya kontrol terrain yang begitu enak juga. Jadi tidak ingin mereka tinggalkan, nanti mereka bakal pindah tergantung dari update circle-nya yang keempat.
Kita memantau Zebra setelah mendapatkan WWCD di match yang pertama. Sunhawk tadi, nampaknya Zebranya puasa ayam di match selanjutnya karena belum kelihatan lagi permainan Zebra yang cukup nyepak menuju ke lawan-lawan yang ada. Inko juga masih menguasai pesisir dari area sungai atau pinggiran maksud saya, dari area sungai di tempat yang lain. Inilah dia screen Mzu
Falcon,
Skrea Mizu, pemain dari 9 set, tapi satu pemain memang sudah hilang, menyisakan 2 saja dari tim Valkon.
Nggak terlalu enak ternyata tempat mereka, dan entah kenapa Navi di game ini mereka punya angle enak banget buat memotong tim-tim lain. 2 tim mereka potong di area Novos karena mereka bakalan memotong pergerakan dari tim Valkon. Dibuat tidak tenang pergerakan dari Valkon. IC akan menerima sebuah through the smoke dari pemain Navi. Namun masih belum bisa connect peluru-peluru paras tersebut. Hitmarknya masih belum masuk dan harus repositioning supaya tidak dengan mudah ditemukan oleh pemain-pemain dari tim Valkon ataupun ditemukan oleh tim lain. Karena sudah mulai ada tim lain juga yang mendekat menuju ke arah tim Navi. Mulai berpindah tempat mereka menyisiri ke bagian sebelah kiri. Clearing mereka lakukan untuk mengamankan arah bagian selatan.
Kembali ada sebuah spray down yang dilakukan. IC menjaga, memainkan open field. Masih berani untuk berada di tempat yang terbuka. Para punggawa dari Valkon, kita bergeser sedikit menuju ke pemain Navi. 6 kali ini yang terpantau di sana. Satu lagi hilang, top nampaknya pulang. Tidak baik perolehan poin atau tidak banyak perolehan poin yang bisa dikumpulkan oleh tim Valkon. Tapi tetap saja minimal-minimalnya mereka sudah punya 4 elimination tadi. Next Ruya dapat lagi. Bra kali ini yang sedang dihadapkan dengan sebuah maut. Sebuah derby Turki sedang kita saksikan karena 2 tim ini berasal dari negara yang sama.
Yap. Sudah mulai bertegur sapa mereka semuanya. Ada sebuah smoke yang akan segera dilemparkan dan dari arah Next Ruya. Mereka sudah ada 1 buah kilisut yang ada di arah anggota tim mereka karena mereka baru aja melakukan sebuah loot supply. Navi 8 eliminasi mereka kumpulkan. Sebuah perbaikan positif yang dilakukan oleh Navi di match ketiga ini.
Gonzo yang sedang melaju, touchdown dia mengambil satu kamar mandi sebutannya kalau di komunitas PUBG Mobile, tapi kembali ada sebuah tembakan M16 nampaknya dari satu pemain yaitu Zwolf yang melakukan tembakan tersebut. Pemilihan senjata yang cukup unik, M16 digabung dengan DBS. Karena ini senjata yang dua-duanya nggak bisa nge-spray nih.
Betul, nggak bisa auto. Yang satu harus close combat, yang satunya lagi middle range-nya. Tapi bisa digunakan kalau misalkan pergerakan tangan lo cepat. Dan sebuah bagi yang ngepot, langsung di follow begitu saja. Pergerakan yang benar-benar berani dari Navi. Kembali lagi mendapat pundi eliminasi mereka. 9 elim mereka kumpulkan. Kali ini walaupun satu anggota mereka tumbang karena ada gangguan dari URNRX. Datang dari arah belakang, tidak terdeteksi namun masih ada backup yang bisa dilakukan oleh seorang Axer.
Tembakan lagi sedang diinginkan oleh pemain Navi ini. Pemain yang sebelumnya membela Titan Gaming dan juga bersama dengan negaranya Kazakhstan sempat menjadi juara di Bali. Menjadi juara dari ISF Bali 2022. Dimana kita kembali akan melihat apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh Wolf. Berputar ternyata. Tapi kembali juga harus melihat dari tim Zebra. Zebra bertemu dengan salah satu tim asal Brazil yang lain. Choco atau Coco yang ada di belakang dan selesai sudah nampaknya pulang satu pemain tersebut karena knockdown dan pastinya untuk diselamatkan mungkin cukup sulit.
Loh, kok Coconya juga tumbang? 2 pemain berarti tumbang. Yang dirasakan oleh 9Z tadi, 2 sudah dipulangkan ke lobby. Menyisakan 2 pemain terakhir yang sudah mulai dipantau juga oleh beberapa tim, termasuk dari Zebra Master. Yang melihat ke arah 9Z kali ini. Ada smoke yang coba di through the smoke-in. Coba dicari, disabu bersih, akankah ada hit mark yang mereka dapatkan di bagian dalam dari smoke tersebut. Bahkan Zebra juga melihat 1 orang lagi, 1 tim lagi yang ada di bagian pinggiran tebing.
Kita memantau dari drone view terlebih dahulu. Di saat setup sedang dilakukan oleh ROW. Tim Buaya yang datang dari Brazil dan juga kembali Six yang mendapatkannya. Nationality dari pemain-pemain Navi ini adalah Kazakhstan, tapi mereka membela Tunisia saat ini. Negaranya atau asal negaranya tembakan kembali dilakukan, meledak harusnya satu bagi atau justru sudah meledak bagi tersebut. Sehingga
nggak meledak,
mampu mendapatkan 1 orang lain. Nggak meledak,
tapi tetap kenok yang ada di bagian belakang bagi, karena yang nembak gak cuma 1 orang, tapi ada 3 orang tadi yang nembak menuju ke bagian belakang bagi. Dan ini dia Royal of War atau ROW. Mereka akan berperang dengan Navi, di mana Navi dipulangkan, tapi mereka berhasil membawa 11 eliminasi. Begitu tinggi elim yang dikumpulkan Navi di match kali ini. 11 total poin mereka bawa karena di hashtag ke-9 tidak ada point placement. Tapi kita lihat dari Zebra, 1 anggota mereka terpleset dan ter-take down di arah sekitar jembatan.
Inilah yang terjadi saat kita melihat PUBG Mobile di belahan dunia yang berbeda. Kita baru pertama kali melihat bagaimana Brazil memainkan sambanya di PUBG Mobile dan ternyata samba tersebut terlihat tidak hanya dari gocekannya tapi dari pemilihan senjata yang cukup unik. Kita melihat tadi ada DBS
M16 sama
digabung
DBS.
sama M16. Saya melihat di Elimfit ada yang menggunakan VSS di sebuah turnamen global. Sesuatu yang cukup haram sebenarnya karena siapa lagi yang memikirkan pakai VSS bisa kali ya.
Tapi sebenarnya VSS buat sampai late game itu enak loh gue. Maksudnya kayak senjata yang udah auto suppressor, susah ke-detect juga, walaupun memang dari segi long range-nya agak kurang ya. Cuman kalau ada di tangan yang tepat, gue selalu percaya gitu, seenggak enaknya kita melihat senjata tersebut, kalau ada di tangan yang tepat, itu senjata bakal berbahaya.
Ya, itu yang akhirnya membuka mata kita bahwa di belahan dunia yang berbeda, ada loh orang main turnamen official kancah global menggunakan VSS, karena VSS adalah senjata yang nggak pernah digunakan di PMSL kemarin, bahkan PMSL saya dimainkan 1 bulan. Nggak ada yang kepikiran pakai VSS.
Ya, padahal kan emang kalau kita tahu pelurunya VSS tuh ngampleh ya. Maksudnya kayak gampang turun gitu loh.
Nah itulah yang tadi
gampang turun.
Kenapa saya berpendapat VSS ini haram sebenarnya karena sulit untuk bisa dikendalikan dan jarang-jarang ada orang menggunakan senjata tersebut. Apalagi ini late game. Harusnya untuk late game seperti ini lootingan sudah
lu bisa dapat
banyak
dari orang yang udah jadi kotak, orang yang udah pulang ke arah lobby, lu bisa dapat
banyak untuk looting itu
betul. Dan kayak misalkan dari Zebra gitu, dia punya 1 supply di depan yang bisa mereka looting juga, hanya tinggal menunggu momentum yang tepat kalau misalkan mereka ingin ambil, karena kayaknya yang pengen ambil supply-nya nggak cuma Zebra doang, melainkan dari tim SM yang akan mencoba untuk mengambil supply tersebut. Tapi kita bakal pantau dulu karena ZM juga bakal berfokus untuk memberikan backup ke arah rekan yang masih terjebak di arah jembatan.
Oh, pantes ternyata yang menggunakan VSS adalah SMK, tim yang berada di peringkat paling bawah dengan hanya 3 poin untuk sementara waktu.
Maksud lo gara-gara mereka pakai VSS mereka paling bawah?
Maksudnya gara-gara pakai VSS udah dapat 1 elim di saat INS belum mendapatkan elim, di saat tim Liquid bahkan tidak bisa mendapatkan elim.
Ya, di saat VP tusun terus.
Nah itulah dia, berarti kan mending kita pakai VSS aja.
Ya itu dia, bahkan dengan VSS bisa sampai hashtag 7.
Betul sekali, setidaknya ada placement point yang didapatkan oleh pemain yang menggunakan VSS tersebut. 1 pemain dari tim SMK dan VSS-nya dipadu-padankan dengan SMG UMP dan juga maksud saya UMP dan juga VSS. UMP-nya buat close combat, VSS-nya
buat close combat juga.
Enggak, VSS-nya buat taruh di punggung doang.
Biar rame aja. Iya, biar rame aja punggungnya. Kita lihat nanti bakal seramai apa poin yang bisa mereka dapatkan karena sejauh ini baru mendapatkan 1 eliminasi. Dan Zebra bergerak dengan sangat hati-hati, 5 elim sudah mereka dapatkan. Mereka masih utuh juga dan mereka punya kontrol di arah timur menuju ke utara. Bisa mereka kontrol tapi masih ada tim di menit segini yang belum bisa menginjakan kakinya di arah daratan. Last man standing itu dari INS yang sudah mulai terspot bahkan through the water kali ini dilakukan. Hampir bisa untuk mendapatkan pemain tersebut.
Memantau kembali Zebra Master. Setelah saya sebutkan Zebra Master, puasa ayam di match setelah mereka WWCD, langsung ngegas kembali. 5 elimination setidaknya sudah dikumpulkan oleh tim asal Brazil ini. Tembakan kembali akan coba diberikan oleh satu pemain mereka. Tapi kita harus berpindah menuju tim Brazil yang lainnya. Royal of War atau ROW kita menyebutnya. Ada Cool God yang saat ini harus berpindah sedikit menggunakan kendaraannya. Dacia dia kendarai. Untuk sedikit melipir, sudah berada di cekungan yang dia inginkan. Terhitung setidaknya ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tim Brazil dari top 6 ini.
Ya, ada 5 tim Brazil yang akan menguasai untuk di match kali ini. Di antara 6 tim yang tersisa, Inco terspot, Royal melihat. Akankah ditembak? Akankah ditembak? Sebuah momentum yang harus dimaksimalkan oleh seorang Colgot. Yang sekarang ingin mendapatkan keuntungan dengan sebuah granat, tapi sepertinya asal lempar aja tadi. Daripada nggak kelempar, mending lempar aja dah. Tapi ternyata arahnya tertuju ke tempat di mana Inco berada. Namun Inco sudah berpindah ke tempat yang lebih aman lagi. Kulgat gagal untuk bisa mendapatkan sebuah knockdown. Dan begitu hati-hati pergerakan dari NZ. 2 game berturut-turut. Kesabaran dari NZ sih bener-bener diuji parah.
Mereka sangat pragmatis sebutannya. Hanya mengandalkan sebuah area di late game, spot di late game untuk memiliki poin. Tapi tidak selamat pastinya pemain dari Next Ruya tersebut karena 2 granat menuju pemain yang sama.
Langsung knock end tanpa debat, tanpa balas. Bahkan dari seorang Kolgat juga berhasil melakukan hal yang sama. Satu pemain dari Inco langsung diamankan begitu aja tanpa debat, tanpa lama-lama. Knock 1, ras ini yang bakal mereka lakukan. Tabrak langsung menuju ke arah bagian belakang sebuah Dacia. Close combat bakal terjadi. UMP di tangan tapi ternyata dia kalah fight. Namun masih ada backup yang datang dari anggota ROW yang lainnya. Ini bakal membuat ROW bangkit kembali dengan 4 anggota mereka. 8 eliminasi di stage yang ke-8.
Dan sudah pasti 4 tim ini adalah tim dari Brazil yang membuat Brazil kembali akan mendapatkan WWCD di match yang ketiga. Banyaknya tim Brazil yang ada di prelims membuat kesempatan chance mereka untuk WWCD begitu tinggi, merapat kembali Rivas. Tapi kita juga harus memantau area yang lainnya. Pemain dari Zebra Master masih terus menunggu apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh 9Z. Di 9Z ada Simple. Wah, salah tim, harusnya Navi tuh. Salah tim tuh.
Ngapa jadi lu yang ngatur? Waduh. Tapi gak apa-apa, itu adalah sebuah keinginan. Mungkin kalau misalkan Simple masuk ke Navi, Navinya lebih bagus.
Nah,
itu
karena
dia.
Kan terbukti Simple di 9Z sampai ke late game.
Betul. Nice. Bahkan tadi kalau nggak salah 9Z atau 9Z tadi berhasil di set kedua dengan 4 elim di Erangel sebelumnya. Dan sekarang masuk late gamenya nggak sendirian untuk pemain-pemain dari 9Z. Melainkan bertiga ya. Iya, sisa 2. Sisa 2. Tadi 3 kalau nggak salah, tapi udah tinggal 2 lagi kali ini. Masih bertahan mereka, belum berani keluar dari arah persembunyiannya. Karena lawan di depan mereka kondisinya lebih prima daripada jumlah pemain mereka.
Saya menantikan jiggle-jiggle samba dari Brazil untuk 4 tim ini. Tapi kayaknya beda ya kalau di sini Brazilnya nggak ngesamba, justru nunggu. Sangat taktis, sangat pragmatis. Objektif sekali permainan-permainan dari para tim-tim Brazil. Granat sudah berada di area dari Zebra Master. Satu pemain mereka terkena space damage dari granat tapi belum ada knockdown. Justru kembali 2-3 granat dilontarkan. Hasilnya masih nihil.
Yap. Masih belum ada membuahkan hasil untuk ROW mendapatkan pemain-pemain dari tim Zebra dan sebaliknya juga. Namun Molotov sedikit membatasi pergerakan dari arah pemainnya Zebra. Dipaksa sedikit mundur ke arah belakang sana. Colgot Masih menunggu momentum tapi lihat pergerakan dari seorang Menor. Bisa mendapatkan satu. Tumbang satu di arah depan sana ROW. Terknockdown. Ini menjadikan sebuah genderang perang. Ada granat yang dilemparkan. Splash Events masuk tapi tidak membuat Menor mundur. Untuk kembali ke arah belakang. Commit push dilakukan. Knock satu. Rush inilah yang dilakukan oleh pemain-pemain dari tim Zebra Master. Tapi ada trade talk yang terjadi. Dua tumbang kali ini. Sedikit terlambat memberikan backup dan sebuah keuntungan untuk Smoke Gaming. Satu buah angle yang dimanfaatkan. Bisa mendapatkan knockdown dan last man standing. Dari Zebra di arah depan sana, di bagian bawah, dan Smoke Gaming bakal langsung menghantam ke arah bagian sebelah kiri. Masih ada satu pemain lagi tersembunyi di balik sebuah mobil dan winner chicken dinner untuk SMK. Kuncinya adalah
VSS.
Itu dia.
Bermodalkan sebuah VSS. Terbukti WWCD langsung didapatkan oleh SMK. Mereka adalah tim yang berada di peringkat paling bawah sebelum mid akhirnya menggunakan VSS-nya.
Wow.
Gue suka banget. Jay, tolong masukin VSS sekarang juga menuju ke arah meta setelah DBS. Ya kan?
Kalau
Udah,
perlu
DBS
ditambahin tuh, di buff lagi buat VSS ya.
Orang mana pakai UMP sama VSS?
Chicken.
Kok bisa?
Dan ini adalah Smoke Gaming. Tim yang datang dari Qualifier, dan di Qualifier kemarin mereka itu di posisi ke-7.
Coba.
Bottom tuh.
Kita pantau dulu Smoke Gaming sepanjang qualifier kemarin. VSS-nya dipakai apa enggak?
Bener. Kalau misalnya kalian semuanya pengen tahu VSS itu sejak kapan dipakai sama Smoke Gaming, ya mungkin kalian harus tonton tayangan ulangnya ya. Kemarin ada beberapa tayangan-tayangan yang disajikan untuk kalian semuanya. Tapi anyway, keempat tim atau 5 lebih tepatnya yang masuk ke late game, kecuali dari 9Z, ini adalah tim-tim yang sekali lagi datang dari Qualifier. Bukan tim-tim partnership yang di-invite, yang datang ke Sao Paulo untuk bertanding di prelims ini. Tapi sekali lagi tim-tim Qualifier. Dan menariknya di sini adalah tim yang sampai ke late game tadi seperti 9Z, seperti Zebra Master, Smoke Gaming, dan juga tim Royals of War atau ROW, itu adalah mungkin 2 kali ya, Zebra Master dan juga 9Z. Ini adalah 2 tim yang sebenarnya mempunyai drop zone yang cukup jauh dibandingkan dengan circle kita yang menuju ke arah SMB Island. Zebra yang datang dari Giorgio Paul, terus 9Z yang datang dari KMSK. Yang lebih diuntungkan di sini adalah Royal of War dan juga tim Smoke Gaming sendiri, karena memang mereka mempunyai kickstart yang lebih awal dibandingkan tim-tim yang lainnya untuk bisa menuju ke arah SMB Island-nya ini sendiri. Mereka langsung fast rotate tadi di awal-awal sehingga bisa untuk mengamankan bagian tengah dari circle yang menuju ke arah SMB Island. Tapi anyway, ini dia Smoke Gaming dengan VSS-nya akhirnya berhasil untuk mendapatkan winner chicken dinner dan memboyong poin eliminasi yang cukup, yakni 9, walaupun memang masih ada Royals of War di sana yang bisa mendapatkan 10 total eliminasinya. Dan gue sangat salut dengan posisi. Emang kenapa Sanskuy?
Ya karena pembahasan VSS ya, tiba-tiba ngejinx.
Tiba-tiba heran kenapa dia WWC
lagi ngejelekin atau ngesarkasin VSS, tiba-tiba timnya chicken.
Kenapa dia WWC sih?
Nggak apa-apa, gara-gara Sanskuy mention terus-terusan sama VSS gitu, nanti banyak yang lirik, Cong.
Ya VSS jadi naik lagi.
Ya?
Jadi dipakai, udah bosen.
VSS jadinya S-nya Sanskuy.
SS Sanskuy, ya kan?
Itu.
Tapi anyway, mau itu ROW, mau itu 9Z, mau itu SMK, tapi Navilah Natus Winzer, yakni dengan P6 yang bisa membawa MVP of the match dengan total 6 eliminasi poin. Dan ini adalah sebuah progress, sebuah huge step up yang bisa gue lihat dari Navi sendiri, di mana mereka langsung menuju ke arah Novo untuk di stage yang pertama. Mereka tanpa ragu untuk bisa mengamankan hot drop loot tersebut dibandingkan atau ahead of time dibandingkan dengan tim-tim yang lainnya. Lalu mereka bisa menumbangkan Navi and Hyper juga di bagian Novo Repnoye-nya. Terus mereka langsung di stage keempat, kelima mereka muter ke arah SMB B atau mill base-nya ini sendiri, instead of mereka tusuk masuk dan berhasil untuk memboyong eliminasi poin yang cukup banyak, tapi Smoke Gaming lah yang mendapatkan 10 total eliminasi untuk di game 9 maksud gua. Kok perasaan tadi bukan 10?
Enggak, itu di switch.
Iya, di switch ya. Agak-agak kalau misalnya ngelihatnya agak-agak autopilot emang kayak gitu. Tapi anyway, ini dia untuk overall standing sementara Falcons dan juga Zebra Master masih berada di posisi yang kedua, tapi Smoke Gaming berhasil melesat menuju ke arah posisi yang keempat.
Kalau kameranya pindah ke kita, seakan ada ekspresi tidak terima dari seorang Sanskui. Kok bisa gitu?
Ekspresi dark system.
Yes.
Kenapa sih Sandika? Gak terima banget.
Gue terima, bagus kok mainnya.
Bagus coy.
Pakai itu namanya visioner.
Visioner.
Oh iya. Menciptakan meta baru. Ya. Karena kita mungkin bosen dengan DBS, kita bosen dengan UMP,
S12,
kita bosen dengan S12K. Kita butuh ada sebuah membunuh tanpa menyentuh. Karena biasanya VSS itu disebutnya senjata yang membunuh tanpa menyentuh. Hantu, karena kita nggak tahu datangnya dari mana.
Bener. Soalnya kalau VSS ya, itu kan yang tadi gue bilang, auto suppressor gitu. Lu gak bisa tahu nembaknya dari bagian mana. Apalagi di turnamen kompetitif yang seperti ini, itu kan pasti hard mode-nya nyala. Jadi gak ada indikator tuh di bagian minimapnya. Ada indikator aja, nyari orang yang nembak pakai VSS susah. Apalagi ini gitu.
Kayaknya itu alasannya.
Mengapa mereka bisa dapetin WWCD? Karena nggak ke mapping out gitu. Gue ditembakin dari arah mana ini?
Memanfaatkan sistem.
Memanfaatkan
itu dia.
Ngakalin
sistem.
Sistem yang udah dibuat oleh PUBG Mobile di VSS ini. Ya might as well Smoke Gaming pakai, dan gue harap mereka akan pakai terus-terusan.
Ya amin.
Amin ya. Karena masih
sampai
ada
di final nanti ya. Sampai di final.
Kalau mereka masuk ke final.
Kata Sanfi lolos itu.
Lolos.
WWCD bro.
Kalau misalnya game-game selanjutnya mereka pakai VSS sih gue yakin lolos sih.
Lolos.
Berarti kalau kita pantau udah nggak ada VSS lagi di Smoke Gaming, kelar mereka.
Kelar itu
Smoke Gaming. Selesai SMK.
SMK selesai. Kehilangan jati diri.
Kehilangan jati
dirinya mereka adalah VSS itu tadi.
Soul-nya mereka di VSS. Jadi S-nya Sanskui dan Soul. Nah, itu dia.
Soul-nya Sanskui.
Itu.
V-nya apa dong?
V-nya Victory. Lolos ke grand final.
Victory lolos ke grand final.
Tidak logis nih.
Ditembak mau bikin apa ya?
Baru hari pertama kita melihat Sao Paulo memberikan sebuah sejarah VSS di
game.
Baru 3 game bahkan.
Ya kan?
Inilah kalau kita melihat PUBG Mobile itu kan global.
Betul.
Ada di belahan dunia yang
beloknya
berbeda.
Kemana nih?
Biasanya kita melihat di Asia Tenggara metanya udah terbaca, ke Brazil metanya berbeda lagi. UK nanti. Harusnya ada meta-meta baru lagi.
Karena ke Brazil metanya naik tangga.
Oh iya, emang kalau saya metanya nggak naik tangga berapa sah?
Berenang, karena kan banyak pulau. Kalau di saya banyak kepulauannya.
Rotasinya juga banyak yang berenang.
Iya, betul.
Iya, dibandingkan dengan tadi tim-tim Brazil.
Naik ke atas.
Naik ke atas. Langsung tabrak-tabrak masuk.
Itu
Sambat
dia.
terus-terusan. Kayak lu mau lewat jembatan gitu kan dari main island langsung nusuk. Udah. Langsung terabas semuanya kayak yang dilakukan oleh tim Liquid tadi. Kalau gue nggak salah ingat di stage yang keempat. Mereka itu sudah mulai keluar dari zona nyaman atau zona aman, terus mereka mau masuk nembusin tim-tim yang lainnya kayak.
Tapi metong.
Karena hal tersebut juga dilakukan sama Nanzi.
Iya.
Nanzi itu mempunyai pola pikir yang sama, jadi timingnya sama Nanzi dan juga tim Liquid yang akhirnya gontok-gontokan dimenangkan oleh tim Nanzi, sehingga Nanzi tadi berhasil untuk menuju ke arah late game-nya di titik yang sudah mereka rebut dari tim Liquid. Dan cerita terus-terusan bisa berubah teman-teman sekalian, karena dari game yang pertama di Sanhok, Irangel pertama dan Irangel kedua sudah berubah semuanya, tapi kita akan mempersiapkan Irangel yang ketiga. Tapi sebelum itu kita bakalan mendengar interview berikut ini.
Chicken dinner. Okay, awesome. Congratulations for this last chicken dinner. Okay, so I got a couple questions for him, and I want to know the first 2 matches wasn't so good for your team. What did you guys have to change?
Olá, Miyaki, tudo bom? Congratulations, parabéns pelo Chicken Dinner. As 2 primeiras partidas não foram tão boas assim, o que vocês acham que tem que mudar?
Acho que nós só estávamos esquentando, né? Por ser as duas primeiras partidas, tiramos aquela pressão das costas. E é isso, executamos nosso jogo, nosso plano de jogo, como foi estudado e passado. Já estamos jogando há vários dias consecutivos, então, né, só esquentando mesmo.
It's just a warm-up for the first two games. And they have been playing for a few days now, and now it's going to be easy.
Incredible. And this was the second chicken dinner for a Brazilian team. Does he think Brazil have the dominance here?
Esse é o segundo chicken dinner para time brasileiro. Você acha que vai ser tudo bem daqui para frente?
Com certeza, né? Além de termos a maior quantidade de equipes representantes, né, no nosso país, então, né, além disso, né, nós estamos jogando há vários dias, como eu disse. Então, né, já estamos acostumados com a casa aqui. É isso.
Yeah, we have been playing for a few days now, so we think we are going to be good.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so 2 chicken dinners for Brazil so far, but we will see in the next match. Thank you so much for the interview.
Obrigado.
How to be a portrait master.
Gentlemen, 200 players, 50 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. Welcome to 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championships.
PMGC'ye 3 defa katıldık ve bu sefer Türkiye taraftarının karşısında olduğu için daha inançlıyız. 2 kez dünya şampiyonu olup yani rekora, 3.lüğe daha yaklaşmak, bir adım atmak istiyoruz. Yani onu düşünüyorum, başka bir şey düşünmüyorum.
Gue udah 4 kali di PMGC dan baru 2 kali di final, dan ini tahun apa ya, kayak PMGC pertama kali setelah 2 tahun kemarin gue nggak lolos, dan mungkin perasaan gue berada di PMGC lagi di final tentunya itu apa ya, semua tim itu udah merata sih dari segi skill dan apapun itu, dan gue rasa PMGC ini bakalan PMGC yang seru banget karena semua tim itu udah jago banget. Mungkin momen yang nggak bisa gue lupain itu waktu jadi World Champ di Malaysia tahun 2019 itu salah satu yang apa ya, momen yang paling gue inget banget karena semua orang juga tahu kan kalau
tim gua dan gua bisa buktiin kalau kita tuh bisa loh juara dunia, nggak cuma di region kita doang. Karena juara itulah tidak pernah menyerah.
За миний хувьд тэгэл одоо дөрөвт хичээлдээ мэргэжлийн төвшөнд тоглож байна. Тэгээд ерөөсөө энэ хугацаанд өөрийгөө хансан гэж бодохгүй байна. Яагаад тэгэхээр дэлхийн аврагт дээгүүр байр эзлээгүй учраас ерөнхийдөө болоогүй л гэж харж байгаа.
Top has emerged as the MVP of South Asia Championship.
Your MVP was Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for top.
За ямар үед бууж өгөө гэвэл одоо тэгээд багаараа хичээгээд амжилт үзүүлэхгүй байгаа цагт бууж өгөх.
Better myself, Jack. That is absolutely
They came to the
insane.
cliffs late, and then at the very last moment.
Sekarang gue ngerasa buat tahun ini dan lebih tepatnya buat turnamen ini PMGC final ini gue udah balik ke prime gue dan ini saatnya gue buktiin kalau gue tuh masih layak di di tahun ke-6 ini.
Türkiye karşısındaki ilk offline ve burada bize çok desteklemeleri lazım. Destekleyenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani her şey için konuşalım tekrar alalım. Her şey için cömert ederim ama.
因为训练赛其实大家都在乱玩，训练赛大家就没有太认真嘛，因为大家都在练习打架，所以说训练赛拿个第一只是因为我们活得比较久而已。สั่งผ่านคอมเมนต์ได้เลยได้
만약에 거기 오면은 그냥 비벼버릴 거라고.
Wait, that you will not protect me.
Estamos preparados para ganhar, estamos muito felizes, já chegamos aqui, agora o objetivo é ser campeão e gol loops.
Hai, kami dari Malaysia, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Malaysia boleh, Long Live Alliance.
E aí galera, a gente está bem tranquilo, bem animado, treinamos muito e vamos ser campeão dessa PMGC. Tamo junto.
Long Live Alliance!
I can't wait. I will bring the chicken dinner. Just play the game.
It's like if you ask what you're doing to anybody, then they'll have all different answer. So maybe people usually think pro players are playing their best for money, prize pool. I don't think so. I think prize pool can be one reason, but each player will have another different reason. They may just want to show off themselves to audiences or other people. Somebody wants to take the fame or reputation as a pro player representing their country. So all players will have their different target and goal, but I believe anybody playing here, their first most important goal will be, chicken dinner.
Selamat datang kembali teman-teman sekalian, masih bersama kita bertiga di sini di hari yang pertama dari prelims PUBG Mobile Global Open 2024 Sao Paulo, Brazil. Setelah 3 kali pertandingan, first half sudah kita lalui, begitu banyak drama, begitu banyak entertainment side yang bisa kita saksikan, dan kita benar-benar tidak bisa menunggu lama lagi untuk bisa melihat 3 kali pertandingan yang masih tersisa pada malam hari ini. Masih ada 1 kali e-Rangel, ini adalah e-Rangel terakhir, dan juga nanti akan ditutup dengan back to back Miramar. 2 kali Miramar yang pastinya akan begitu tegang karena ini adalah pertemuan antara tim-tim yang duduk di grup A dan juga grup B. Alright, jadi game yang pertama untuk mungkin nge-refresh pikiran kalian lagi, Zebra Master telah mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner disusul oleh Valkans dan juga barusan saja Smoke Gaming yang mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner. So far, yang kayaknya masih agak-agak normal adalah Irangel pertama tadi yang dapetin WWCD-nya adalah tim Valkans gitu. Tapi untuk di Irangel yang barusan kayaknya agak-agak sedikit aneh atau ada anomali. Smoke Gaming mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner dan ini adalah Irangel terakhir yang harus kalian saksikan yang akan ditemani oleh Propasta dan juga Sanskoy. Silahkan.
Alright. Kita bakal langsung masuk untuk game yang keempat, Irangel yang ketiga, OG Map. Di mana pesawat mengudara berangkat dari bagian utara menuju ke arah selatan. Yang kita tunggu juga adalah di manakah circle pertama ini akan muncul.
Ya, circle pastinya menjadi satu hal yang tantangan untuk masing-masing tim. Karena mereka harus berada selama mungkin di circle yang tersaji di sebuah match. Ada beberapa yang masih bertanya-tanya ini turnamen apa, sistemnya seperti apa. Mungkin kalian sedikit lupa bahwa di awal tahun atau di akhir tahun lebih tepatnya saat PMGC Turki, Opa James yang sudah menyebutkan tahun 2024 adalah tahun yang berbeda untuk PUBG Mobile karena di 2024 PMSL akan dilaksanakan 3 kali untuk Asia Tenggara dan negara-negara yang lain atau region-region yang lain maksud saya juga kedapatan PMSL. Jauh lebih itu, spesial yang selanjutnya bahwa turnamen global akan dilaksanakan 3 kali di satu tahun 2024. PMGO, lalu juga ada eSport World Cup nanti dan ada PMGC sebagai puncak dari turnamen PUBG Mobile.
Ya, yang 3 kali juga pertemuan antara Nikmar dan Xavier. 3 kali Irangel, 3 kali mereka bertemu di arah Pochinki dan kali ini belum ada tukar-tukaran nyawa. Rauf masih di rumah yang sama seperti di game sebelumnya, di mana bakal dijaga juga oleh seorang Chua, di mana tadi mereka kalau nggak salah saling bertukar granat dan Kups lah yang bisa mendapatkan Chua namun di-trade dengan cepat oleh seorang Nadati. Kondisinya serupa, tapi tak sama karena setup dari Nadati berada di arah rumah yang berbeda dan pintu dihancurkan guna untuk membuka vision yang lebih luas lagi. Tapi Chua kali ini tidak melemparkan granat. Rauf punya molotov, Rauf akan melempar ke arah dalam sana, berpindah ke tempat yang aman dan free fire diberikan namun tidak memberikan damage ke arah seorang Rauf. Rauf pun berpindah, ini bakal menjadi fight yang begitu lama. Selama mereka berada di dalam rumah dan selama kedua tim ini belum melakukan regroup position.
Keadaannya untuk sementara waktu satu sama. Karena di Irangel yang pertama, Nikma Galaxy yang rata, Xavier sisa 2 pemain untuk menuju stage selanjutnya. Di Irangel yang kedua keadaannya berbalik. Nikma Galaxy menyisakan 3 pemain sementara itu Xavier pulang ke lobby. Dan di Irangel yang ketiga atau Irangel yang terakhir seperti yang disebutkan oleh Donaviska tadi, ini adalah pertemuan yang ketiga. Berpasta sudah menyebutkannya. Barang siapa yang menang berarti pertemuan antara Nikma dan juga Xavier dimenangkan oleh tim tersebut karena skornya menjadi 2-1. Atau bisa kita bilang untuk gontok-gontokan di Pochinki ini best of 3 series.
Ya, best of 3 series setiap harinya. Setiap harinya.
Tapi terjadi cuma di hari ini aja.
Ya, betul.
Karena mereka 2 grup yang berbeda.
Betul sekali, ini adalah 2 grup yang berbeda jadi hanya bertemu untuk di hari ini aja. Karena besok akan ada lawan baru lagi menghadapi grup C untuk yang ada di grup B.
Mereka bisa bertemu lagi kalau dua-duanya lolos ke Grand Final.
Lolos
dong. Grand Final akan dilaksanakan 3 hari ya. Kemungkinan besar mereka akan lolos. Walaupun sejauh ini Xavier masih di 10 sih.
Ya, masih ada kesempatan karena baru ada 4 match yang dimainkan oleh The Xavier. Terhitung tuh harusnya masing-masing tim punya kesempatan 12 match. Karena mereka main 2 kali dalam 3 hari ini atau main 2 hari dalam 3 hari ini di babak prelim. Tapi granat masuk menuju ke arah Nadati. Tapi untungnya masih bisa dihindari begitu saja. Nadati hanya bisa atau hanya menerima splash damage saja. Levi's cukup low HP tapi untungnya dia punya aid kit untuk melakukan heal up. Dan belum ada pergerakan barbar tambahan yang dilakukan oleh Nikma. Karena dari tadi yang melakukan pergerakan barbar adalah The Xavier ketika mereka melakukan regroup dan sedikit memukul mundur. Setup dari Nikma bahkan memaksa Nikma untuk regroup dengan cepat.
Masih ada
dikurungin loh.
Ya, sudah mulai dikurung sebenarnya. Setupnya sudah mulai jelas. Parajin ini sebenarnya jadi kunci karena dia agak ngejauh. Kalau Parajin bisa menuju ke sisi belakang dari permainan Nigma, akan menguntungkan vision dari Xavier atau Dingo Xavier. Masih ditunggu saja, granat belum dilemparkan. Justru satu pemain dari Xavier Nadeti tumbang dia, yang kedua sedang diincar. Karena tiba-tiba datang para pemain Nigma Galaxy. Dengan begitu barbar sekali. Sebuah tembakan terus dilakukan, spam S12K dengan suppressor. Tapi apa daya, tumbang juga pemain tersebut.
Iya, karena Rauf tadi melakukan push juga. Walaupun Rauf dalam kondisi yang low HP, tapi ternyata ada backup yang cepat datang dari arah Kups. Membuat Xavier hanya meninggalkan 2 anggota saja. Berada dalam jarak yang tidak terlalu jauh. Chua bakal membackup Parajin dari arah belakang. Tapi bisakah mereka selamat? Karena Nigma sudah unggul dari segi posisi. Nigma unggul dari segi jumlah juga. Dan mereka juga sudah mengetahui di manakah Parajin berada. Berusaha untuk melakukan sebuah sandwich dengan adanya backup dari arah Chua yang mundur di arah broken wall. Parajin fokus menuju ke arah pintunya karena dia yakin dengan backup Chua. Kalau misalkan ada yang nge-push tapi Parajin keluar. Di waktu yang tidak tepat, Kups bisa mendapatkan Parajin, last man standing. Chua, bebanmu begitu berat nak untuk keluar dari arah Pochinki.
Ya, nampaknya selesai sudah perseteruan antara Xavier dan juga Nigma Galaxy, dimenangkan oleh Nigma Galaxy, yang mana berarti Xavier tidak akan turun di Pochinki kalau mereka lolos Grand Final. Yang memiliki Pochinki adalah Nigma Galaxy untuk sementara waktu.
Itu kan secara sistem normal.
Normal.
Biasanya kalau kalah dalam segi jumlah pertemuan dari map yang dimainkan, tim yang kalah cabut.
Ya.
Biasanya. Cuma kan lu harus tahu keras kepalanya DX ini seperti apa gitu.
Benar.
Gengsi ada di kepala mereka. Jadi gue gak yakin mereka bakal menyerah kalau nanti kedua tim ini akan lolos ke arah babak grand finalnya. Tapi ternyata Chua seorang diri DB hampir saja bisa mendapatkan 2 pemain dari Nigma. Satu sudah dia tarik menuju ke arah lobby. Kali ini sudah mulai terspot, ada lemparan granat atau molotov dari arah Lord ke arah gorong-gorong. Tapi masih belum bisa membungkam pergerakan dari Chua. Satu orang ini tanpa helm dengan level 1 face. Mampu untuk membuat repot pergerakan dari Nigma.
Bahkan face-nya sudah 50% tergerus, terkena damage, sudah merah sekali. Kalau Chua bisa melakukan clutch dengan Bison, ini mengulangi apa yang sempat dilakukan Tospic dari Bra di PMGC 2023 saat berada di Zeverny. Mungkin akan segera terulang karena Bisonnya hanya menyisakan sedikit peluru saja. Satu kembali didapatkan, yang kedua coba untuk dicari kembali saat ini, tembakan. Terus tembakan, tapi apa daya, Chua pulang ke lobby.
AK tadi yang dia gunakan untuk second weaponnya dan hampir saja bisa mendapatkan korban yang kedua karena Lord lihat cukup pixel HP dengan kondisi Kups jauh di bagian belakang. Kalau itu tumbang, gue yakin knock and valid no debat bakal dilakuin sama seorang Chua.
Selesai dengan Chua, selesai dengan Xavier, kita harus berpindah menuju sang empunya WWCD di match ketiga, yaitu SMK yang langsung melesat menuju peringkat keempat tadi. Tapi saat ini turun ke peringkat 5 karena Row sudah mendapatkan 1 elimination dan juga, berarti di 5 doang tadi. Dan kita akan lihat bagaimana Malloy juga bergerak dari tim.
Tadi 4 kui.
Oh tadi 4
bener,
ya?
9Z sekarang udah lebih tinggi lagi.
Kenapa tiba-tiba 9Z lebih tinggi tapi
bentar. Di overall leaderboard,
tadi 4 kan?
SMK peringkat 4.
Makanya.
9Z.
Makanya kenapa gue bilang ROW udah naik karena dapat 1. Karena gue kira, poinnya sama naik. Terus gue kira poinnya.
Tapi kok gak ada Eli-nya nambah sama-sama masih 21 kan? Makanya gue juga bingung.
SMK, kita digembosi.
Dark system kalah sama sistem normal.
Kita digembosi.
Ada antivirusnya ternyata gue.
Tapi walaupun peringkat 5 mau peringkat 4 sama-sama, yang penting 8 besar. Karena di babak grup ini atau di babak prelims ini yang dicari cuma 8 besar aja.
Itu
peringkat 1 sampai 8 value-nya sama.
Sama-sama lolos ke babak grand final, tapi prize pool-nya beda.
Iya sih.
Karena ada distribusi prize pool di babak prelims ini.
Itu yang membuat prelims tetap penting untuk bermain ngotot. Itu yang membuat Falcon tetap terus mengincar poin-poin besar. Dan kita memantau di mana next Ruya dapat lagi ROW. Terkena 1 pemain mereka, Cool God harus tumbang, langsung dikonfirm menjadi elimination.
Ya, bahkan Liquid ingin mendapatkan korban berikutnya, sudah mulai menembak dari arah belakang sana, bersembunyi di arah sebuah shake. Tidak mengamankan tempat yang lebih tinggi, itu adalah sebuah daerah landai yang bisa Dipush lagi oleh Liquid, tapi sepertinya Liquid akan lebih bersabar di arah compound mereka karena mereka tahu di kanan mereka masih belum clear. Ada bayang-bayang dari arah tim lain, jangan sampai ketika mereka commit fight malah diganggu oleh tim lain yang menjadi third party, menjadi pelakor. Mengambil keuntungan di antara kedua tim yang sedang berfokus dalam berperang. Tapi ROW kali ini belum boleh tenang. Falcon mulai mendekat, menghujani granat ke arah compound dari arah tim ROW. Apalagi sudah dikandangin sama tim Falcon.
Menunggu saja, action, melemparkannya kembali. Inilah cara Falcon ngulitin para buaya yang ada di depan. Siapa yang akan memenangkannya dari pertandingan ini? Granat pertama yang connect pastinya akan sangat menguntungkan. Karena siapa yang mendapatkan knockdown duluan, dia yang akan sangat percaya diri untuk langsung melakukan setup yang lebih jauh untuk merapat menuju pertahanan lawan-lawannya. Apalagi kalau yang dapat adalah Falcon. Mereka sudah tahu mereka unggul jumlah player 4 lawan 3. Dapat satu lagi tinggal 4 lawan 2.
Ya udah mulai ketahuan satu orang di bagian luar, satu orang di bagian belakang sebuah UAS. Tapi kali ini ada granat yang dilemparkan. Membuat pemain dari Falcon harus dipaksa mundur ke arah belakang. Tapi action, mengambil sebuah aksi untuk mendobrak masuk ke arah depan sana. Jump shoot dia lakukan namun tidak bisa mendapatkan knockdown. Malah pemain Falcon yang dibuat tumbang di arah rumah belakang. Membuat mereka harus regroup lagi, harus mundur lagi. Gagal upaya Falcon dalam memberikan sebuah tabrakan, tapi Top akan memberikan backupnya, mengincar sebuah jendela. Ada satu tim yang mengikuti dari bagian belakang. Kayaknya ada niat-niat jahat dari tim berwarna merah NHP. Ada di bagian belakang dari tim Falcon, tapi kayaknya mereka belum komit untuk mendekat ke arah bunyi-bunyi tembakan yang dari tadi digemuruhkan oleh tim Falcon dan juga tim ROW.
Untungnya yang dapat knockdown duluan adalah pemain ROW, bukan pemain Falcon. IC tumbang sehingga keadaannya masih cukup aman untuk ROW di sana. Falcon juga akhirnya menjaga jarak, tapi tidak ada jarak antara pemain dari Zebra menuju VP karena satu tabrakan jahat sekali apa yang dilakukan oleh Zebra Master.
Ini dia, tadi kita ngeliat Zebra lawan Buaya, sekarang kita bakal lihat Beruang lawan Zebra. Siapa yang bakal menang, di mana Beruang ini dua sudah diamankan, sudah di knockdown begitu saja. Tidak ada revive yang bakal diupayakan oleh dua pemain VP yang lainnya, direlakan begitu saja karena memang tempatnya begitu menyulitkan. Akan masuk 2 poin, tapi sepertinya akan ada upaya backup dari arah Milky Way. Sudah mulai mendekat, DBS dimainkan di tangan bagian bergerak masuk, namun ternyata malah tumbang satu orang lagi dan VP. 4 match berturut-turut, mereka menjadi Beruang yang manut.
Apa yang terjadi di tubuh Virtus Pro? Investasi bodong terjadi di sana. Mengira pemain-pemain dari DMR atau The Muerte adalah pemain yang bisa membawa Virtus Pro berprestasi di kancah global. Tapi apa daya, yang terjadi justru 4 match tidak kemana-mana. 3 poin saja mereka kumpulkan. Bahkan match sama poinnya banyak matchnya.
Itu dia, 4 match hanya 3 poin. Berarti investasinya masih belum profit ya. Masih rugi yang dilakukan oleh VP untuk kali ini. Tapi Falcon kayaknya nggak ingin membuat pergerakan mereka rugi lagi. Tadi ada sebuah pergerakan push tapi ternyata mereka cancel gara-gara ada satu yang ter-takedown. Kali ini mereka bakal lebih komit lagi di mana Nir sudah ada di barisan depan. Mepet dia menuju ke arah temboknya. Ada follow up dari arah belakang. Smoke bakal di pop up tapi Ins di bagian lain juga sudah dipulangkan. Hanya berpuas di peringkat ke-14. Ada beberapa lean pick yang dilakukan tapi hanya sebuah spekulasi. Belum ada yang masuk, smoke sudah dilemparkan, semakin terbatas vision yang dipunya oleh ROW. Tapi dari Falcon mereka belum berani masuk ke arah dalam. Masih mencari-cari informasi, masih memberikan sebuah distraction. Satu orang keluar dari arah rumah, 2 orang masuk dari Falcon ke arah dalam. Tapi kali ini pergerakannya bakal ketahuan dan berhasil mendapatkan 1 wound. Karena tumbangkan begitu saja, belum ada backup dari arah tim ROW. Mereka hanya menunggu di bagian lantai 2. Tapi Falcon setelah mendapatkan 1, mereka bakal lebih percaya diri lagi karena mereka menang jumlah. 1 orang sudah mulai masuk, action ada di bagian tangga. Sebuah Prefire diberikan dan membuat action mundur ke arah belakang. Bermain sabar, pintu sudah hancur, vision semakin terbuka. Tapi Falcon masih bisa bersabar, tidak greedy mereka untuk masuk ke dalam, tapi action! Lompatannya begitu indah, jump shoot dan bisa mendapatkan 1. Last man standing, sandwich position dan bye-bye untuk ROW. Masih dengan kualitas yang cukup oke bagi tim Falcon.
Tinggal menunggu waktu saja sebenarnya untuk ROW dipulangkan. Beruntung mereka bisa mendelay dengan tumbangnya IC, tapi tidak setelah IC dikembalikan. Selesai sudah ROW di sana, kita akan melanjutkan dengan next Ruya yang berhadapan dengan pemain-pemain NHP. 1 pemain NHP tumbang kembali. 2 pemain sedang knockdown. 1 sudah pulang menuju lobby, 1 yang terakhir. Harap mampu bertahan, tapi apa daya, jump shoot dari belakang, kepala belakangnya langsung ditembak dengan DBS.
Mantap, itulah yang terjadi tadi. Dipulangkan NHP, dibuat tidak berdaya. Nextruya bisa bertahan, menambah pundi poin eliminasi. 11 tim tersisa kali ini. 42 orang yang masih bermain dan Zebra. Setelah tadi mereka memulangkan VP karena lobby. Daerah Milta benar-benar mereka kuasai. Bahkan masih ada satu anggota dari Zebra Master yang menunggu di arah jembatan. Berharap ada yang lewat nih.
Ya kita...
BTR lewat
circle.
kah? Oh, itu zaman dulu BTR di Novo.
Zaman dulu betul sekali. Karena sekarang tidak ada di area Novo. Justru sedikit maju ke utara menuju Milta. Tapi kita melihat bagaimana farm yang akan menjadi akhir dari pertemuan kita di Erangel yang ketiga. Furia masih ada di sana. Valcon masih ada di sana. SMK juga masih bertahan. Yang cukup saya sayangkan, INS ini pulang dengan cepat, padahal INS memiliki satu pemain yang cukup berpengalaman yaitu Swagwin, tapi nanti akan kita bahas. Kita melihat terlebih dahulu bagaimana pertemuan melibatkan pemain dari Turki yaitu Bra Esport berhadapan dengan tim dari Brazil 9Z.
Ini dia pergerakan yang sangat harus rapi, harus sangat rapi. Puter-puter datu kata-kata karena bakal dipus oleh 9Z. Satu orang memancing ke depan sana, hanya punya ruang gerak yang cukup kecil. Ada backup dari bagian belakang, ternyata tim lain bakal menabrak dan Nikma masuk di waktu yang tepat. 9Z dipulangkan ketika mereka berfokus menghadapi RCB yang kali ini akan mendapatkan lawan yang baru karena Nikma mendekat ke arah kompon mereka. Tapi reset ataupun reset akan dilakukan dan bisa mendapatkan satu ternyata. Satu demi satu poin masuk ke arah mereka. Nikma nggak punya ruang gerak yang terlalu banyak juga karena hanya menyisakan seorang Lord kali ini. Memaksakan diri masuk menuju ke arah shake-nya. Sudah cukup siap dan Nikma hanya menyetor nyawa untuk Ragnum Karya Bra.
Mungkin Nikma berpikir bahwa mereka akan menjadi third party yang sukses. Sukses untuk mendapatkan pemain dari 9Z. Tapi mereka lupa bahwa masih ada Bra Esport di dalam sana. Masih ada pemain yang pernah mendapatkan PMGC final atau PMGC, juara PMGC yaitu Silas. Yang sempat bermain untuk S2G di Bra Esport saat ini. Langsung pulang dengan begitu cepat. Inilah pola permainan dari Nikma. Mereka barbar, tapi barbarnya tidak terkalkulasi. Kita menuju ke tempat yang berbeda di mana Zebra Master justru mendulang poin. 5 sudah mereka kumpulkan, lawannya Navi saat ini.
Iya, satu anggota Navi sudah menjadi poin bagi tim Zebra. Ini dia, maju satu, granat di tangan, lempar ke arah dalam, memaksa pemain Navi mundur ke arah belakang sana, bahkan melewati dapurnya. Ada sebuah granat berikutnya. Pintu tertutup, pintu dibuka, granat dilempar, meletup dan ada fold out yang dilakukan oleh pemain dari Navi. Selamat satu tapi satu masih terjebak. Akan ada heavy birthday yang mereka lakukan kali ini bakal masuk, itu dia. Ternyata masih bisa dikontrol dengan sangat baik kali ini. S12K-nya masih tercounter namun ada backup yang datang juga. Molotov dilemparkan ke arah dalam sana. Bermaksud untuk memberikan backup karena Navi semakin pincang anggota pemain mereka. Bermain di arah luar malah menerima tembakan dari tim lain. Terpaksa masuk tapi ada Molotov DPS-nya dimainkan dan malah bisa mendapatkan satu. Counter attack dilakukan Navi. Masih bisa mendefense kompon mereka. Namun ada tembakan dari arah tim Liquid. Ayala, sebuah celah di jendela berhasil dia manfaatkan.
Inilah yang terjadi. Bagaimana third party yang begitu sukses ditunjukkan oleh Liquid. Navi, apapun yang mereka lakukan nampaknya memang bukan harinya mereka. Sial sekali mereka di hari ini. Seakan mereka sudah menang, seakan mereka sudah mendapatkan keunggulan. Tapi tetap saja selalu ada plot twist yang dialami oleh pemain-pemain dari Navi. Lemparan granat juga kembali dilakukan oleh Zebra Master. Hilang satu pemain Zebra Master karena tidak berhasil untuk di-revive. Yang membuat maksimal pemain yang akan bertahan dari kedua belah pihak adalah 2 melawan 2. Liquid yang memantau dari jarak jauh. Siapapun yang menang akan menghadapi Liquid. Ayala sudah merapat, pintar sekali Ayala mengambil spot di sana.
Dikontrol area dari pertahanan Navi dan juga Zebra. Siapapun yang menang di sini akan langsung menghadapi peluru panas dari Ayala. Dan kayaknya Zebra tidak ingin pulang dengan tangan hampa. Mereka ingin menambah pundi poin eliminasi. Beberapa granat mereka lemparkan tapi Navi juga memasak granatnya. Akan dipantulkan menuju ke arah pintu tapi tidak memberikan damage sama sekali. Nyangkut di bagian dalam. Akan dilemparkan kembali di granat ke arah dalam sana mengincar pemain dari tim Navi. Namun Navi juga melemparkan granat. Menghalau pergerakan dari tim Zebra. Sedikit melipir ke arah luar. Terlihat di bagian dalam sebuah ruangan namun masih belum bisa mendapatkan sebuah knockdown. Kejutan datang dari arah dapur. Dapurnya juga kebakaran. Dapurnya juga dikontrol. Karena masih ada sebuah angle yang terjaga dan itu dia. Tim Liquid masih bisa memanfaatkan celah dari jarak yang jauh. Dan kali ini Navi yang menjadi korban dari tim Liquid.
Kembali diincar satu yang terakhir, selesai sudah. Dipulangkan semuanya Zebra Master. Masih terus ngejingkrak kudanya. mendapatkan elimination demi elimination. Seperti yang sempat kita bahas tadi, siapapun yang menang akan menghadapi Ayala, siapapun yang menang akan menghadapi Liquid. Dan tinggal kita lihat Zebra Master apakah bisa menghadapi kuda yang lain. Ini apakah kudanya kuda zebra atau kudanya kuda lumping yang akan menang?
Itu dia, makan beling atau makan rumput, kuda mana yang lebih strong? Di antara dua kuda yang akan bertegur sapa, malah Panther duluan yang bakal langsung menembak headshot cuy. Didapetin satu pemain, singanya tumbang satu, Vitali diamankan ketika sedang melakukan sebuah rotasi. Tapi kali ini masuk menuju ke arah RCB, DBS bakal dimainkan, satu orang berhasil ditumbangkan, langsung di knock-in begitu saja. Korban kedua mungkin bakal berjatuhan dan terjadi cuy. Satu korban lagi, masuk tanpa permisi, menjadi santapan bagi RCB. Akan menambah pundi eliminasi untuk Ragnum Karyabra tentunya. Satu persatu blunder terjadi, ada granat yang dilemparkan, masih belum terlalu matang harusnya. RCB bertahan, 2 tim, 3 tim bahkan mendobrak RCB, semuanya gagal.
Inilah dia Mythic yang akhirnya mengambil peran. Granatnya berhasil! Granatnya begitu epic untuk seorang Mythic yang membuat dia mendapatkan kemenangan. Glory seorang Mythic di sana kembali merapat. Smoke terlebih dahulu. Lagi-lagi Mythic yang menjadi pemeran antagonis untuk lawan-lawan yang ada di depannya.
Ternyata kuda yang makan beling kali ini yang bisa mendapatkan tambahan pundi eliminasi. Liquid masuk di waktu yang tepat. RCB dipulangkan, yang menabrak mereka pun diganggu. Masih ada gangguan tapi dari satu tim yang ada di depan compound dari arah tim Liquid tadi, Furia. Yang ada di depan, yang ada di seberang dari compound tersebut. Bahkan Liquid nggak berminat sama rumah ini. Liquid hanya ingin masuk sedikit, dapetin elimnya, dia tarik mundur lagi.
Furia berputar-putar, ngecek rumahnya apakah
Ayala
aman atau tidak. Hati-hati Ayala, sudah sangat merah HP-nya. Hanya butuh keserempet satu peluru saja untuk membuat Ayala tumbang. Tapi tetap belum ada peluru yang menuju ke Ayala. Saya khawatir Liquid yang kita pantau terus-terusan sudah dapat 7 elimination. Tapi di manakah Valcon? Karena ini tim yang paling berbahaya. Oh, ternyata Valcon dekat dengan SMK. Dua tim yang sempat mendapatkan WWCD akan segera bertemu, apalagi keduanya tidak mendapatkan zona.
Ya, dan tiba-tiba karena Liquid tadi berfokus menuju ke arah RCB, ini membuat Zebra Masters punya ruang gerak yang cukup nyaman. Bahkan Zebra Master last man standingnya bisa mendapatkan area compound di arah seperempat circle pinggiran jalan. Masih belum terlalu jauh dari tim Liquid, tapi sepertinya Liquid tidak terlalu peduli dengan pergerakan dari Zebra Master. Yang mereka pedulikan adalah gimana mereka bisa nge-clearing area mereka, karena masih belum terlalu aman, masih belum terlalu nyaman. Sama halnya dengan Falcon dan juga tim SMK. Adakah VSS di tangan SMK lagi?
Belum terpantau karena semuanya sedang memegang granat kali ini. Yang sudah kita ketahui hanya ada satu DBS tadi, senjata yang dimiliki oleh pemain SMK. Pemain yang ini pun memiliki Scar L di area punggungnya. Menunggu kedatangan dari Action, menunggu kedatangan dari IC. Dua pemain pertama yang dikirimkan dari Valcon untuk bisa menguliti pertahanan yang dimiliki oleh SMK. Ada dua kemungkinan yang akan terjadi. Valcon akan menyelesaikan fight ini atau justru melipir langsung menuju ke area dalam dari zona. Karena SMK saya pantau nampaknya agak sedikit mundur. Lama-lama mundur terus ini pemain-pemain SMK.
Ya, tapi ada satu orang yang bakal menahan. Ninho ada di bagian balkon. Loh, gak dicek. Nengok kiri mas, dia lompat dong. Timingnya gak tepat. Malah blunder semuanya. Malah yang nge-backup dari bagian sniper tower, dari arah rumah Spider yang di take down oleh pemain dari tim Falcon.
Entah apa yang terjadi, padahal tadi adalah knockdown gratis yang bisa didapatkan oleh SMK. Tapi inilah cara SMK untuk mendapatkan elimination menuju pemain-pemain Valcon. Siapa yang menyangka Valcon akan dipulangkan oleh SMK? Rata sudah. SMK mendapatkan pemain Valcon.
Counternya Valcon adalah SMK. Itu dia. Sebuah counter yang dilakukan oleh SMK walaupun ada sedikit kelengahan tadi yang terjadi. Tapi membawa sebuah berkah untuk SMK. Smoke Gaming bisa meng-counter push dari SMK.
Itu namanya
Smoke Gaming counter dari SMK. Dari tim Falcon.
Itu namanya Samba.
Digocek
dulu. Enggak langsung di early. Samba Brazil bro.
Samba jiggle, waka-waka
Nice.
Itu dia.
Itu caranya SMK menang atas Falcon. Emang seperti itu. Kita emang nggak pernah ngeliat aja belahan dunia yang berbeda di Brazil kayak apa cara main PUBG Mobile-nya. Ternyata Samba. Caranya walaupun kelihatan ada knock gratis di depan, kita gocek dulu. Akhirnya tetap menang.
Ya, sama kayak drone kita yang dari tadi menggocek-gocek dengan tiba-tiba cepet. Tapi akhirnya berhenti pergerakan dari drone-nya. Karena Liquid sedang mendapatkan satu lawan yang masih berputar dari tadi. Furia masih menjadi bayang-bayang, tapi di bagian lain SMK kembali tertahan. Next Ruya berusaha untuk menghalau masuknya SMK, lolosnya SMK, enaknya posisi SMK.
Ya nampaknya habis sudah
di counter,
SMK. Ternyata masih ada satu knockdown didapatkan oleh SMK. Inilah dia tim dengan banyak kejutan, tim 1001 kejutan. SMK kembali membuat kita tercengang dengan permainannya.
Ninho tadi yang memberikan counter menuju ke arah pemain-pemain dari Next Ruya. Dibuat pusing karena harus ada inter takedown, bahkan langsung dipunish. Dipulangkan tadi langsung menuju ke arah lobby. Tiba-tiba hening, 5 tim tersisa, smoke-nya banyak yang muncul. Karena Kane masih berusaha menjadi ninja untuk bisa mendapatkan keuntungan dan kembali men-knockdown pemain dari SMK. Namun smoke dari SMK juga begitu tebal. Bahkan satu anggota dari Smoke Gaming tidak memberikan infonya sama sekali. Dia hanya melakukan sebuah proning. Sebuah pergerakan juga dilakukan dengan menggunakan sebuah vehicle. Voting akan dimaksimalkan. 5 tim tersisa berada dalam titik fokus yang berbeda-beda.
Dari drone view, di tengah sebenarnya ada sebuah airdrop. Itu airdrop yang berada di area dalam dari zona. Bisa dimanfaatkan oleh tim Liquid atau justru pemain dari Zebra Master yang akan memanfaatkannya. Karena Zebra Master dekat dengan airdrop tadi.
Liquid
belum kelihatan siapa yang akan mengambil airdrop tersebut. Tapi Zebra Master tidak selamat. Liquid datang kembali coba untuk didapatkan. Lemparan molotov terlebih dahulu. Ayala ngepron kali ini, tapi ada tembakan dari tempat yang berbeda. Smoke Gaming mendapatkan elimination menuju Zebra Master.
Bahkan Liquid dihajar oleh 2 tim yang berbeda. Satu orang masuk ke bagian dalam dari broken shake-nya. Satu orang lagi mundur ke arah belakang, namun Smoke Gaming bakal memberikan tembakan yang begitu lengket. Apakah dia sempat masuk? Tapi ternyata sempat karena Ninho melakukan sebuah reload. Timing yang tidak terlalu bagus untuk bisa mendapatkan korban yang kedua. Bahkan dari Ninho juga mengubah arah angle-nya menuju ke arah tim Furia yang ada di bagian seberang sana. Furia masih cukup tenang dan Ayala sudah dipulangkan. Ada satu pemain terakhir dari tim Liquid yang ada di dalam dari shake tersebut. Sedang terpisah ternyata 2 anggota dari tim Liquid ini dan regroup. Langsung diupayakan, langsung dimaksimalkan. Satu orang kembali lagi masuk. Furia menembak tapi ternyata tidak bisa mendapatkan damage cicilan ke arah pemain-pemain dari tim Liquid. Smoke begitu tebal, tapi berapa banyak smoke yang bakal mereka punya, namun granat connect begitu saja. Chief tumbang, last man standing untuk sang kuda.
Satu pemain terakhir yang bisa membawa Liquid lebih jauh lagi, tapi tidak kali ini. Karena langsung dipulangkan. Cardozin dilempar sebuah molotov, terbakar hidup-hidup dia, langsung menuju lobby. Dan kita akan kembali melanjutkan hanya dengan 3 tim tersisa. 3 tim tersebut, 2 dari Brazil, 1 dari Turki. Next Ruya masih ada di sana dengan 3 pemain aktif. Di sisi yang berbeda, Furia. Mungkin ini adalah saatnya Furia mendapatkan WWCD. Seperti yang saya katakan sedari awal, Furia adalah tim Brazil yang ingin saya lihat di hari ini. Karena permainan mereka, atau pemain-pemain mereka maksud saya, adalah pemain-pemain yang sudah pernah mencicipi PMGC tapi di tim yang berbeda-beda.
Atau malah SMK yang bakal mendapatkan chicken kedua mereka untuk hari ini. Karena masih cukup stabil permainan mereka, Sanskui. Tidak boleh dianggap remeh. Padahal kita belum ngecek loh, ada VSS lagi atau enggak. Tapi dengan VSS yang mereka mainkan tadi, di game sebelumnya, buffnya sampai di match ini.
Masih terbawa momentum yang dimiliki oleh pemain-pemain SMK. Tapi sayangnya mereka hanya bertahan 3 pemain. Satu yang lain yaitu Rafinha sudah pulang karena saya dengar Rafinha harus main sama Barcelona terlebih dahulu.
Wah, beda. Beda dong.
Namanya sama Rafinha soalnya.
Beda dong.
Dan sama-sama dari Brazil memang.
Ya, tapi beda dong.
Ya.
Yang satu pakai patupul, yang satu pakai HP ya. Berbeda tentunya dari playstyle dari kedua pemain tersebut, walaupun namanya agak-agak sama ataupun sama. Tapi satu anggota dari Next Ruya sudah berhasil diamankan dan sekarang bakal menjadi bulan-bulanan peluru panas oleh pemain dari Smoke Gaming. Mid masih memberikan tembakan dan tekanan yang menuju ke arah Next Ruya. 2 tim ini nembak ke arah tim Turki.
Terus diincar menjadi bulan-bulanan warga. Posisi dari Next Ruya, tapi Furia juga sedikit mengintip ke area dari SMK. Ini adalah segitiga yang sedang terjalin di antara 3 tim. Satu sudah mulai melebar. Chunhai kalau tidak salah tadi, tapi tembakan kembali Furia dapat 1. Chiaoski yang menjadi Algojo di sana.
Tapi lihat Chunha semakin mendekat. Chunha harusnya bakal membuka tembakan, tapi ternyata ada sebuah pergerakan yang membuat Smoke Gaming rugi. Ninho tumbang kali ini. 4 pemain Furia masih bertahan. Nextruya juga sedang tumbang 1 anggotanya. Tapi Chunha masih menjadi bayang-bayang. Bagi mainnya bakal bergerak, dia bangkit dari arah mobilnya, bakal menembak juga ada pemain dari arah Furia. Ngepot di bagian luar dari arah play zone. Ada tembakan yang datang dari arah Furia yang lainnya, namun masih bisa digocek begitu saja. Chunha masih begitu tenang, tapi tidak dari angle sebelah kiri. Dipulangkan terlebih dahulu Nextruya menuju ke arah lobby. Battle berhasil terjadi, 2 melawan 1 kali ini dan menjadi milik tim Furia untuk di game yang keempat Irangel terakhir pada hari yang pertama.
Seperti yang saya katakan, ini adalah saatnya Furia mengaum leopardnya untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner. Sebuah transfer yang dilakukan oleh manajemen Furia berhasil mengantarkan mereka mendapatkan WWCD di PMGO di tanah sendiri.
Wah, gokil,
Legit.
gokil. Puas sekali gue melihat 3 Irangel yang sudah kita saksikan untuk hari ini. Furia akhirnya menyala. Karena kalau misalnya kita ingat-ingat, Chowski itu adalah salah satu pemain yang tidak asing sama sekali.
Ya, itu. Tim Queso. Sebelumnya.
Queso.
Ya, sebelumnya dia di tim Queso.
Terus pernah main sama Becker
Pernah main
di
sama Becker.
Loops.
Ya.
Dimana kayak di Loops itu pas tahun-tahunnya, awal-awal tahun kedatangan dari Loops ini mereka sering banget juara.
Ya.
Dan pada akhirnya mereka bermain lagi bersamaan di sini setelah mereka berpisah. Dan pada akhirnya berhasil untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner untuk di Irangel terakhir hari ini. Kenapa sih Pas? Gua tuh OPT kalau lu gitu.
Ngomongin Loops, gue tuh lagi mengingat. Loops tuh yang kejadian di gereja bukan sih?
Kayaknya iya deh.
Iya kan? Yang di gereja dia diem bukan sih? Yang di Irangel waktu itu?
Irangel yang mana? Yang PMWL? Apa yang
PMGC tahun 2021.
21.
Iya bukan sih?